Good morning, chat. How are we doing today? Hopefully you're having a good one. Hopefully your gauntlet progress is going well. I am joined by none other than the one, the only, Octavian. So hopefully we have some great content for you today.
Howdy. Am I coming through loud and clear?
Loud and clear.
Excellent.
All right.
Let me pull up chat. I'm not seeing them right now.
Awesome. I think I just tapped my desk. I won't do that anymore. My bad. Yeah. Your desk, I know. Sorry, guys. Yeah, that's I just tapped my desk by accident with my knee there, and hopefully I didn't blast you guys too hard, but I will be buying a shock mount later this week. Hopefully fix all these things. For now, though, I think we have some awesome clips for you guys, and yeah, let's get right on into it.
Alrighty, give me just a moment here.
Oh, there's no rush.
Sort through them. Do we want to start? I'll do the same thing as yesterday. Do we want to start with something pleasant or some death? You know, good or bad, happy or sad?
You know what? Let's just go top to bottom. Love it.
Oh, sure. All right. Well, then we're starting with sad.
Okay, sad it is.
And it's in a Maven fight. This is another slinger. Oh no, was this the slinger rip that we missed? I think this might be the slinger rip that we missed.
Oh, his first one, yeah.
Yeah, let's watch that back because that was pretty darn quick. I mean, we don't have an option but to watch it back because it's going to go back to the beginning once it's done. We can't force it to start over. But in 10 seconds, we will watch it back and we'll see exactly what got him. And after this, because this rip was yesterday, I believe Terrence rerolled a Herald of Agony build.
Wow.
Oh, it's Piety. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, just the ice shot just really, Octavian is really low.
I can mess with it on my end, unless you'd prefer to mess with it on yours.
I think I can up you a little bit. I thought you were maxed, but yeah, is that any better, chat?
Testing. Hello.
Because I have you kind of like that's like max. Everything's maxed.
Okie doke.
So.
I can fix that up on my end then.
No problem.
Give me just a moment. I don't really see why it would have changed because I changed no settings since yesterday, but I'll mess with it.
I like my Octavian 800% volume. Don't we all, chat? Don't we all?
Well, that's annoying because I have the microphone at full blast right now. Let me make sure Discord's using the right microphone.
Okay, I hear him okay now. Okay, well, hopefully this also...
just been positioning then. I might have a microphone hat, if that's the problem. There, I'll have a microphone hat for this stream, whenever I'm on camera.
I think, yeah, the chat seems that's fine. But
all right.
Getting back to this rip, though, it seems just like he's, like, one-tapped, but essentially, well, two-tapped, actually. He goes down to about 1,600 from one of the ice volleys and then just dinged again.
Yeah. I imagine that first hit was a crit with how much harder it hit than, you would normally expect that to land. But it's a very difficult thing to avoid. You're just kind of banking on block there. Yeah, that was a crit. You can see the shock and the ignite on him. That is nasty. Unfortunate. We're going to pull on another sad clip here. As we have Nizmat. I believe this is in Foothills, Act 9. This is during the story. No, that's a Beyond boss. Oh, no. It might be Foothills and it might be a Bloodline pack. Oh, that's so unlucky if it is. Because this can't be in maps. This character only has 2.7k life.
There's no way.
This is story.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
It's gotta sting, man.
I mean, it's a Glacial Cascade, right? It has all those extra physical added as elemental, just crunches her. Oh my god. Brutal.
Jeepers. Yeah, and chilled as well, but maybe didn't even realize that the Beyond boss was there because it was like in the process of looting as walking past it. This was looks like an Exsanguinate Trapper with the fancy space tentacles MTX.
Oh god, what though? I mean, that's kind of a... I guess you just have to avoid the boss, but that's a fairly low health pool compared to what we've seen. I mean, Rise QT had nearly 6k in Act 9. I mean, granted, that is the other
stacking chieftain thing.
That is the other extreme. To be fair, that is the other extreme. But 2,700 feels just a tad, maybe just a tad low, right? I don't know. That hurts. Damn.
You just don't expect the Host creeping frost in Act 9. I think I can count on one hand the number of times I've seen that happen. For those of you who are unaware, there's a Bloodline mod Children of a Backsith or a Backsith's Chosen or something like that, which will summon a Beyond boss when you kill all of the blue mobs in the Beyond pack. It's a random one.
Just sort of unlucky set of circumstances, but just couldn't dash away further enough. Just unlucky. Damn.
Right, let's move on to the next one, which is a real goddamn heartbreaker. Yep. This one was sent to me by my chat yesterday when it happened, so I kind of knew going in, but
oh my God.
Jesus Christ, this is bad. Not bad on Exile's part. This is a really kind of unlucky. I don't know if unlucky is the right word. Very punishing set of circumstances. Let's put it that way.
Was that just Exile. One Val Rain of Arrows?
That was the Warband's enemy using Blink or Mirror Arrow, and because of the extra proj, the Mirror Arrow summons extra clones.
Oh,
and then those clones all also have extra proj. So it's sort of like double dipping with the extra proj mod, where the boss gets double bonuses from it, because both the boss itself and the summons get the extra proj.
Yeah, you can actually see on this freeze frame that I've done in chat, like all these can shot. So tornado shot, all the projectiles can shotgun you. So as Octavian said, all of the extra blink arrows then use tornado shot, all of them, and every single projectile hit at the exact same time. Literally an unavoidable death. The only thing is like killing the boss faster or not being like near this, but if you get targeted by all those things and your dodge and your evasion just don't work, one shot. No doubt about it.
And the Vol Grace times out about a little less than a second before this happens as well. God. If that were up, maybe he lives. You can see that just like 1 or 2 more ticks of the seismic trap is enough to kill the clones. So if he survived a little longer, he probably lives. It's just so very unfortunate. And this, for those of you who haven't been watching the entirety of the event so far, this is I'm Exile, who was leading the pack, rank 1 with his previous rip, and then leveled up to 90 again in a day, or less than a day even, to get back onto the ladder, 91 at the time of this death at rank 10. And I think he said afterwards that he's done with Gauntlet. He might not be going again, which I can't really blame him.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, like, look, the man's going to get back on the horse, but it is just a tad demoralizing, right? Having 2 deaths in, like, the first 2 days, especially when some of, like, the other very strong competition, like Lighty, haven't ripped at all, right? And just has been able to just increase the level of his one character further and further and further. I know he's not happy about it, but, like, I'm sure he has gear saved. I keep saying it, but, yeah. Look, it can be demoralizing, right? But he's not one to quit after just a death or 2. So we'll see where he goes. I'm excited to see what he rerolls. I imagine it'll be the same build, but sometimes people switch it up if it's not working, right?
And I'm going to go ahead and pull on the next clip. It's Peel Breel, I think I'm saying that right. Mm-hmm. And loading into a Maven arena. Had logged, it looks like, because there's things still alive. Yeah. Playing the Detonate Dead / Cremation Witch. Hadn't swapped over to DD just yet, which is a strategy that Ziz was using, and yeah, gets stuck on the log out. Oh no.
I mean, this is the second one we've seen. That's awful.
Yeah, 6-second disconnect timer, man.
Yeah, and he just logs back in now. Yeah, dead. I mean, there's no way, right? Like in a boss fight, if you get a like against regular mobs, if you even DC for 6 seconds, like there's no way you live in like 99% of circumstances. So just not being able to, I don't know, like that's just, because the thing is, he logged at the right moment. He's like, okay, I got chunked to half. You know what? I'm out of here. I don't want to deal with this. As it turns out, it doesn't really matter if you get a 6-second DC timer.
Yeah, and he wasn't, lacking in the build. It looks like 6k life for only level 85 is quite good for that variant of the build where you don't go mind over matter immediately. So, decently chunky, probably had some pretty good block. We'll have to wait for the clip to roll again potentially to see whether he had his bone offering up. Like, he wasn't crazy squishy, but sitting still for 6 seconds next to a boss is death.
Yeah, I'm watching it now. No, he doesn't have anything up, essentially.
Oh, no bone offering. That's spooky then.
Yeah.
I mean, he still very well could have taken that first chunk through the bone offering. Just would have decreased the odds, I guess.
Well, because it didn't proc on the first hit, so it's probably gonna charge him again, and that that'll proc his bone offering, but I think the actual hit will kill him anyway, so it'll proc. You know what I mean? Yeah. Just unlucky.
And like 6 seconds of sitting there, bone offering ain't gonna save you through that. We're gonna swap to the next one though, which is from JLex97. Throw that on screen. It looks like it's a regular Blight, so not a blighted map, just a regular Blight in a map. Taking some big chunks from the Chaos Spitters there. Does have almost 7k life, so very tanky, but god dang, that is some proj spam. I don't know if that was the unique boss. It does say that the unique boss is active. Yeah, it was. Yeah. You can
just see
that big boy there will fire off a massive ring of spikes that will explode. And the nasty thing about it is it's another sort of thing that'll double dip on the extra proj, because the extra proj will generate more spikes when he fires the projectile that makes them, and then also generate more spikes when he explodes them. So it's not just double, or sorry, triple with 2 extra. It's what, 9 times the amount of projectiles?
Yeah, exactly. Damn. And yeah, but you know what though? I mean, even without the boss though, the fire and the minion blights, super scary, super scary.
Oh yeah.
Like
this was a very dangerous blight to do. A boss and the most dangerous portal types.
Yeah, pretty rough. And thank you for the gifted sub, Jules, to Grizz. Awesome. Thank you for supporting the cast, supporting Ziz, and supporting all the work that goes into make this event happen. And hopefully you can avoid a death like this. The more you know.
All right, and we have another one here from Stero2D that I'll bring on. A Cavalcade of Death. This one seems to be very early into maps. This is just getting into maps with 4.5k life and in a T1 map. Spell slinging Detonate Dead, and I don't see any VDs, so I think it's just Spell sling Detonate Dead at the moment.
It's just
what?
can't.
Oh, did he panic and spam buttons and open chat towards the end there?
Maybe.
It looks like that might have happened.
So he's... Yeah. Or maybe he's trying to hit, like, escape and get out, but, like, I'm not sure.
I mean, I've been in that situation before. I've misclicked things in panic. I can't, you know.
Oh,
it's certainly happened to me. It was a /exit macro? Oh. Okay.
Oh, rather than, like, the TTS.
So the macro popped up in chat. Okay. He just didn't get out quite in time. Despite the macro. That's a shame.
Unlucky. You know what, though? Like, that's why a lot of people swear by clicking escape and then, like, character select or use the, The thing is, if you use, like, the what's it called? The not the DC timer. What's it called? The logout that, like, just cuts your connection. You can get the 6-second DC timer, right? So there's thoughts. I mean, it can still happen with /exit, but I feel it happens less often that way. But I don't know. Like, it might have saved him, right? Had he had the instant logout one.
Yeah, I think the real mistake is the dash in without an extra charge of flame dash ready.
Yeah.
Like you got to be, when you're first breaking into like maps and stuff, even if it feels a little painfully slow, I feel like you got to be really cognizant of your move skill uptime, because he doesn't have shield charge, so he doesn't have this repeatable skill to be able to make distance if he does dash into a bad position. So if you're using your last flame dash going forwards, then you better be damn sure that whatever you're going forwards into you can handle.
Just, I mean, look, he even planned ahead. Like, he knew he had to log there. He just didn't do it fast enough, right? He could have pulled out as well.
All right, and we will move on to the next clip in line, which is a happier clip. It doesn't say RIP in the title.
Oh my. Finally, have to, whew, get me down a little bit.
Some speed crafting with, what's the name of this guy? Pirate Man.
Yeah.
Bench. Steel is probably looking just for like a decent life roll or something here. There was a really good chaos roll that just swung by, but there we go. 89 life, 90 armor, double res, percent armor, triple res. Whew, down to the wire on it too. He was at the last second.
Okay, Steel. All right. Like, I mean, I've had enough of this.
For a good hat.
Like, that's like, what is Steel's RNG, dude?
No time to divine it though. Could have been better. Could have divined it.
Oh, I mean, it's actually disgusting though. The best thing I've had out of one of these things is like 30 life, like corrupted, like garbage mod with like 1 res. Like this guy's like, I just casual, just gonna exalt something 6 times. Just slam it, right? Close your eyes and slam. Apparently it works. Like, oh my.
When you're using the fake currency, yeah, it's pretty tempting to do that.
Pretty fun, yeah. And the thing is, he only has 3x in this window, so he hits every single one because sometimes there's one.
That's a good point, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, good on you. Good on you, bud.
We're gonna pull on a bounty claim.
Hashtag
a nice clip.
Oh, okay.
If it will load. It doesn't want to load. Let me close it and open it again.
Oh, is this the
It wasn't loading on my end.
No,
it looks,
mine either. No.
It looks like that one isn't loading. Okay. Hopefully we can try and figure that out, but we've got other clips to watch, so that'll be fine. We can pull on this one from Card. He's playing the Oni-Goroshi Bladestorm. Oh, God. That is so close to the wire. Holy shit. Pardon my French, sorry.
Don't worry, buddy. It's all good.
That is... how. Okay, I'm going to... Eagle Eye. He goes down to double-digit HP. I didn't see exactly the number.
I think you can... I mean, I can pause on my end, by the way. Can you...
I am not able to.
If you hover over the...
Oh, I am. Cool.
34 is the lowest frame I see. Now that's a close call.
Fine.
That's
more than one.
That's 1 life node, chat. That's like 20 life on gear, maybe 10 life on gear. That's 1 level up. Yeah.
It's like a strength roll on a piece of gear.
Actually,
somewhere.
yeah, that's legitimately a strength roll on gear. Like, oh, I'm using an amber amulet instead of a lapis for the 20 strength. Yep, it's that close. But let's watch it all the way back from the beginning again, because that's wild. Yeah, like that's like a travel node, or potentially.
And he is shocked by that hit, so I'm going to assume it's a crit.
Yeah.
On top of that aura that he's next to, that beast aura with the sort of like eyeball with spikes. I'm not really sure how to describe it, but that like eyeball with spikes looking aura underneath the crab. That is a phenomenal presence aura, which gives Fizz gained as extra chaos to every beast around it, or to every monster around it. So whatever crit him was also doing some pretty thick chaos damage, and it's hard to get good chaos res in Gauntlet. Yeah, I don't know what his chaos res is.
Well, especially if you're running, since he's crit, right? It's harder to fit chaos res in when you're trying to do crit as well. But as Mr. Albino Roa Feather in chat, Mr. Jungron says, like 0 DPS, 0 defense. I have overleashed copium. Like, that's I guess big true. I mean, look, he lived. To be fair, Jungron, he lived. He didn't die at rank 1 EXP, if you know what I mean.
Okay. I'm gonna move on to the next clip before we start a war. We've got more death.
No, you've been a lot of fun to watch, Jungron. Like, your builds have been pretty insane. It's been an awesome show so far. Hopefully you get back on the horse, but we want to see some more action. And this is a... Oh, no. Come on. Not like this, Goratha. Not just like an Act 5 first pack in Chamber of Innocence.
It's so rough.
Oh, my God.
I think Goratha had... Unless this is it, and we missed it earlier, because I don't think we actually
saw the second
clip on the stream.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know how fresh this rip is, so to speak. I really hope it's not a second disconnect timer rip, because I think he had one already. Oh, I'm hoping for his sake that this is
like the same one. Yeah. Oh my God. Can you imagine you're finally get to Innocence? You're like, you know what? I got through Malika. I killed Doedri. Now I'm just gonna farm in a cushy zone for probably like 5 to 10 levels, and then the first pack, you get it. The thing is, he doesn't even hit the D. He doesn't even try and log out. He just gets.
Yeah, it's just a game crash. It's just a game crash. Like, there is zero fault here for Goratha.
Like, I guess just don't play Path of Exile. That's how you avoid this. Like, you just don't play. Yeah. Like, I guess. Or maybe like, you know what? The crazy thing is, if he had spent like an extra like minute in town, he might have avoided this. Which is
but like
I know.
that it could spike again later. You know.
No, I know. I just feel bad for the guy. Like. Because he's
good internet forehead. Yeah,
he's one of these top racers, and it sucks to see someone get just like clapped right when they get their build sort of going.
And I think we have 1 or 2 more clips. I think this clip was from yesterday. Yeah, it's a quick one though, so we can play it for folks who missed it. Rise clicking on scepters in Gwenin's window and getting the big scepter. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, we saw this one yesterday.
I gotta say though, that reaction. Oh. Oh. Oh.
And our last clip, which has a very depressing title. I'm just gonna let it roll.
Running terrace, doing a. Oh my god.
That was I'm Exile again, back up at level 80 on his third reroll.
Oh my
because
god. Okay.
I'll mention the name there because I don't think it was on the stream.
Okay, we gotta watch this from scratch then. Okay, let's. I mean, he's running. It's a big delirium. This is nearly at the 5 reward mark. Like these mobs are really scary. He actually changed builds, by the way.
Yeah. Bleed, shield, throw, glad.
Which
and
is really ironic because the whole point of this build is to avoid getting swarmed, right? The whole idea behind block is that, like, if you get hit by 100 attacks, only like 7 are coming through, or 25 or whatever. So it's ironic that he switched off his like dodge build, evasion build, goes to block, and still gets just clapped.
Yeah, I mean, there is a threshold past which it's like too much, and like 5 delirium packs at once is probably that threshold. Especially considering the character was so rapidly leveled and geared that it may have been a little underpowered for that point in the content, and like Exile, being an incredibly skilled player, was relying on that skill to be able to carry him through it, which, I mean, it had to that point. He got to 80, as Chad is saying, in 5 hours, which is quite impressive. But it's easy to make that one misstep when you're going that speed.
I see. Apparently, according to production, he left the league, but then Jungaron immediately said he's actually come back to Sabo. So I guess he quit for the day, real salty, real mad, as he should be, because that was pretty brutal, and he's back at it. The man wants his 2-time. You know, he really wants to get back up there. And the thing is, as of right now, it still is kind of anybody's race. Sure, people are further behind or further ahead than others, but there's no guarantee that someone's gonna like clear all the content this time around. As like the last gauntlet and the previous gauntlet to that, there was definitely an expectation that all the content was gonna be cleared. But in 3.15, I don't like Uber Zeri might not be doable in Gauntlet. Some builds might not be able to do Uber Elder or stuff like this. So, you know, if someone rips early on and they're bossing sort of extravaganza, you know, it gives the chance for somebody else to really catch up.
Yeah, and I mean, that's not to say there aren't people aiming for those things. Karn, I think, has stated that he wants to go for Feared, which I'm going to be very interested to see. I mean, I guess that all just relies on Cortex RNG to some degree as well, if he even gets to that point. Yeah. I mean, it's hard with Karn sometimes to separate what's like a legitimate goal that he's going to push for and what's like being a little bit of a meme. Yes, a little bit of a meme. A little bit of a way to put it.
You mean killing Feared in Gauntlet with Oni-Goroshi? Yeah.
I mean, I thought Oni-Goroshi was a little bit of a meme when he was talking about it before the event, so who knows?
Yeah, I mean, look, there was doubters. I might have been among them, even though I had him picked early on. Like, as of last Gauntlet, I said, I think Karn, this next time around, is coming for gold. You know, like, he's sick of being second or third or just sort of dying at the last moment, right? Like, he died at Katarina. It was like his last boss, which usually is a steamroll, but she got this 5 flickers in a row and her AoE was the whole screen. And previously he died to Uhtred Zeri, the last boss fight that he needed to actually get first place. So this time, I'm like, okay. He's got all the excuses out of the way, all the crazy rips. This time it's just smooth sailing. I mean, he did go down to 34 health, but it didn't hit 0. And that's all that matters.
Yeah.
It didn't
More
hit
than
0.
1.
Yeah. Alright, let's... Go for it, please.
Rai's got a Brine Crown too, which is a minor thing, sorry. It's not too terribly important, but, like, that's really weird having multiple Pantheon uniques in the same span of, like, a few days.
Do we know if he got it from gambling?
Maybe? Even then, I feel like gambling odds are probably based off unique drop odds.
So it's still crazy rare too, yeah. It's still like a... If it's not a T1 drop, it's like real close, right?
Yeah. I've seen, like, personally, I've seen more headhunters come from like chance orbs and other mechanics in my time playing PoE than I've seen Pantheon uniques.
I think that says a lot right
as a
there.
whole.
That says quite a lot, and it's an incredibly powerful unique. You know what? Let's see if we can bring it up on stream here. I'll pop the ladder on the PoE Ninja on the fourth row here, and I'll turn our cams off. And hopefully we can get the Brine King going.
Ooh, that is a Kyula spawn.
If it loads.
Like in maps for Karn. I hope his Chaos Res is good, because he's gonna have to dodge real well around these projectiles if it's not. Kyula scales off the extra proj mod pretty darn hard. But he's doing a real good job, and he's gonna get himself a bunch of extra splinters, which if he is planning on going for Feared, I imagine that's real nice to see, because you do need a Kyula for that fight.
Yeah. I mean, so I feel like the Feared is like the thing you do after you win, right? I mean, it's not something he's just like, you know, let's just for the extra 2 Uncharted points, let's just slap it in there.
It's a long-term plan.
I was able to grab the Brine King on screen. As you can see, it gives you 92 life, 46 cold res, but the big thing there is the cannot be frozen and the reduced cold damage taken. 1500 armor while stationary is actually great as well, especially for Lily's build where she's stationary quite a bit while she's casting Desecrate and DD. And the mana regen as well, really nice. And obviously, Shield Ground is just, I don't know. Look, if I can reduce enemy attacks action speed by 10% or 15%, like why not? It's an extra layer of safety. I think both of them are, Lily's build and Rise's build are chilling anyway through Skitterbots and just the Necromancer Ascendancy. But you know, it's nice to have an extra way to do it, right? You can't always can't always affect every mob on screen with Skitterbots, so just another reliable source of that. Really nice. Yeah, just lots of armor, lots of cold res, can't be frozen. It can't go wrong. You know, it solves one of the big issues, right? Losing the ability to control your character, whether it's through stuns, whether it's through freezes, you know, is something that's just you have to be able to mitigate in the Gauntlet. Hell, you want to mitigate in the regular game, but even more so in Gauntlet when everything's hitting you for 3,000 damage every hit, right?
Absolutely. Can I leave the cast in your capable hands for just about 30 seconds, though? I gotta get up real fast.
Now, do your thing, brother, and take your time.
All right,
and
be right back.
In the meantime, chat, I think you know what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a little bit of a ladder review. Let's look at the top 5 overall. I was rooting for that Shield Cross Zerker. Me too, Viper. Oh, he ripped. Oh no! Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. He did. Yeah, he ripped right here. Oh no. And he had some really nice. He had some crazy gear too. Right now, it's all gladiators plus Darky.
All right, I am back.
We're just.
Oh, our Zerker died.
He did. Yeah, level 9. By the way, level 93. But he got the Delve Depth 100, so he at least has a guaranteed point. Yeah.
That's a shame.
It is a damn shame, and it's early on, so it's likely his record will be overtaken by the end of the event.
Oh yeah.
Hell of a showing though. Hell of a showing, right? I mean, not only Berserker, but Shield Crush of all things. Like, I'm very impressed.
And he got to 90 for the entry, I suppose. So he could win himself a $3,000 gaming PC.
Actually, we were memeing on Jungron a bit, but he's back to rank 11 of the alive characters. Jungron's way back up there, and he's actually the #1 Ascendant by a fairly wide margin, 2 points, right? I mean, granted, he's landed Zeri and Delve Depth 100, but yeah, he's looking buttery smooth. Congrats, dude. You're making one hell of a showing.
With the Fizz Dot Scion Slinger is the build of choice. 5-linking the Corrupting Fever, actually, in the chest piece, which presumably is because 5-linking one of the Slingers would maybe push him over the edge in terms of reservation. That's my guess. And then a couple of 4-link slings with Reap and Exsanguinate.
Exactly. And obviously, like, your Exsanguinate is going to be like your general clear. Chain just makes... Essentially, the whole screen gets Exsanguinated, especially because you're shooting out so many Exsanguinates at a time. Really, really great. Obviously, Cruelty is a wonderful support for this too, because it just you're always going to have that buff up, so it affects everything essentially. And yeah, just a solid build. I love Exsanguinate. I love the Ascendant version. I love the Gladiator version. Just a big fan overall of the versatility of that skill. Awesome.
And I'm looking back through some of the gear of some of our early favorites, checking in on Quantric to see how he's gone. He's actually swapped over to a one-hand and shield setup on his Zerker Shatter. A good amount faster and safer as well because of the shield. Not quite as much damage potential in a solo self-hand environment, but if you get a nice enough one-hander, you can do it. And he does have one with, it's only actually 335 DPS, which is not particularly high. It's solid enough though, and he does have a 6-link, so I imagine he's doing fine. I don't think that's the setup he's going to want for like end game bossing, but he can probably be breaking into red maps with that.
I'm not a big fan of the Hrimnor's Resolve. I mean, I know he's using Combust, which is a fire skill, but he isn't relying that on for his freeze immunity. He does have a flask as well, but I think that's the only fire skill he's actually using. Oh, I'm Flame Dash. Okay, so it's not too bad actually. Okay, fair enough. I guess he's just using the Combust for porcupines, and I guess General Clear, right?
Yeah, the Combust is for corpse removal.
Yeah, just for corpse removal. I mean, look, mobs having
not the Infernal Cry is for corpse removal. Right?
Oh, sorry, yes.
Is that what it's called? Combust is the name of the triggered skill.
Yeah, just in PoE ladder, it just says Combust, but yeah, it is Infernal Cry, correct. Yeah, I mean, awesome. Again, using it as utility, has Culling Strike, Maim on it. Just a nice little utility setup. Huh. Awesome. Really cool to see. It's nice to see, like, he's keeping the slammers alive. You know, Quantric's a big fan of the build. Obviously, he knows it in and out, and is the rank 1 alive Marauder right now. Yeah. Awesome. Really, really cool to see. Overall, actually, everyone's pretty close. I mean, like, Gladiators are currently dominating the top 5, but as we mentioned it before, like, they do have that sort of lower barrier to entry to get into like early red maps, to, you know, all that stuff. But late game, I really see Darky's build, I see the Marauders and the Witches just coming online like a little bit later. But you know, if the Gladiators aren't able to kill some of these endgame bosses, then then it doesn't really matter that they get there first, right? If they can't actually do the content. So it's gonna be interesting to keep our eye on it.
And just one final gear check on... No, it's fine. Go back to the gameplay screen. I can just read it out. Lily is the rank 1 Necromancer at this point, I believe, with some rather nice upgrades since the last time we checked your gear out. A flammability ring has been added in, as well as a recovery on block shield. So a couple of core influenced items, though I think the flammability ring is a Delve one because it doesn't look like it has any influence tags. So dropped from one of the fire nodes in Delve.
Well, I mean, I guess that early delving's really paid off, right? Offering chest and like the ring there, just great.
Yep. Hard to tell whether she got her Spectre upgrade, as the Spectres are a little hard to see, but I think that that's still an auto enforcer. Yeah. So yeah, it didn't find any primordial ruins yet, but I mean, a flammability ring is a pretty darn nice consolation prize. Yeah,
and the thing, like, she's gonna go for 300 anyway, so I'm sure she's probably gonna do a little bit of just searching while she's there. But I don't think maybe she focused on it early, but because she got the ring and the chest. Now, I guess she's maybe just delving as she gets Sulfite or as she gets missions, so she can fill it up, but she's maybe not purely focusing on delve, maybe not like targeting specific zones in the Atlas or anything like that.
God damn, somebody mentioned Lily's amulet in chat. I overlooked it because I saw the Fizz Leech mod and I didn't read the next Leech mod on it. She also has a fire damage Leech amulet that I think Rog was very kind to her in the generation of this because it has 15% life and mana quality on it as well, which is such a weirdly specific number that I imagine it was random quality generated by Rog.
I mean, it also has 101 life. I mean, this thing's a monster. I don't think that gets replaced, like, ever, right?
No, not at all. That's your final amulet. This is a very, very nice set of upgrades since last we saw this build. Yeah. Pretty much all the core, like, influenced or influenced-esque things. Oh, it is a Warlord ring, actually. It is a Warlord ring. I misread. But flammability either way. Same result.
You know, I really like the Death Rest ring too. You know what? Like, Chaos Res is really hard to come by, and just having 39 Chaos Res on a ring. I mean, obviously the Onslaught is insane as well, but just 39 Chaos Res and like 50 life, nothing to scoff at there. And the accuracy doesn't hurt either, because she was using Leap Slam as well to maybe help her keep her Fortify uptime. So accuracy is a nice little stat as well.
The Death Rush actually got buffed like twice over going into this league because the Amethyst base was buffed to have up to like 20% or 22% Chaos Res at the top end. And then Onslaught obviously became more valuable as a mod because you can't just throw it on your belt with an Abyss Jewel anymore.
I mean, look, if you can get Onslaught, like, go get Onslaught. Like, it's such a strong offensive and defensive layer. It's just, it feels pretty mandatory, and, well, maybe not mandatory, but it's such a feel-good stat that it's, if you can get it, just go get it. Thank me later, chat. Just go get it. Go get Onslaught. It's hard to keep it up with a silver flask these days, but if you can grab it on a ring or you can get it on your boots, which is, I know that's like insane stuff, but if you can get there, there's a big payoff.
Yeah, in solo self and environments, I actually often find myself more excited about a pair of boots with like nice life and res and an open prefix than a pair of boots with, you know, maybe 25 move speed and life and res, because that open prefix means I can craft 20 move speed and onslaught, which is just better than 25 move speed.
Agreed.
Sometimes even 30.
It's definitely an overlooked mod by a lot of players. I think a lot of players say, oh, if it's not like 30 move speed, I'm not even looking for it on trade, ignoring it. Well, you can craft, as you said, the 20 move speed, and then like 15% chance to get onslaught on kill, or something. It's around there. Maybe it's 10%.
Yeah, it's more than enough to have it up all the time.
Exactly, which is an additional 20 move speed. You're at 40 total, and maybe you save that ring slot, or maybe you save like a flask. So, you know, on top of having the cast speed, attack damage, stack speed, you know, all those things that are just more quality of life and more damage. But yeah, boots are a really interesting slot now these days. Especially with something like Elusive or Tailwind for that top-end crafting and trade league. Like, movement speed can sometimes be ignored because you're having those more modifiers anyway. So, yeah, pretty cool. And that's the word of the day. I think I've repeated that like 50 times. I'll tone it down.
Don't worry about it. It's easy to do when casting, to fall into patterns and such. Don't worry about it.
Taking tips from the master. All right, I got it.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to be patronizing.
Not at all. No, you weren't. No, I'm serious. Like, you're up there, dude. Come on.
But Carve, I'm gonna pull Carve on the screen here. I think he's made the swap over to his Raider as of yesterday, but he wasn't live when we were yesterday, so we weren't able to watch much of the progress. So I'm curious to see how the Cold Dot Raider is doing now that he's got it out of the infinity of foothills that he often will run. Carve does have a habit of running foothills up to like 72, 73 on a lot of his rolls in a gauntlet environment, because a lot of the cluster jewels that you can get at that level are going to be quite useful, even if they're low level, sometimes because they're low level, because it'll lock out certain mods.
Well, Carve is, he has this knack for just, no, not knack, but he has this way of just doing whatever it takes to get the piece he needs, right? If I have to farm lighthouse to get that red banner shield, and I have to run 300 lighthouses, so be it. Like, I guess that's that's the price I'm willing to pay. Like, if I have to stay in lighthouse for 10 hours to get the cluster jewel I want, okay. Like, he sort of just accepts that these are like the steps he needs to take to make his character perfect. I find he does maybe go overboard at times with his prep, but if that's what makes him feel comfortable to do those boss fights, power to him, right? I'm not gonna knock the guy. He's a much better player than I am, but has that patience to really do things that a lot of players might not be willing to do, right? I know in Trade League or when he goes SSF or something like this, he does like tons of Chaos recipes, so he just has this bank for whenever he wants to run Xanamods for essentially like the rest of the league. And a lot of players, that would just drive them insane doing days or weeks on end of this stuff, but yeah. It's definitely an viable option.
And imagine he's feeling pretty darn tanky at this point, because just briefly looking over his character, he's got, I'm pretty sure he's got his ailment immunity together. He's got 7k life. He's got Raider defenses as well, so like plenty of dodge and evasion on top of that, just never getting touched by anything. This is a monstrous tank of a character. We'll just see if the damage can scale up to endgame. He doesn't seem to be having trouble scaling through this map that he's in right now, which I think was like a tier 6 or 7. And if you can clear that level of content comfortably, even in solo self-found, you can springboard off that and farm everything you need to progress, so long as your build does have that progression path.
I think, I'm sort of pulling a number out of my head here, but if you can get between like around 2 million DPS, like uptime, not like constant, but just bursting 2 million DPS, a lot of these boss fights are going to feel pretty good. I mean, I think you probably want over 1 million just because of like the extra 40% life on some of these bosses. But you know, if he can stack his cold snap and his vortex to those levels, that's more than enough. Even if the fight takes a little bit longer than some other builds, that's fine. If your defensive layers are there, which obviously for like a cold out raider, they are there. So It's gonna be exciting to see how he progresses over the next coming days, because he did originally roll as a trickster, I believe, and then like just swapped over to raider because he thinks it's the better setup, but needed to just grind some gear, grind out some of the early outlets progression on that sort of earlier, safer pick, right?
Mm-hmm. And about a couple million is, I think, where the shield throw gladiators cap out in a Gauntlet event. One of the few builds in Gauntlet that's going to push further than that is probably like the Seismic Exsanguinate Sab. You're just not going to see lots of builds getting like many millions of DPS like you would see in a trade league.
No, you're
like
not
that, obviously.
Yeah, no.
So I think most of the players are going to have to be happy with those breakpoints. Like the Detonate Dead Witches probably won't be pushing much further than that either.
No.
I think it's a decent estimation of about the top end.
Yeah, like the 1 to 2-ish, right? I mean, that's kind of... You're not going to get your 5, 10, 15... Like, it's just not possible in an SSF hardcore environment. You'd have to sacrifice far too much to get there. And the thing is, in software, because you do have 6 portals, it's okay if you die once... It's okay to die once every 5 boss fights, right? But you can't have that in this environment. You have to have that reliability that, okay, even if the boss fight takes an extra 2-3 minutes, I know I can do it safely. Right? Or relatively safely. I don't think there's... In Gauntlet, nothing is too safe. Everything can one-shot you, but yeah. I think Michibird pointed out that he actually is going back to the Trickster after he farms up CI gear on the Raider. So I'm actually surprised then that he even rolled the Raider. Like, why spend the time re-rolling a character to maps? Only to go back.
This guy is the Raider is much faster for mapping, I'd imagine. Yeah, that would be my guess. I can't imagine Trickster's like crazy slow though.
That's the thing. Like, it's how much faster is it? Like, is it worth the 6 to 7 hours? Well, I imagine like 6 hours to get back, like just get back into maps with like a fresh character.
Raider's a lot safer maybe on middling gear. Like until you make the swap to CI, perhaps Trickster just isn't a safe enough choice. Because Raider does get like some really powerful defensive layers almost for free just from the ascendancies.
I mean, that makes sense, right? Like, if that's the case and he just feels like safer on it, power to him. But especially if he doesn't plan to do any of the bosses until day 9 or 10, I guess sacrificing a handful of hours to just make that early game grind for gear safer, like it's a smart decision, right? And yeah, and that's true. Psych Marquis, if the Trickster rips, he'll have Raider and vice versa, so he does have the option. Okay, so it is purely based on... It's just a lot better than the Trickster when you're life-based. Okay, that's fair enough. It was a time thing. But if he does plan to do them later on in the Gauntlet event, then this decision makes a ton of sense. Yeah.
I'm gonna jump around a few streams and see who's live.
Love to see it.
Pull on Havoc. Nope. About Lighty's broadcast. Nope.
It's the theme of the day, it seems.
Yeah, we have the luxury at the very start of the event to basically be guaranteed that everybody is live for the first, like,
Ventrua's
10, 12 hours.
We got Ventrua. I'm happy to keep Carve online for a little while, though. We haven't had much of him in the last couple of days, and now that his build is looking pretty damn good, and I love the new MTX, by the way. I think that's such a slick-looking MTX. Yeah, I'll grab some other people too. Oh, Oddlog, why are you sad, bud? I mean, yesterday you were flying high yesterday. I imagine you just ripped, and I'm sorry to hear it. But you made a hell of a showing so far. Hell of a showing. Considering this is your first league as well, my friend. Yeah. Hopefully you're learning from each rip. I don't want to sound cruel, but yeah, I mean,
that's the idea.
Gauntlet's hard, right? You're not going to become I'm Exile overnight, right? It's going to take a few gauntlets, a few leagues. Building, got to go to the gym, build those muscles, and then suddenly you're at the bodybuilding show, you know? Then you can flex on everybody.
I'm sad there's no boss in this expedition that Lily's doing.
Yeah.
I wanted content.
I think we did. Was the bounty claim the one that wasn't working there?
Yes, the Uhtred.
Damn.
I'll try it again, but
no.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be working.
You know, if give me a quick second, I might be able to grab it from the direct thing and play it.
Okay. Would you send me a link to it?
Of course, yeah, of course.
Okay.
There's always some community. Boss kill submissions, bounty submissions. Oh, thanks, Madaki. Yes, it's in our. What's
All right, I'll pull it up.
Just give us a quick second, chat. Let me just make sure it's not the music isn't blasting right away. It's muted.
Skip.
Perfect.
Forward in a little.
Yeah, I think. What time are you heading to?
We can just start from the beginning. I
Okay.
skip forward and the boss fight's at like 30 seconds, so just to be in sync, we'll start from the beginning. Let me know when you hit play.
Perfect. I'm transitioning now. And there we go. Let's. So we do have the Uhtred boss bounty has been claimed. So let's. I have clicked play. Sorry, I'm at 3 seconds.
Oh.
4.
Okay.
4 seconds. 5. Sorry about that. This is the one thing you asked me to do. Alright, I think this is on a... Yeah, there's a Bleed Gladiator as well.
Shield through Glad. This is a level 75 zone.
Yeah.
88 character. And... I can't count... It's a little too small to see how many link icons are on that shield throw. Is that a 6 link or a 5 link?
It is a 6. I see the green on the left.
Okay.
That's the name. Actually, it might be even... No, it's not 6. It's definitely 6.
Yeah,
Right,
and then the Corrupting Fever for a little bit of extra damage, obviously. I'm
really excited to see this, because I really felt this bounty was going to take a lot longer than it did, but I guess it's only a area level 75 zone, but still is a really scary boss.
Yeah, especially with the extra proj.
Yeah.
As almost everything he does, except for some of the arena hazards, is projectile based. I mean, you can tell already his basic attack is just a little spooky dusk projectile.
Which I imagine those all shotgun, by the way, chat. So he's doing really
They
well, just keeping his damage up time, just avoiding the attacks. Sorry, Octavian.
No, go ahead. I was just going to say they have a little bit of an AoE on impact, so they can pretty much definitely shotgun. Yeah. The most dangerous thing, this laser is like really spooky looking, but it honestly doesn't damage you that much. It's just, it's a massive slow, and that can set you up to take more damage later. The most dangerous thing in this fight comes in the second and third portions of the fight. So after this ad phase, where
do they have ads?
Yeah,
No, I mean, is chat experiencing ads?
Oh, like advertisements?
Yeah.
I am not sure.
Oh, ad break.
Pause the clip. Very bad timing.
Yeah, pause the clip. Okay, it's paused. It's paused. Sorry, guys. We'll go back. Yeah, it's paused.
We can start it from the beginning.
We'll go back. Don't worry. Don't worry.
This is like literally exactly why I was so annoyed with Twitch for doing auto roll ads, because like people do big events and
we're gonna. I'm restarting it from minute 1, so exactly a minute in. So if you wanna sync up with us,
if we could like control when they happen, that would be nice.
Just run 4 hours of ads in the beginning of the week, and then you're just fine.
What if Lighty was in the middle of his like Maven fight right now? You know,
the thing is, it did happen with when Havoc and I were casting last time. We had ads like during actual live content, and we just had to pause and like wait for the VOD. Like it was pretty rough. Yeah.
God, that's so annoying.
Yeah, just I'll type in chat. Let us know when they're done. Yeah. No problem, chat.
So,
I mean, you get to look at us. I'll pop our faces back on the talk show here.
Yeah, I mean we could.
Because yeah.
Is it on the hour? Is it like scheduled for a certain time to try and avoid, or?
It's an hour after I started, so I think it's like 20 minutes to 20 minutes to the hour. 22. It's gonna pop.
Okay.
Ads are done over there. Done. We are restarting the entire fight, guys.
All right. Can we start from 0 on the clip and let me know when you hit play?
On 0 or okay.
Yeah, just so that we're in sync.
Perfect. 3, 2, 1, play.
Cool.
Perfect.
So we're gonna show a little bit of the preamble here, chat, but it's just so that if I'm providing commentary, I'm not providing commentary that's 3 seconds behind.
Yeah, and I'll give the last couple of people to probably finish up their ads to come back in.
True. Yeah, it gives us a little leeway in that regard.
We don't want anyone missing the content. All right, guys. The whole point of this cast is to bring you all the content that we can. Right? We want it to be a fun experience. We want to do recaps. We want to show the bounties. We want to talk about strategies. And it would defeat the purpose if we're just gonna like click play and avoid all the content, right?
But the boss fight is pretty close to the beginning of the chain here, which makes a lot of sense. You don't want to make it any harder for yourself than it needs to be, and any remnants that you pick up, I believe, will apply to the boss if they're before him. At least generic ones. I think if it specifies runic monsters, it won't. But if it's like monsters have pen or something, then I think that does apply. Or monsters have increased life.
I believe that was my understanding as well.
But yeah, all the basic attacks that he fires are projectile based and have an AoE on impact, so those can overlap. If you're standing near a wall as well, they can shotgun you, but that won't happen too often. There's not little bits of terrain all over the place. The scariest looking part of the fight is definitely the laser, but it actually does pretty minimal damage. It just applies a nasty, nasty slow. This portion right here, as you can see.
Yeah, and it lasts 10 seconds, and I believe it stacks as well, so you really want to avoid just getting dinged by that a few times.
Yeah. If you are like desperate though and you don't have somewhere to dodge and you're going to get like shotgunned if you dodge the other way, then dodging through the laser is certainly not a death sentence. It's just, not ideal.
Yeah, he's really good placement here, avoiding sort of like the actual like arena effects as well as keeping these mobs under control. You really want to keep all this stuff in check. You don't want, because you can get overrun just by the mobs in the arena itself in this fight.
And as the fight goes on, each time he melds into the mirror, there's going to be big old laser beams firing out, and more laser beams get added, and they eventually start continuing during the fight itself, like right now.
So this is
that is the dangerous ability.
Yeah, and it just logs smart.
Yeah. So go ahead.
No, I was gonna say like that's you have 6 portals. Like why subject yourself to like, oh, maybe I can beat the bullet hell? Just get out. I mean, hopefully you don't get a timer, but yeah, probably the best decision there to just get out.
Who's fighting? That's a good question. The name of the streamer is Neferuim. Neferium? Not someone that I'm personally familiar with, but doing quite well. I mean, at this point, they're almost level 90 on this gladiator, which is very good for Gauntlet, and handling one of the endgame bosses.
Yeah, I mean, this is Uhtred from Expedition, or Uhtred, whatever. I'm not sure exactly how to pronounce it, but yeah, this is a bounty, so I think there's a few $100s on the line here if he is able to do it, which I suspect he is. But yeah. Yeah,
this is the bounty claim video, so spoilers.
Spoilers, okay.
I mean, that was in the title. But yeah, it's... The lasers are going to start ramping up. The very final phase of the lasers, there are some phases where they can sometimes like literally cover the entire arena, but they do fire very slightly delayed from one another, so it's still possible to avoid them if you are very quick.
And I believe this is Nefurium. Nefurium is the exo streamer or the player, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm pronouncing it correctly either.
Yeah.
There we go. That is precisely what you want to do. The projectiles move rather slowly with that first blast.
They do a lot of damage.
Two-handed blast?
Yeah.
If you're a middle distance away from his one-handed blasts, they're unlikely to one-shot you. Assuming you're like decently tanky for the fight, which I would certainly say that this gladiator is. Whereas with the slow-moving projectiles, you just have to get behind him, or you're screwed. I
mean, it's great that he found him in an Area 75 zone, and it was one of the first nodes, or he made sure it was like the first node that he was popping. So, as you said, none of those stacking buffs could affect him. But this boss can get out of control really quickly. Oh my god, Jesus! Yep. Those you got to be fast hands with those.
The laser beams on the arena like that as well are unlikely to one-shot you individually. There's actually very little in this fight that like a single big tap is going to kill you. It's all about positioning intelligently so that you're never dodging into multiple hits at once.
I've just been avoiding them during my fight, so I just assumed they were one-taps. But there we go. Claps for Neroum. Awesome. I mean, didn't get the MTX challenges brought to GGG, but did claim himself, I believe, I think $150 or $200. Really, really awesome.
And a really well-designed boss fight.
Awesome.
I cannot praise that fight enough. I love the Uhtred fight. I love the Olroth fight.
Yeah, it's just...
speaking of bosses, though.
Speaking of bosses.
Carve. Doing a Katarina in the background.
Okay, this is the boss that killed Carve last time. I mean, she can get out of control. Just logs. Great decision. For those that don't know, that flicker strike attack she does is the scariest thing she does, and every flicker she does, she gets increasing AoE on it. And last gauntlet we had the increased AoE modifier, so it's hit pretty much the entire screen. But this time around, able to just avoid it. Awesome. And he's not happy though. He might not go back in. He doesn't look like he's. I don't know. I mean, we just caught the tail end of it, so we'll see what he does here.
He's deliberating.
Yeah.
I have to imagine he had something pretty nice in those safe houses if he was willing to risk Katarina in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe an Ashling for one of his crafts or something along those lines.
Yeah, or even a Leo Exalt or something like that. Like, there's a lot of different things in there that. I mean, look, Katarina is. I mean, a lot of people still don't like fighting her, but there's so much value in some of these T4 betrayal buffs, or not buffs, but chests or whatever you want to call them. Rewards.
He's going for it.
Oh, he's got a smile on his face. Come on, Carve. Don't disappoint the fans, Carve. Come on, bring us some content, brother.
At the very least, he's thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
He's taken the first step. He's gone through the portal. The 5 stages of stalling.
I mean, you got thousands of people watching, Carve. You can't disappoint the fans. Come on. Oh no, he's going back in. He's going back in. He knows. He's just maybe getting himself ready. How's his? Maybe he wants to get some charges or something. Maybe some souls. I thought he was full though. Oh, I just wanted to proc his enduring cry. I mean, didn't even matter. They ran up by the time he got there, but it's okay. He's able to handle that pretty well.
Oh, that's skull spam. That's a lot.
Yeah, you want to run over him real quick.
Okay, he's going to pop them. Okay.
Yeah, for those that don't know, when she does that move, you really want to run over them. It does disable the effect that they use after, which can just get very overwhelming very quickly.
1 moment, though. You can handle this for just a sec. Sorry.
Good. Now do your thing, brother. Now he's keeping under control. He's really dip, duck, diving, and dodging. Able to avoid these little crawler guys as well, because they will explode and do a ton of damage. Keeping the mobs as well. I mean, not killing everything. I mean, I'm not sure why he's letting everything live here. Maybe just, he wanted to stack all the mobs. Maybe just wanted to let her do her animations, get through that phase. Yeah, and just keep, doing a fantastic job keeping his Fortify up. And maybe that's why he's probably keeping up some mobs so he can keep his Fortify up at all times. Trying to also have maximum endurance charges, but failing to do so a lot of the time. But hopefully he can keep 3 up, and maybe even if he's using Immortal Call, which I don't think he is, he's opted for Steel Skin. A pretty important defensive layer then for him.
And I don't know what zone level that was, but looking at his bar, it looks like... Let me pull up his profile to double check. It looks like he's sitting on a couple of 4-links, maybe a third 4-link with a Creeping Frost.
Yeah,
which that's solid damage for that kind of setup.
Yeah, because his damage didn't seem insane. It seemed pretty... Oh, and gets the... Oh, no, I don't think that's what he wanted. Or is it?
Judging from his reaction, it doesn't look like it.
No, just... I think he was farming this, like, for forever. Against... Oh, when he went during the league.
Oh, he does have a 5-link on the Creeping Frost. It's just not on his main bar.
Oh, that's fair. Okay. Yeah,
Very nice.
Yeah, he failed to get the Helm last gauntlet. Yeah, I think he farmed like half dozen or a dozen Katarinas last gauntlet and just didn't get it. And first time, yeah, 11 kills. Yeah, so getting trolled by RNG a little bit. Whew. Let's see what he does in the actual rewards room. We'll see where he goes from here. But,
hunting for Paradoxica? I don't think I've ever seen Paradoxica drop from Katarina. I've only ever seen it come from a safe house. I don't know that it can come from Katarina.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Chad, but I think it can drop from any boss in a safe house or Katarina herself. I think. But I've never dropped one myself. It is one of these insanely rare items.
Probably not what he's after, though.
Yeah, okay, you can get it from her. Okay.
I don't think it would help his progress much. Three Barbie orbs is kind of nice though.
Huge, right? It can really speed up your Atlas progress. I mean, even just your EXP progress. Ancient Orb, really nice. Tons of Orbs of Bindings and the Orb of Horizons. Orbs of Engineering Orbs, not too important, but definitely nothing to sniff at. Ancient. Well, hey, no, look. I mean, he got a headhunter from that, right? Or I mean, more likely he's probably gonna he's probably gonna use it for something a bit more conservative than I would.
Oh, he does have 2 Leo slams. That might be what prompted him to do the fight in the first place.
Setting up his ES gear, right?
It was a level 72 or 3. It's kind of hard to read.
2, I believe.
72 Katarina.
So not I mean, yeah, so for the actual boss kill to count towards your overall points, it does have to be an 83 zone. But just using her to just upgrade his gear, right? Like, we're only on day, what, 4 or 5 right now? So he's got a long way in front of him. So no problem there. Katarina offering him just not an axe he wants to see. And actually, you know, Obliteration, not a bad pickup. I mean, it's obviously not the best in slot, but hey, I'll take explosions over no explosions any day of the week. Oh, he's doing the 1800, 400 Sadist Guard bounty and farmed Hillock. Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it's a useful one for him to pursue because I can't imagine he would turn down a chess piece like that on the Trickster if that's what he's planning on rolling with next.
I mean, it's probably close to Biss, right? Like as far as the stats
aspect
go.
gear. Yeah. Neat. Doesn't seem interested in the aspect gear. I mean, you could grab that for like harvest crafting later, but maybe his inventory was just full.
I mean, you definitely. I mean, as Trickster, you definitely want the crab barriers, right? Well, maybe not definitely, but it's a really nice interaction.
There was something that changed with that. It may have been glancing blows that changed with crab barriers, because I think glancing blows used to you didn't lose your crab barriers, but then they changed it because it was a bug. Because any amount of damage getting through should break them. Right. If you take a hit but it doesn't deal damage, like a blocked hit, which does count as a hit, but you don't take damage from it, you don't lose crab barriers from that.
Exactly. So. And especially if you're dodging and you're blocking a ton, which is obviously like the way the tricksters go, the route they take. When you have like something like Wind Dancer on top of that, or anything like those are all going to stack on top with the crab barriers, right? So physical damage becomes... Actually, your physical mitigation becomes really strong. And he is also using, like, you know, Steel Skin. He's using endurance charges. Like, he's a lot of mitigation. And he's... I don't know. So, I mean, everyone's complaining about defensive layers. I guess you just got to look to carve for some of these options.
The value in the aspect gear, though, since it's just random rare items, probably comes from the harvest craft that you can do with them, where you can take a trash piece of gear with an aspect roll on it and turn it into a what's it called, a lure? Yeah, a lure, which will allow you to get a ton of red beasts from a specific tribe. So if you're like hunting for a certain craft and you have the lure that summons that tribe of beast, it makes it a lot easier to find it. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people like try and hunt. They use them to hunt split beasts, or they use them to farm the actual aspect animals, beasts, I should say. So, you know, look, it's worth picking them up and just stashing them, because harvest just enables you to get the lures, and also, you know, maybe they're half decent. You know, maybe they're not too bad. Maybe, you know, it only takes like an annulment orb to make it viable. Yeah, if you're lucky, sure. Yeah. I mean, yeah, sort of like delve gear in that regard. A little bit of RNG doesn't hurt, right? Yeah, you'd have to ask Steel. Yeah. I wouldn't know. I mean, Carve is on the opposite end of the spectrum when it comes to RNG, right? You have like 2 statistical anomalies, and they balance out to be like the average player. So that's Carve and Steel. So Carve just forces in his own RNG. I mean, the man just, like you said, like he'll spend 10 hours in foothills if he needs to. He just forces it, which I kind of love that determination that he has. And Steel's just like, I'm just gonna drop it, no problem. I'm just gonna drop it. I'm just gonna skip that there's that 30 quality sadist garb that he was looking for. Excellent. Awesome. I'm assuming that base is decently high level, probably gotten from either Rog or Gwenin, because you can get high level bases from both of them relatively early, as we can tell from Lily's crafting right now, where she's working with an eye level 85 Praetor crown, despite being in high tier yellows, I believe. Yeah. So it is based on your character level. I think, as you pointed out, it's something like 92 character level 92. It's something like eye level 83 bases, maybe even level 85 if you get that just bump up a few levels. Possibly earlier than that. Yeah. I don't remember precisely when, but somewhere in the late 80s, early 90s, you can get the highest eye level from the vendors easily. Which is just great. I mean, I really like that. I think it helps a lot of players who are struggling to break into red maps, like close that gap. And sure, there's an argument to be said, like, oh, it devalues these later bases, but if you're talking about Trade League, after about 24 hours or even 36 hours into the league, aside from maybe very, very specific bases like shields this time around, you really didn't need any specific base. So having access to it earlier, big deal. It's just nice for the average player to have. So, I mean, that's my opinion at least. I saw a rather nice belt being made, so I decided to bring it to full screen. I mean, that thing is pretty nice for a minor matter build. I don't know if you guys caught that. Lily is very quick, so she's going through these crafts pretty quickly, but the belt had T1 life, I think T2 mana, and double res with an open suffix. Very sick. I mean, it's life mana res, so basic collection of stats. no mana recovery rate or life recovery rate, which is something you might want, or percent life would probably be the play. Reduce damage from crits. There's a lot of nice belt mods actually that are just generically good for the DD build. But as far as a Rogcraft goes, you're happy with that one.
Yeah. And we did have a question in chat if there was anywhere to check the standings. I'm not sure they're maybe with Mr. Madaki, but PoE -racing is a pretty damn good place. We can pop it on screen real quick for you guys, just to give you a quick little glance. Yeah, she got life on block. Oh, my bad. Yeah, but as you can see, number 1 is Huwu with his Gladiator. He was in chat yesterday. He's level 95, but has gotten to Delta Depth 100, so he has 1 extra point, and has claimed $200 worth of bounties already. Darky's just close behind at 96. Obviously, whoever gets to the point threshold first does claim that first place there. That's why Darky, even though has the same amount of points, is in second place. But is actually ahead in EXP, by the way. But isn't online right now, so yeah, able to just squeak out maybe first place soon enough, and maybe start some bosses, because he is nearly at that level cap, which is 95. Points do stop accumulating at 95. Yeah, and there is the ladder. I think we have a link in chat. Yeah, thank you, Nightbot. And we will return to our regularly broadcast.
Man, I would love to cast some B racing.
B racing.
Get me on that broadcast. Somebody in chat is saying that Google was trying to autocorrect them to B racing instead of PoE racing.
Which was those like bumblebees racing, like the big fat ones, like that.
Get me in there. Put little tiny sneakers on them and like a little tiny like sweaters or something with a logo. Death at rank 13. Did we see the name? Maybe we can get a clip if it was someone. Oh, there is a rip clip in my tool. I don't know if it's the same one that just happened. Let's see if it works.
Oh well.
Oh, this is not the one that just happened, but we can still watch some death. Admittedly, kind of low res death.
Playing minions as well. Not something we've seen out of the Necromancer so far on the ladder. Hopefully, I mean, we know it's a rip clip, but I'm curious. Like, usually minions tend to be pretty safe in these types of situations.
Is this a beyond? This is a beyond map.
Oh my god!
Very bold.
That's so fast. That's so fast.
Was it even a beyond bot or beyond enemy that killed him, or was that just like a Roa charge from off screen? I didn't even see what that was.
Was it the? Yeah, it's a shield charger. It's this little guy here.
Oh damn!
That little this guy right here on the top left. He just comes rushing in. Bagoosh.
All the other enemies are so preoccupied with fighting his minions, and that one dude is like, nah, I know where the true problem is.
And you're right, he is frozen right before that, so he actually couldn't move away. Yeah, that's a 2-second freeze.
Target acquired.
That's what
shield charge in, go.
That's what it felt like. It just, from downtown, just got like dunked by this skeleton with one little shield. For those that don't know, all the shield skills did get buffed, for at least for the players this patch, and I have an inkling that the monsters themselves got that buff as well. I mean, it feels like it.
even in the case where they didn't, like, shield charge gets a more multi the further the distance was traveled, and as you said, that was from downtown, so max range shield charge has something like 100% more damage. It's pretty nasty.
Carve is it's pretty funny. He's actually 50 ES evasion short and 400 I'll get rid of our cams here, and 400
sorry,
no, you're fine, and 2 energy shield shy, so maybe he just has to like divine it to be perfect, but he does have to hit 6-link it as a with 1800 evasion and 400 ES.
He's sub 100 fusings. He's still hovering the button. He might go for it. I don't know what he would want to save the fusings for. It looks like he's got the 5-link that he needs to keep farming with at the moment. He's going for it, maybe. I hope he does. I want to see currency go away that isn't mine.
He's not. I mean, is he clicking with his mouse there? But he's not actually clicking on the.
No, he's stalling. He's sitting.
Oh my, come on.
He's sitting and waiting.
Debating.
He's liberating. Come on, Carve. Come on, Carve.
Pause, champ.
You can do it. 46 quality, easy. You don't need triple-digit fusings for this. He knows you're watching.
He might do, actually, to be fair.
He's gonna make us wait. He's gonna make us wait for it. I'm just gonna put it back to small.
Yeah.
He's gonna keep
stalling.
stalling.
Yeah. You're stalling. You don't get the full cam. Get out of here. Get out of here. Putting our faces on. There we go. It only takes one fuse. I mean, you're not wrong, but I don't have that Steel Mage RNG. It usually takes me. Actually, you know what? That 800 to 1200. Actually, I have pretty decent RNG. Actually, to be fair.
I've just taken to clicking the 6-link button on the bench because I don't want to break my wrist spamming fusings.
Well, I guess it depends if it's a unique for me or not, right? If it is unique, generally I can just buy it, just like outright, just avoid the RNG. But if it is a rare, like, and I can craft like quality as Carv's just done, then I do try and go for myself, because 46% quality does have a fairly decent chance of 6-link. But I mean, RNG is RNG, right? Brutal.
Oh, it doesn't look like he went for it in the end. That's a shame.
Oh, he put it back in his stash. Gee, okay. And now he's reading the rules. Okay, Carv. Because he
doesn't remember the exact values in the chest.
I think he's wondering if he needs to 6-link it while it already has the evasion and the S, not roll a 6-link Sadist Garb that has it. That is 6-linked. So I think that's what he's worried about.
Oh, checking back in on Ventura, though. He's got the 6-link bow.
Oh, fair.
It looks like it's from the div card set, I'd imagine, given that's the Imperial bow base. I think that comes from... I forget the name of the set. It's the set of, like, 11 or 20 or something like that. It's the much bigger card count than Thicket bow.
Yeah.
Imperial, I think that's the one.
Okay, 6-link is a 6-link, you know? Like, this early on into the league, like, I don't think you really care too much about 0.05 attack speed base. Like, you really just want your 6-link and able to go, right? Especially if you're dropping a lot of the map that it does give you access to this card. Big deal.
And the fusings are gone.
And they're gone. Okay. So Mitchy Bird apparently did confirm. Yeah. So it was exactly what I thought. So Mitchy Bird, this is his bounty, confirmed that he can roll it after it's 6-linked. I think Carv was under the impression he needed to get the 1800 evasion and 400 res. 400 ES first, and then 6-link it. He was afraid of, like, oh, if I 6-link it now, can I not get it? So it's been confirmed. You can just roll it, but yeah.
He's buying another 140 fusings.
Good luck. Good luck, buddy.
That's enough.
Where's the ledge tech? Where's the Kaduku tech? You know?
Is he trying to, like, hide? Is that what this is?
I mean, we joke, but I actually did get my first 6-link from like in the ledge with Kaduku. So
if he stands behind this big old tarp, then the bad RNG can't see him. Chris can't see him now.
Okay, good luck, buddy. There's a few $100 on this bounty, so I mean, I think it's 150, right, Mitchy Bird?
Hey, there he goes. Easy.
Congrats, Scarf. I mean, now he just has to roll it, because it's technically not bounty worthy, right? It's not 1800, 400.
This is the spot, chat. Go hide behind the big tarp in the epilogue.
Just needs a divine. It's 2 times 2. Okay, so he just needs to divine it. Okay. Maybe he has a divine beast, actually. I'm not sure.
He could vendor it for a divine.
Oh my god, can you... Octavian trolling over here. And we actually see Ventura entering the harvest, which is, as of at least last Gauntlet, was by far the scariest content in the game. It was where we saw the most rips. Like, it wasn't even close though. It was like 2 or 3 times as many more rips in Harvest than to anything else. Forgetting bosses and everything. Like, Harvest deletes your character. Turns out Blister Lords and the big actually, weirdly enough, it was the big it was the Ice Storm guys from the purple mobs that really just chunk people.
Yeah, they are. Oftentimes I find that their projectiles like slightly lag behind you if you keep moving, so with the extra turbo, that slight lag behind you turns into essentially target lock. And you get melted.
I mean, Marauding Bacon says the scariest content last game was Havoc. Yeah, Havoc did predict a lot of that. See, there's a lot of caster cursing going on. He was on fire last league. So far, we've been able to avoid most of that this time around. I think that this Gauntlet, it's very different to the previous ones we've had, right? Because 315 did shake up the game in its entirety. Like, skills are different, how much damage you can get is different, the progression is different. We're gonna see the vast majority of bosses being undertaken in the later half of the league. I mean, like this time last Gauntlet, we were waiting for I'm Exile to just do Uber Zeri and win. And which we stayed 4 hours later that day, and he got it and he secured it. But yeah, like most bosses were already done, at least for the first place prize, right? But now that champion has been, or fortify I should say, has been nerfed significantly, which whether you agree with it or not, it is what it is. But it's nice to see that actually it gives a lot of classes like the opportunity to actually compete for that first place spot, right? It's less of a champion or die, more like, okay, we haven't quite figured it out yet. Saboteur is an option. We're seeing Witch DD as a very strong option. You see Lily on your top right just absolutely popping off, and her gear is fantastic, which helps. And obviously you have Carve with his, cold dot. It's not as clear cut as it was, which makes it for a lot more fun for us, and hopefully, chat, a lot more fun for you.
And I'm trying to get a clip imported to the tool. Hey, it worked. I did the thing.
Awesome.
I know how to do this after 3 days of doing it 4 hours a day. Let's go. For those of you who want some Schadenfreude and don't like how many gladiators there are on the ladder, here's a gladiator.
Oh no. You know what? Those shield guys actually give me so much trouble on my. Excuse me? I mean, how did he die?
His HP went to 0.
I mean, okay, we're gonna have to watch this again. Okay.
Did I clear it up for you?
Excuse me, sir? Was that just one? Like not barrage, tornado shot? So he's full life on this frame. Yeah, it's this little blue, like little crossbow guy here. This guy on the left, this like hulking guy. I mean, you can't see my mouse, but this guy just here.
Yeah, I think that, as Chad is saying, that red debuff in the top left is the Impale debuff, which is not a very common one. So there was an Impale Remnant selected. And the Impale Remnant also comes with enemies getting physical damage overwhelmed. So all that Physmid that he had was either shredded mostly away or entirely away, depending on the Remnant and the tier of map.
Well, when a blue mob can do 6k of damage with one auto attack, yeah, I think it's you got to avoid Impales then. Double or 2 Fizz and crit, yeah, it could be. It didn't seem like a crit to me because he didn't have any ailments applied to him on death, which would have happened with a crit. But you know what? The enfeeble aura might have killed him, because if the mob died, he wouldn't have experienced this, right? So enfeeble might actually have been like one of the root causes for his death.
And that was West Oreos was the name.
And frenzy charges as well, right? I mean, as someone mentioned, like frenzy charges on mobs, and I believe minions are also like they're a lot more powerful on minions and monsters than they are on you. I think they're double the effect. I think.
Charges.
Yeah.
Some of them are double. It's each charge has like an individual bigger buff comparatively. Frenzies also give move speed on monsters, from what I remember.
Okay. Yeah, but still super scary. I mean, look, any auto attack that does 6k damage is something you want to avoid, and whether that's the impale, whether it's the frenzy, or just a combination of all three. Yeah, just be aware, guys. Pick your remnants carefully. Expedition is incredibly rewarding, but it can be incredibly rippy. And rip gladiator number 249.
I thought that was another death. No, that's Ventura watching the rip that we just watched over.
Well,
sometimes the streamers play the rips on their streams and debate us.
Well, it's important too, though. I mean, like for them, they want to see what's killing other players, right? Is it something that they need to avoid that they didn't know of? I know last time there was a crazy rip that happened to I believe it was Gucci Prada, and it was it was in Betrayal, and one of the Betrayal leaders got an item that had Petrified on it, and actually petrified him, and then died to that. And it's like once in I've never seen that ever, right? What are the odds that that's the one item that this Betrayal boss gets? He actually stays in front of her for like the second and a half it takes, and then was able to die instantly.
Yeah. So, Petrify can show up in Expedition as well, though you are going to be well warned of it if it shows up, because it'll say on the Remnant. Exactly.
I mean, but it's just not like there's no way to get out of it, right? It's not a stun, it's not a freeze, it's its own individual thing. So, I mean, look, that's why these players review other deaths, right? It's not, I mean, look, first of all, it's fun. It's a lot of fun to watch, but if it helps prevent their death, when we have literally thousands on thousands of dollars on the line, yeah, do a little bit of homework, right?
And in answer to the question of mitigating Petrify, be a Juggernaut.
Yeah, I think, it's... Or Cam's Roots, right?
Yeah, Cam's Roots or Jug. That's the only way to deal with it.
Yeah, exactly, Marauding Bacon. He was ailment immune as well. Cam's Roots, it's boots that prevent you from having your action speed lowered below the base value you have on your character. I think there's like one or two exceptions, but like for the most part, right? I mean, I know you might need Jug and Kamazoots to negate everything. There's exceptions to each of them. It's an odd wording because they are actually they effectively say the same thing, but they actually affect certain degens or certain debuffs differently. It's one of those odd PoE cases. So, yeah.
It's been a while since I looked at them, but yeah, I believe you're right. And I feel like GGG changed that at one point.
Oh, did they? Okay.
It's very
niche. Yeah, it's very niche. It's very, very niche.
Basically, the actual play is don't go anywhere near Petrify, but that's also kind of hard to do because the statue that petrifies you in Syndicate encounters, which I believe is what you were talking about earlier, is really, really hard to see. It's like a very light gray, so it blends into a ton of map backgrounds. If you're doing something like, I don't know, an indoor prison layout, like cells, or if you're even doing a safe house, that light gray is going to blend into the background really easily. It's pretty darn small. It doesn't have an animation for spawning. It is
well, it's just one of these like niche mechanics that like GGG love that, right? They want like this perfect storm situation, right? And that kind of is. It's something you're probably going to ignore for 99.9999% of your playtime, and it's going to kill you once, and you're going to be like, damn it, why didn't I remember this? But I think that's also like, okay, controversial opinion, but that's part of the fun, right? It's fun having these sort of odd circumstances pop up when you're playing softcore. When you're playing softcore, not for a few $1,000s.
I agree with you in the case of something like Corrupting Blood or Bearer Bombs or Volatiles, where they're all very well telegraphed and designed. Like the Corrupting Blood debuff and Bearer Bombs are really, really easy to see, and you know how to avoid them and play around them, even just like intuitively. You don't really have to have encountered Bearer Bombs before to know that big glowy explode is bad to stand on. I might die.
Exactly.
But like the Gorgon is tiny and gray and doesn't have a clear visual effect, and you don't know what it does. And it's just so unintuitive and hard to read in like a split second. And
there's only like 2 or maybe 3 mobs in the entire game that can actually do it to you. So, I agree, right? I think, but just the idea of it is not bad. But if, as you said, maybe there was a big gray explosion when it, like, if it actually triggers on you.
If it was like a big floating green Gorgon head.
Yeah.
You know, that looks sort of like a Medusa head or something. That would still probably fit the artistic vision and get the point across a little better of this is a Medusa-esque thing that will freeze you in place and turn you into stone.
Yeah, I mean, you could just do what Taters says and just turn around, dude. Forehead. Just turn around.
Yeah. No, there is counterplay to it. Get behind it or turn the other way.
Yeah.
It's just you don't know to do that because it's
impossible to see.
God dang invisible.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. Look, I completely agree. I just wish there was either seeing the head or like if it does pop, like a big explosion happened or something. You're just like, oh, did I lose control of my character? Why? Did I DC? What happened? You know? Because the second I lose control of my character, I just feel...
Just do a backflip in the other direction, man. It's easy.
Actually, yeah, you can have dash on shift-click dash, and you'll like go backwards.
Does anyone use that?
I don't know. I think...
I was actually like excited for it when they talked about it on the launch stream for whatever that was. Was that Delirium? I can never remember when dash was added specifically, but I don't think I've ever used it despite being kind of excited for it.
I think the problem with that tech in specific, for those that don't know, if you attack and place dash, you move backwards. But why wouldn't I just not do that and just click where I wanted to go and click dash in like the regular way? It just gives me more control over my character. Like, why would I be forced to, like, oh, I'm gonna dash in? Like, the idea that I'm gonna engage and re-engage like that just isn't a realistic playstyle that people are gonna use, right?
Yeah. And as Madaki says, I don't really use dash that much anymore either.
Yeah, fair.
Dash with the helm enchant is still quite nice, though.
Oh, it's like goes the whole screen. It's awesome. It's definitely like just a fun thing to do if you can get like the enchant like for cheap on Trade League or something. A lot of fun.
And jump around a little bit and see if we can
get
some new blood on the stream. Like literally, death, blood. Give us more.
Well, we got a bloodthirsty barbarian on our hands, chat. But hopefully, I mean, we get some content for you soon. Hopefully, we can satiate his thirst.
I mean, appropriate that I mentioned blood and we swapped to Terrence, who's rerolling an Exsanguinate Reap Slinger. It looks like.
And you know how I feel about this skill, so I'm very happy. I'm very excited. I mean, it's an arc with degen. Awesome.
Is Pock live? Because I just saw Pock host Ventura.
He was live, yeah. But I didn't want to have like 2 DDD characters, and Lily is popping off on the ladder, so I just thought we'd leave her on.
Yeah, for sure.
But he just hosted Carve, so no, not Carve. Ventura, sorry.
Yep. No, we can bring Terrence on the screen. Terrence has had a couple rips, wasn't he looking?
Yeah.
Am I misremembering, or was he looking to do the Juggernaut?
Well, yeah, he leveled the Hoeg.
It didn't end up feeling smooth enough, potentially. Maybe a little too clunky of a playstyle in Gauntlet. I'm not sure. Or maybe it ripped at some point and we just don't have the clip.
I mean, either option. I mean, he's back in like Act 6, so maybe he just didn't like the build. Like, I mean, a lot of people don't. So Hoeg, okay, let's talk about Hoeg. So Hoeg, in and of itself, incredibly powerful. It does exactly what we want it to do, which is stay alive and just output DPS, and you can focus on dodging and getting outrageous amounts of life on your character. It does that incredibly well. But a lot of players find it a very boring playstyle to undertake and just don't enjoy the skill. And as we talked about previously, if you're not enjoying the game, if you're not enjoying the playstyle, like, you're just not going to be able to push for as hard as you want, or like enjoy that grind, right? So it just becomes a chore playing rather than something like fun and exciting, which is the whole point of playing video games, right? This is even this whole competition. It's about fun. It's about pushing yourself, and maybe earning a couple bucks along the way.
We are actually here for fun, as strange as that may sound, doing the Gauntlet event.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
some people like it.
Yeah.
Weirdos.
So for those asking, it is Terrence on the top left, DS Lily on the top right, and Carvarusku on the bottom left. I think we lost the stream titles at some point. Sorry about that, chat. We will try and get that back up for you as soon as possible. I think I wasn't able to do it on my tool, but hopefully production and Mr. Maddocky can get that sorted for us. Without restarting the client, I mean, I can F5. I think it's fine.
Yeah, should be fine. I'll refresh and see if the names are there.
Thanks, brother. I mean, I just wasn't sure how to do it
for you.
Oh, thanks, guys. Thanks, guys. It takes a village. It's a whole team. It's a team effort, right? All right. Actually, you know what? Let's. I'm gonna do a bit of a deep dive on. I'm gonna remove our cams here, but we're gonna do a bit of a deep dive on Carvarusku's on his gear right now.
Sure.
I'm just really curious. I know he is swapping over to the Trickster eventually, and he's gonna run ES gear, but I'm just curious how he's able to get his be that comfortable. And he is level 91, by the way, on his Raider, so he has. This is no joke of a character, right? He does have a backup essentially if his Trickster does die in the end game. Running a 5-link. Can I not? Oh, I can't even look at the links. Oh no.
I can read them off for you if you're interested.
Please do.
I've got his profile on the main website up. If I'm looking at the right one, I think it's Carve Off Meta Raider is the name. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Hardcore Soul Self-Owns is iolite. So he's got Vortex and a 5-link. He's actually got a 21 Vortex already, which is quite nice to have this early on. Oh, wait, no, it's Vortex and Creeping Frost are both in 4 links. So it's a 5-linked chess piece, but there's 2 active gems. So he's running a double 4-link there, and then a 4-link in a pair of Vol Caress as well, which has a Vol Cold Snap in it. So that's a level 22 Vol Cold Snap, because the Vol Caress gives +2 to socketed Vol gems, as well as just having life and Cold Res, which is pretty solid. He's got a Cold Snap AoE Helm enchant, too, which... Oh my god. That's kind of nice for the Vol Cold Snap to help out with clear. Yeah. And some 3-step assaults, which gives a whole bunch of evasion during onslaught and some dodge while phasing, which he's constantly phasing. So he's got 10% dodge boots, essentially. Yeah. This is actually some quite nice gear overall. Carve has been doing very well for himself. I mean, put it that way. And he should have onslaught up. The uptime on his onslaught should be fairly high too, because of the Val Caress. Like, so he's popping his Val Cold Snap constantly, so he should have that increased evasion as well. Which is he's got the perma onslaught from Rapid Assault. Oh, true. Yeah, well, even better then, right? Then you're laughing, right? The 100% increased evasion is just huge, because like he does get a more multiplier on it in his Ascendancy, right? So that's crazy amounts of evasion. Although his actual chest piece doesn't have a single bit of evasion on it, but I don't know. I think he's probably doing fine with his shield and his helm and his boots. He probably has a ton of evasion regardless. He does have a slightly suboptimal cluster jewel. His medium cluster jewel for dot multi is a 6-point, which isn't ideal unless he really wants that extra point of 12% cold dot, but I can't imagine that's ideal for him. But it does have deep chill and exposure therapy, which are both really nice notables. So the notables are great. It's just he could save a passive point there, but one passive point does not a build break.
No. Beggars can't be choosers at this point, right? Like, we're SSF, hardcore SSF, and it's a 10-day event. Like, if you can get a 9 passive, even a 10 passive, I don't think you're, like, complaining about that. I think you're happy. As long as you have the actual notables you want, great, right?
Mm-hmm. And last thing to touch on for the weapon, he's got almost 100% increased spell damage, a little bit of flat fire dispels, which isn't very relevant for the dots or anything. You just want to avoid flat cold dispels here, otherwise that will screw with your L equilibrium when you go and apply your Stormbrand or Orb of Storms, whatever you're using for L equilibrium. Yeah. And then, of course, +1 cold gems and dot multi. It's just a very solid wand.
Oh yeah, like it's gonna be hard to replace, honestly. I mean, the crit, and actually, look, the crit actually matters. The 88 yeah, it just makes his uptime or his consistency for his elemental overload far more consistent, right? So actually, I mean, look, not the best roll he could have on the wand, but a really nice one, right?
And this is a character that's doing high-ish tier yellow maps in a gauntlet environment on nothing but 4 links, which is one of the strengths of a lot of the dot setups, actually, because we've seen the Fizz dots do a similar thing, the Fizz dot slingers, where they have like a couple of 4 links in the form of the Exsanguinate and Reap, and then maybe even a 4 or 5 link Corrupting Fever. So the pressure isn't really on you to get that 6 link as early, or even the 5 link as early, because you have all of these different spells that will scale off of your damage scalers in very similar ways.
Well, it's really nice that, like, you're able to use the same socket, like they're the same supports, right? Because they're both cold degens, or both physical degens in the case of Exsanguinate, Reap, and stuff like that. And in most cases, as we're seeing, it's more damage overall for your character, or at least single target damage, to have a separate dot on top, rather than just increasing the damage of your skill by like 30% with a support gem, right? And especially since support gems have been nerfed, like the raw damage from a separate skill is just significantly more, which we saw again with the Elemental Trapper that Exile used to level with. I mean, sure, it's not dots, but it follows the same principle, right? Like a separate skill or a separate instance of damage is more than just an extra support gem, which is, it's just awesome to see these people navigate the new waters that are 3.15.
Yep. There's even a similar thing with what Quantric was doing with both Bladestorm and Rage Vortex, and what Karn is doing with Bladestorm and Rage Vortex. I think Quantric was using Shatter and Rage Vortex with a plan to go for Bladestorm eventually, or just pure Rage Vortex. I don't quite remember. The point being, Rage Vortex is a similar tool to some of these things we were talking about for stuff like Cold Dot, but for attack skills. Mm-hmm. This may not be the most exciting looking content, but just so people, I'm going to full screen this real briefly. This is a recipe that some folks might not be aware of, where you can vendor an amulet, any amulet, along with 3 gems, 1 of each color, and you'll get back a Onyx amulet that has no mods on it. It'll be a normal Onyx amulet, but it will retain influence. Mm-hmm. So it's sort of like being able to scour your influenced amulet for the cost of 3 wisdom scrolls.
Yeah, especially.
It is.
Well, no, it is, and what's nice about that is if you get let's say a coral amulet, but it has the influence you need, and you're like, oh god, but I just don't care about 5 health regen. Doesn't matter, just make it an Onyx amulet, right? Which is really cool.
Hey, nameplates! Yay!
Awesome. Thanks, production. Love it. Look, we have the best team, Octavian. They make our life so easy. Like, all we have to do is talk. Talking's easy. These guys are like, they're hacking the code, they're doing the systems, they're going full Matrix mode. They're adding nameplates, everything. You guys have no idea. It's wild, wild behind the scenes.
Video games, man.
Pretty much that meme, exactly. It's Hackermans, exactly. That's pretty much the entire back staff. We got like 40 people back here, grinding away, making sure the stream's like perfect. And then you have me slapping my desk, making crazy noises. So yeah, I'm like the gorilla in the China shop. So. No, but we have fun here. Chat, by the way, if there's anything you guys want to talk about, you need help getting through the axe, if you want advice, how to gear early, get your build going early on in maps, or you want to see a different streamer, or you just have it, or you just have comments about how you think the stream is going. You want to see more Octavian, less BigSil. Fire away! Like, let us know. I mean, we joke around, but like seriously, this is only the second time we're casting the Gauntlet, so all advice is very welcome, guys.
And a little bit of unsolicited advice from my own personal experience getting through the story in Gauntlet. Pay attention to your prophecies. I had to reset my Chevron and Brutus fight, my Chevruti fight, because I didn't realize I had possessed foe on the zone.
Oh no.
And when Brutus stepped out of his little like cage thing that he initially is in before he spawns, he was a very little tiny, very fast Brutus because he had the rogue's grip. So he was a very small but very fast Brutus.
I mean, that's the scariest thing. I can imagine like a mini Brutus, like knee level, just throwing down like giant like ground slams. My God.
Read your prophecies on your zone. I had to reset the whole zone and run through again. I did not fight that man. And
that's not a fun zone to run either. Like the upper prison or the tower. I mean, essentially it's like the tower map, but it's actually pretty scary. You have a lot of like physical damaging mobs, which obviously in Gauntlet get all the extra elemental damage added on top. So pretty damn scary. Oh, thanks, Crit Maester. Yeah, I know. I just like to tease a bit of self-deprecating humor. Never hurt anybody, but I appreciate it. We are doing our best to hopefully we're meeting and exceeding all your expectations, guys. Yeah, definitely be careful with your prophecies. But there are some strategies with prophecies, Octavian. I'm glad you brought them up. I know GGG said they might be getting rid of them in the future, but for now, they're still in the game, and there's some great fated uniques and some great just prophecies overall. Like there's frogs, there's rats that add density to your maps, and there are level thresholds on which those are enabled or not enabled. So early on, you can ignore a lot of you can remove a lot of bad prophecies from your pool if you use Navali early. I'm not sure exactly on what level thresholds they're all. I'm sure there's a ton of guides on Reddit about that specific, like people talking just about farming that. And for a while it was very profitable in Trade League, but even here, there's specific fated uniques that maybe you really want. I mean, Dusk Toe, although you know it maybe not be the most damaging skill later on, it does give you a ton of chaos res, a ton of life, and maybe you just want to get an upgrade, or maybe you want to upgrade your Spectre boots, right, or your Curse boots. Yep. There's a lot of different options.
There's a lot of utility you can get out of them. Master missions will pop up sometimes. Yeah. Even Tempests will add, I think it's 15 quantity to any zone that has a Tempest in it. It might be 20.
I think it's 15 for generic, and I think maybe 20 for like the two big ones, like the corrupting one and the other one, the blessed one or something like that. And it's not called blessed Tempest, but there's two that are like a higher quantity than the others.
Lily did not die, as far as we're aware.
Nope.
It still says rank 1 Necromancer on the right side of her screen there.
Did Carve die? No, okay.
No, he's still alive. Did he have to log there and I missed it?
But I just saw him like not able to log back in. So I was like, oh no, not another DC timer. Please, Carve. Don't do me like that. Not live. I mean, it's just not fun to see that, right? I mean, we want these players to die to like Brutus or something like this, but not to a DC timer.
It seems like the servers might be on the fritz for multiple people, because Lily was having like stutter stepping in her hideout, and thankfully in the hideout, that's where you want it to happen, I guess. And then Carve just had that disconnect. So Terrence doesn't seem to be affected. Maybe it's just certain servers.
No, I mean, look, it could be the server in Texas too, which is like the mother server. So just be safe out there, guys. If you are in chat, just like be ready to log out. Is all I'm saying. Apparently, actually, Z-Term actually used that strat with prophecies to get his 4-link in Act 2, like last Gauntlet, right? Was able to like get frogs and just get like a ton of currency going. Awesome. Yeah, there's a lot of different strats, or even Orbs of Binding, right? You know, like there's a lot of different options now to get those early 4-links or early damage setups. So, you can't even log in, J-Raid. Wow, okay, so yeah, maybe guys, give it a moment. Let the servers like, I don't want to say come back online, but like stabilize a little bit. You don't want to die to something like crazy or something silly like that. I'm not sure when that'll stop, but hopefully the chat can let us know.
Maybe do some crafting in your hideout or in town or something like that for a little bit.
Like roll your maps even, right? Like that's something you could like spend your time doing stuff outside of content where you can die. Even just planning your character. Maybe you need some POB time. Okay, what am I gonna do next? Yeah. Yeah, do some ROG. Exactly, Shadow. Do some ROG. Yeah, I think we have yeah, there's a lot of stuff you can do off with some downtime, right? Actually, that's exactly I think what Lily's doing. She's like just going every piece of gear. She's like, you know what? I'm not going back in. There's no point.
Trying to get those ailment immune or ailment avoid boots in, perhaps. There's a pair of Shaper 2-tone boots with an ailment avoid roll.
I mean, that would be really nice, right? I mean, like being chilled and shocked every map like just sucks. I mean, obviously ignites can get crazy, but if you do have enough regen, you should be okay. But I don't know. I've seen some crazy ignites from. Is it Constrictor or Purifier? I've seen like.
Enslaver is the big ignites.
So the only one I didn't mention. So the massive Enslaver hits. Yeah.
No, you.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
In Constrictor is the poison one, and that's also pretty nasty, given that poison for enemies was buffed going into this league to some degree, and also players just won't have very good chaos res in the gauntlet reliably. So Constrictor won't really be a pushover. Honestly, none of them will be a pushover, but it'll be a couple days yet before we see players attempting that kind of edging on endgame bossing content.
Yeah. Like the second we see people start Guardians, like that's when they're going for Shaper Elders. Like,
that's when death.
Well, pretty much though, like the hidden, the form, like that's when the people are gonna start setting up their final boss skills. Like don't engage with content that you don't need to right now. Death.
Yeah. Just trying to get you on board.
I'm like, I am on board. I'm trying to be optimistic.
Yeah, we have to chant it so that everyone goes to the graveyard. Everybody goes to standard, man.
I gotta be the yin to your yang, brother. I mean, like some of these guys, some of the people in chat need hope, bro. But I guess hoping for some,
not hope.
I guess you could hope for content. I guess I can get on board. I can get on board with that.
Yeah, one of the ways that the Necromancer builds actually deal with ailments if they can't just go for like raw ailment immunity is there's a craft on boots for reduced effective chill and shock on you.
Okay.
And then they go for the wheel at the top of the tree that gives max res and reduced effective shock on you. And then you get the Pantheon power that gives you reduced effective shock on you. And you can get up to, I think if you get like the right harvest implicit, you can get 100% reduced effective shock on you, but even something like 90% still almost trivializes shock.
Oh yeah, I mean like, it's you know what, the max res on top is just really nice. Like one max res going from 75 to 76 is 4% reduced damage taken from elemental. And that only gets better per extra point you get. So you can get to 80, you're taking that. If you can get to 80 max res, whether that's through purities or through insane gear in Trade League, you're taking 20% less damage. Just flat from elemental damage. So it's pretty significant.
If there's any environment where the all res on the wheel is going to be relevant, it's this one.
Exactly, right? Like, because every mob essentially is doing elemental damage, right? With their auto attacks. Because auto attacks generally do pure fizz, and sometimes it's converted, but it still would gain those physical elemental damage as added as fizz, or fizz added as elemental on top. Yeah, pretty scary stuff. Which is then multiplied by the increased monster damage, which is just flat across the board in Gauntlet. So, yeah, it turns out things do a lot of damage in Gauntlet, Octavian. Things do a lot of damage.
I'm jealous of the trigger weapons that all these necromancers have. I just got some maps on mine, and I'm having to self-cast everything with barely any cast speed, and it's clunky, and it feels like I'm just,
just clunky.
Just here on the sidelines, looking at my brother go out there and play the build way better than me.
You gotta do some carved foothills farming then, dude. Like, jokes aside, that actually might be the strat though. Like that.
Yeah. I think I'm too high level for that at this point. I'm like level 78 or something, so I don't think the mechanics would spawn there. But heist is my solution to everything. Heist got me my 5-link. Heist is gonna get me my trigger weapon. Heist is gonna get me and my family back together.
Okay.
Heist will bring my dog back from the farm.
There's some real high hopes on this heist farming. Really high hopes. And I don't want to be
it's called a grand heist for good reason.
Yeah, very grand. Very, very grand, brother. And like look, you know what? I'm a believer. Hashtag believer, If anyone can do it, Octavian, I'm sure you can.
Best way to get trigger weapon craft, no gen missions. Unironically, heist is very good for heist give you the trigger. I guess you can also... Where else? I mean, You can farm in Valdo's Rest if you can get a couple of nodes there. So if you're strong enough without the trigger weapon to do, at least 2 rounds of Maven in Valdo's Rest, then you can get some of the Jhin nodes there and increase your odds of getting Jhin missions.
Yeah, I mean it's just it's engaging with the content that's going to give you the highest odds at getting veiled items, right? Which obviously June, if you can get her, we're great. And as you like, Valdo Rest just gives you a higher chance at proccing June missions and getting some in return. And then obviously just you can get veiled items through heist. That's like kind of the only. I mean, you touched on them both, but that's the only like way I personally can think of that you can like target farm in air quotes like veiled items at all, right?
And if you're real desperate, you can start putting, like, trying to get Aisling onto your chart and put her into research to get veiled chaos orbs to roll on weapons and hope you hit trigger. That seems a little wasteful to me, but you could.
Yeah, I'm not. The thing is with the veiled chaos orbs, first of all, because they're so rare, I feel like using them on jewelry is your best bet. Like rolling some really insane like min endurance charge, like endurance cards on kill or frenzy charge stuff, is just too valuable to give up. That's my 2 cents. Tips to get past the mudflats.
Decoy totem.
Yeah, like the thing is, what you can do is actually bait pieces of the Roa packs to you, so you only fight 1 or 2 at a time, rather than getting swarmed by 5 or 6. Like take your time, be patient. Like this isn't like a trade league or anything like that. They hit like an absolute truck, especially because you have minus 30 res. They're doing elemental damage on top. Yeah, just bait 1 or 2 out, use your decoy totem, and then just like pick them off 1 at a time. Like you're just kind of not full clearing the zone, but at least where the quest items are, you kind of want to semi full clear them. And good luck.
Well, the
oh, you get decoy after mudflats. Oh, okay. So yeah, just splitting steel, freezing pulse, mule, like, and just off screen stuff, like 1 at a time.
So what I did was I started with, my intention was to play a witch, so I started with a ranger, and this is a strat that Zizaran employed as well. It's where I yoinked it from, and very slowly cleared it the first time around with split arrow to go get the decoy totem, then bought the decoy totem, gave it to my witch, and cleared it with the decoy totem on the witch, because the split arrow is just a much better tool for dealing with mudflats if you don't have the taunt totem.
Yeah.
And for witch, I wanted the taunt totem.
So I mean, it comes down to patience and sort of like, do you want a mule? Do you not? What class are you playing? Different options, but if you really want like a sort of a step-by-step guide, I'm not sure there's guides, but you can watch a lot of these streamers. Like find the class that you were playing, go back in the VODs to like day 1 and watch them run through it, see how they do it, right? Because maybe your class has like specific difficulties, like Octavian said, Witch doesn't get decoy totem, and then so he leveled a mule and got it because it was easier on ranger. There's different strategies you can employ, right? I died 3 times on Marauder. Yeah, I mean that can be rough. Okay.
And also, it's oftentimes the Gwenin that shows up in the coast will have such a low density of monsters in the mechanic that you can place chests that hit, or place explosives that hit chests and don't hit monsters. And if you do that, then the explosive will go off, and the chest will pop out, and no monsters will spawn, and so you will have technically completed the encounter, and Gwenin will say, "Good job," and be very proud of you, even though you did essentially nothing.
Yeah. And then you can draw the mobs over to Gwenin, and she can attack them with you. So then they're at least splitting their focus a little bit, so it actually acts like a decoy totem that does damage. So, I mean, look, that's if you want to be really safe about it, and that's how the bounty, which was to get through the mudflats with 0 gear at level 1, was accomplished. So there's a couple things you can do. There's a couple things you can do. Not easy though. Definitely like I know when 3.15 like first launched, I got trucked by those guys a couple times.
Carve is doing a metamorph. I'm spooked for him. It's got a fizz aura and a crit aura next to it. Oh, he did it though. It's down.
Turns out he has a lot of damage. But
yeah, very respectable damage as for running essentially triple foilings. Very respectable damage.
I mean, like we've mentioned before on this I don't want to say podcast, on this cast, but Metamorph is incredibly scary and might be, outside of Harvest, the scariest content you can encounter. And it might actually be harder than Harvest, but a lot of players just don't engage with it, so we don't see a lot of deaths to it. You can get your catalysts from other places, like Heist. So a lot of players are saying, well, why am I going to engage with something that has very good odds of one-shotting me? Because all the LMP stuff, all the extra damage, just ignore it. Like, I love the content. But in Gauntlet, if you are trying to go for level 90 because you want some awesome prizes or you want to go for bounties and earn some money, it's probably not the best thing. It's probably it's best for you to avoid it if you can.
It's got all the same deadly properties as not heist, harvest, where there's like big packs of rare monsters spawning quickly next to each other, because when you bring the metamorph down below like 2/3 or whatever the breakpoint is, it'll spawn a ton of mobs.
Yeah.
But then on top of that, there's just a big boss mob in the middle of it all too. You know, it's like if every harvest you opened also had some huge unique dude in the middle that synthesized all their properties together and could just one tap you with a blink. It's really nasty. Fun though.
Very fun. I mean, look, I love Metamorph. One of my favorite leagues. I know it wasn't very like engaging, but I just like fighting bosses. That's like a big draw for me. So having like a big guy at the end of the map was cool. But yeah, probably a dock leave on that one for during the Gauntlet.
Yeah, and part of the reason many more players are more willing to engage with Harvest is something you touched on earlier, where like if you want Harvest, you got to do just Harvest. If you want the Metamorph rewards, you can get them anywhere. Well, not anywhere, but
through heist. There's another option, right? And Catalyst.
2-gen heist.
2-gen, yeah.
Blight.
Yeah. Ritual, I think, or did they remove that this league? Yeah.
I think you're right.
A lot of options, and look, catalysts are great, especially like the life ones, but they aren't strictly necessary for your character. Like an extra 50 life or 100 life overall on your character, great, awesome. I'd rather have it than not, but am I going to sacrifice my character to get that little bit of power? No. So, but although they aren't consumed anymore when you roll items, so it does give higher odds to roll like higher life mods and stuff like that. But to each his own.
You know, a good Gauntlet bounty would be to do a Tane Lab metamorph composed of at least 2 Shaper or Elder Guardian.
Oh my god.
Organs.
Okay.
And the other ones all have to be like red tier or something.
That actually be awesome. Like really, really awesome. I think because you can outscale the damage like crazy, but it will still get off at least a couple of attacks, and those probably will one-shot you. So
why not full Shaper? Because you might just never get an eyeball.
Fair. Yeah. Which still feels like a problem. I don't know. Like a lot of players experience that, right? Where it just feels like eyeballs just aren't dropping enough, but odd.
Well, for the Shaper and Elder Guardian ones, like you can target Metamorph on the zone, but you can't twin those, so you can't get 2 shots at organs, and they're not in any regions of the Atlas, so you can't get any of the bonuses from Atlas regions towards Metamorph, making things like getting the right organ more easily. So I don't know. I think it would be a little too RNG heavy if you went for a full Shaper Elder Guardian one, because they're just a lot of the tools for mitigating that RNG don't apply.
Yeah. So you pick 2, and then you say like.
And honestly, like the challenging part of it wouldn't be the fight in Tane's lab; it would be the fights with the metamorphs in the maps.
Oh yeah, that's the hard part. It's not setting up. It's like setting up the fight is the tough part, right?
Yeah, the one in the lab could potentially one-shot you, but there's no map mods in there, so it's a lot less dangerous. Though I guess there's Gauntlet mods everywhere, so it's it's still Gauntlet dangerous.
No, I mean look, it's Metamorph, right? It's scary in the best of days, so. I actually think we have a message from our esteemed CEO. I think he has an ad or 2 for chat. So let's. I'm gonna roll those real quick, and let's see what our Lord and Savior Zizaran has to say.
Hi there. I'm an advertisement. Nobody likes advertisements. What about advertisements with Zizaran in it? Nope. Guess I'll leave then. But not before telling you to go to shop.zizaran.com and buy a Gauntlet t-shirt to support everything we do with events. Thank you for the support, and I hope you're enjoying watching the Gauntlet. Shop.zizaran.com. Buy merch to support the Gauntlet. This is a threat. Don't sue me, but it's still a threat. Thank you. Nice.
Wow. All I gotta say is wow. This man is a legend. And for you those unaware, shop.zizaran.com if you want to support the cast, you want to support Vyro, Ziz, Mr. Madicky, Man with Hat, Cronax, Faderon. There's too many to mention. Octavian, myself. I don't want to harp about it, but there is so much work that goes into something like this that you guys just don't see in the background. and it's pretty damn awesome, guys. Like, these guys actually put in like hundreds of hours in back time to make this all happen for everybody, and it's really cool. Like, whether that's going through every boss kill submission for like what 10 to 20,000 players, right, or whether it's going through just making sure the league runs smoothly and all this, choosing the mods, contacting GGG. It's a lot of work, and I couldn't be happier to be part of this this awesome team. And now on to the good stuff that you really want to hear about. The prizes that you guys can earn, regardless if you're rank 1 or rank 20,000. All you have to do is reach certain level thresholds to be entered into these draws. And there's some awesome prizes that range from everything from a t-shirt all the way to a $3,000 PC, all the way from a mystery box all the way to a full armor MTX set. And thankfully, we're partnered with Shopify Rebellion that can make these things happen for everybody. It's really awesome. If you reach level 70, you can win a glorious bundle, which includes a mouse, a keyboard, and a mouse pad. You can get a Gauntlet GPU backplate at level 80, and reaching level 90 enters you in every single one of these draws, and you can enter into a $3,000 PC build. You'd also automatically be entered into the MTX draws on the bottom. As you can see, level 90 is the maximum threshold, and it's a random draw at the end of the league. Last league, there was less than 1,000 people who even reached level 90, or less than 1,000 characters, I should say. So your odds were pretty damn good. It's very rare for a giveaway like this to be that available to everybody. So hopefully you can spend your time over the next week, grind it up in white maps, and get to level 90. That's a lot of people's goals. And each character you get there counts as a draw. So if you get 2 or 3 characters, you've just tripled your odds. So best of luck to you guys, and I will return us back to our scheduled broadcasting.
And are we in the bottom right now, or can I go full screen?
You can go full screen. Yeah, we are not in the bottom. We'll give players some big content for a little bit. Oh my.
We got Uberlab with fonts, which is one of the most dangerous mods for Uberlab since the changes to the warding flask. And Steel is taking his time to make sure that this is not going to be a worry. Oh, Avi just died at rank 19.
Oh no, Avi.
Hopefully that was streamed. I don't remember whether Avi streams or not.
He did last Gauntlet, but he doesn't stream all the time, and he's a Minion player. So damn, that's a shame to see. Hopefully, if he is streaming, hopefully someone can grab it. Oh no, Ovi. He was playing last Gauntlet, at least early on, skeletons with Infernal Legion, so pretty damn cool, like using popcorn skeletons. So hopefully, I mean, his builds are usually really cool. So I hope he comes back and then keeps pushing, because I think he was top 5 last time, or just outside of it on his witch. So one of these top contenders for his given playstyle. And then Steelmate's just laughing. He's like, "Okay, that wasn't me, guys. Don't worry about it. I'm just doing my thing."
And real quick, we're gonna pull up a clip while Steel is transitioning. Transitioning. That's a good.
Or traveling.
Traveling. They both work. You know where I was going with that. I didn't, but you did.
Yeah, to his final fight. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're gonna pull up this crafting clip. That's not spoiling much. He's alt spamming an item at the very beginning from Terrence.
Oh goddamn! He went over the offering.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
I barely saw that.
He double clicked. Oh no!
Hey!
He gets it again anyway. And gets life. Yo, okay.
Never punished.
Yo, actually huge. See, look, I think he skips it. There, yeah, he does skip it.
Yeah. And it had mana, which is like not terrible.
No.
Though I guess this is the exsanguinate, so mana isn't that relevant here.
I'm just furious.
So, yeah, the percent life is better. He knew. He's going for the big hit, not the little one. He wasn't settling. And
it's actually a great base type from Armor Evasion. Like, that's pretty much exactly Armor Energy Shield. It's a perfect base type. So, congrats to Terrence. Awesome. And apparently the Ovi clip is in. So let's analyze what happened.
All right. This is a rank 19 rip. Harvest is on the screen.
Oh my god.
I think we know the culprit, boys. It's a Detonate Dead Witch. Yes, my competition is dying. Holy crap. Harvest do be like that sometimes. There's not a lot to break down there. Harvest do be like that.
Yeah, I mean, that's, as I mentioned, Harvest is insane. And it's not by a 76 zone, so this is not like a 83 or anything like that.
Oh, and he went for... Okay, so he's in Lex Proxima, because he actually had done the second patch in this pair of patches already. And sometimes in Lex Proxima, if you have the nodes assigned, you get a free attempt at the other one. It doesn't wilt. So he took the safe choice. He went for the purple seeds, which are significantly less dangerous. They're still like bears and stuff that can be nasty, but they don't scale off proj, so they're not as bad. And then Lex Proxima is like, "You sure about that? You sure about that? You sure?"
I mean, it's actually 3 hits, so he gets brought down to about 5,300, which gets rid of his 2k life shield and then 800 on top, so about nearly 3,000, and then gets hit by like a barrage of 3 hits at the same time. Yeah, nuked to standard, no kidding. Oh my lord.
If it hadn't procced, if he had gotten unlucky and it hadn't procced and given him the free patch to clear, he would have lived.
Yeah.
I just find that really ironic.
And then, yeah, but the thing is, he had his bone offering up, so I get like the thing is, it's not a guaranteed chance to block, right? Especially if it's a one-shot kill, maybe it's a crit. Yeah, you're just done. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Kim RX, you kind of have to engage with Gauntlet for some, because your gearing is so tough without it. Oh, okay, he gets hit by the wind slash. Okay, only drops about 5,000, and just keeping his dots on easy. On to the next one.
The steel is, at this point, pretty massively over-prepared for Uber Lab. I don't know if he was putting it off, or this was just something that took him a while to find because of bad luck.
Yeah, I am like 90% sure that attack that killed Ovi is like fizz to cold conversion, so it gets all the effects on top. I mean, I could be wrong, but like I'm pretty damn certain it was fizz to cold, which are the scariest things in Gauntlet.
There's a few of the blue mobs that do that. I don't know specifically which though.
That's and you see Lily watching again. She's just like, yeah, okay, just one shot. Damn.
Blue seeds, man.
And
the reason he clicked the purple patch first. He made the right decision, and then the game tempted him into the wrong one.
And the thing is, he wasn't even running minions, which he usually does. He was running like the meta build. So he's like, you know what, I'm not gonna mess around this time. I'm going all in. Who's playing DD? Yeah.
Steel's farming for the helm enchant?
Get out of here.
Like, legitimately? Okay, so there's got to be a bunch of good ones. Like, there's Blood Rage attack speed. That's pretty good.
Pride.
Assuming he's using Blood Rage. Well, the reduced reserve doesn't matter if you're Blood Magic.
No, but I mean, for the just maybe aura effect. I don't know.
I don't think there's an effect Pride enchant.
Is there not?
No, I think it's just reduced reserve.
Oh well, then it's on like
it might be for a boot enchant. That would make sense.
I mean, yeah, he wants.
Maybe he got a new pair of shoes. Maybe he got some new feeties to enchant.
Yeah, I mean,
yes, you want the projectiles, but like
1 in like 5.
I want a pony, you know.
I want to win the lottery, dude, so I can sponsor Path of Exile events. So we all have different dreams.
That is the best one. You're correct. But I'm just trying to think, because if there's like 7 or 8 good helm enchants, then it's not that unreasonable, since you get the selection of 3 now to get one that's decent. And I think there's a Molten Shell one that's pretty good. There's Shield Charge attack speed, Blood Rage attack speed, War Chief buff.
Well, I mean,
so
there's also just different special shield throw ones. There's also damage. There's attack speed. Like there are.
True. Yeah.
I mean, granted, projectiles are the insane one, but there are other options for him.
It's Steel Mage, he'll get it. There's dash, he's using dash, so either dash distance or dash CDR or dash additional charge. Those are all pretty solid.
Was about to enter. Or, I mean, oh no, he's going for Dark Shrine probably. Oh.
Has he become this like power mad with his RNG? Yeah, I'll just run lab. I'll just get the helm enchant I need.
I mean, look at that cheeky smile.
Don't you know who I am?
He knows exactly what he's doing. Big old smile. He's like, look, guys, one try, one time. Just do lab once. Oh my god. You know what?
Is he going for a Dark Shrine?
He must be, yeah. Because like he was in the trial. He was in the final area, and he went to the other side of it.
I am Steel Mage. Of course, I'll get the enchant.
And this is gonna be the double enchant for sure. Oh no, it's a blessing of the moon. Oh, never mind. Okay.
What does that do?
I think it's just
That's got to be new, right? I've never seen that card.
I'm actually not sure. Be twice blessed.
Blessing of Moosh gives a unique item with a labyrinth enchant.
Oh.
So that could be
maybe
gloves or boots.
But it might just be dropped from Dark Shrines in general. It might not be you know what I mean? Like similar to like the Sulfite gives that card. The alteration card? No. Oh, he did get twice blessed?
Chat?
He did get twice blessed. Okay, so he's got
3 enchants then.
He doesn't even care about the wind slash. Just block it, dude. Oh my.
Only the one treasure key, but that's fine. The mechanics were dangerous, so I see why he denied them. All right. DD.
Okay.
Not the right one. Commandment of Light is quite good, though. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for that.
I mean, it's the only thing that's like worth anything to him, right? Honestly, maybe go for the DD helm just in case. Like,
yeah, I imagine that's what a lot of players would do in case of the reroll, but Steel doesn't seem the kind of player to bank on a reroll when there's an option that could be good for him right now. Yeah, unearth damage wasn't quite what he was looking for.
No kidding. You know what? Oh, hey, Pock. How you doing, buddy? Pock, we do have the Pock HC in chat. We were sorry to hear you rip, but you have a big fan in Octavian and myself. We really loved seeing your build. And we were really sorry to see you. Really sorry to see you go, bud. Yeah, broke our hearts.
He's
I mean, he's back at it. I mean,
he's back to, like, is it 90 that you're at too now, Puck? You're at 80 yesterday. No. Lightning tendrils crit chance. What the heck?
This is the first time he hasn't been smiling in the last 72 hours. So you know what? Maybe it's time for other people to get some RNG.
Yeah, who's flipped off the RNG switch?
He's trying to put a helmet on his boots. Right. Oh wow, you're back to rank 3 witch already? My God, you must have had a ton of gear saved. Fantastic job, dude. That's awesome. Congrats. I mean, I know Lily's ahead, but like, you're not far behind at all. At all. Yeah, actually, DS Lily is level 92. She only has 93 points because she's gone to Del Depth 100.
Mm-hmm.
So you're like really neck and neck then for the top 3. Wow. You're putting on a hell of a showing then. Very impressive. I mean, we knew you were a god gamer, but you're just proving it again and again.
And back to lab again. Steel Mage has faith.
Oh, so he's
he has faith and also another twice enchanted.
Oh, the thing, if you have the twice enchanted, like it's too much value not to do it, right? Even if it's for like a reroll or something like that, like it's so nice to get.
Yeah, if there's a boot enchant you really want, I'm right there with you.
Yeah, I mean, searching for that one helm enchant isn't like worth, but look, for 20 minutes of maybe his time, like it's worth just spending the prophecies.
Yeah, I don't know. As we listed off earlier, there's like probably a good dozen helm enchants that would do something relevant, and maybe you get disgustingly lucky.
Actually, Corrupting Fever might have 1 or 2. Actually, I know we mentioned it, but like,
yeah, I don't know them off the top of my head.
Yeah, let me have a quick look here for chat.
And there's still, like, what, a week left in the event, so there's plenty of time yet to push up the higher tier content. This is usually the point where I imagine Steel would be trying to farm for a 6-link. This is usually the point where he'd be doing that. I can't imagine why he wouldn't be focusing on farming for a 6-link right now. It's very weird that he's not focusing on a 6-link instead.
Yeah, I think, you know what, it's also comfort of content, right? He knows he's very comfortable in lab. He, and maybe just fancies his chances. I mean, his RNG's been so insane already. What are the odds he doesn't get it right?
I could little more sarcasm on there. I was referring to the 40 fusings or 50 fusing 6-link that he got on day 1.
Weirdly enough, I actually forgot about it. I know it's insane RNG. Genuinely forgot.
Yeah, no. I think that's part of why he can sort of take the time and be a little bit. Luxurious is the wrong word.
Yeah, well, I know what you mean.
Wrong word for farming lab, but he can go for these side gambles.
Yeah, he can try and like kind of min-max his character, even though like it may not be advisable to spend your time doing that generally. And by the way, Corrupting Fever, I just checked, does have some cool enchants. You can get 50% chance to inflict an additional Corrupting Blood debuff, which may not be as important because he is actually hitting bosses and single target things like multiple times. There is duration and then damage as well. And duration wouldn't be bad either, especially for bosses like Maven or Cyrus that have like these immunity phases, or like these times where you feel like you can't attack them, or they're too far out of range or something like that. So
it would do a thing, which is more than you can say for most helm enchants.
Exactly, right. It's better than not having it, right?
There's a few ways in Solo Self-Found to try and target farm a 6-link for yourself. The most consistent methods that I've found though there's no method that's going to be like 100% consistent and get you the thing guaranteed in X amount of hours, because that's just the nature of solo self-found. It's pretty RNG heavy. But the most consistent methods I've found are, if you're trying to just get any old 6-link base and you don't mind much, like it not being a T1 armor or whatever, then Tyrn's End with the invasion boss nodes drops quite a lot of 6-links, comparatively. Quite a lot of 6-links is still not a ton of them, because 6-links are quite rare. You can also farm heist if you're farming heist with the armor boxes, which I forget exactly which ones give armor boxes, but I'm pretty sure deception is at least one of them. I would look it up just to be sure. You get div cards for 6-links, you get 5-links, which can be great in the meanwhile, and occasionally you'll just drop a 6-link, sometimes a 6-link unique.
Yeah.
And lastly, in the end game, if you have a specific base that you need to link, and you like have a functional character and you can farm some maps and you've got a couple watchstones, you can roll those for geomancy, which will drastically increase the number of 6 sockets you're dropping, and you turn those into jewelers and turn the jewelers into fusings.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, no notes. Yeah, just like, I mean, look, you can farm div cards as well if there's a certain base you need, or farm div cards for fusings, but those tend to not be as efficient as the methods that Octavian described. So definitely just listen to the man himself. Like, he knows exactly what he's talking about. So
Terrence had to log there. He got frozen in the is it the Descent, I think it's called?
Correct.
The zone out of Act 9. Yeah, he got frozen by a I think it was the Bloodlines pack that causes Whispering Ice, which that can off-screen you sometimes.
Oh, look, I mean, but we talk again. I sound like I'm harping about it, but the second you lose control of your character, logging seems like a good idea, right? Whether that's like a big stun or a big freeze, like if it's a quarter of a second, no biggie. But if it's one of these big boy stuns, or like you're getting frozen repeatedly because you don't have Brine King yet, or maybe you've chosen to use Lunaris or Solaris or Akali, you really have to have a defensive option to get out of that, whether that's through a flask, whether that's through just raw immunity. But if not, you've got to be trigger ready on that logout macro.
Mm-hmm. And the Ice Spear guys in this zone are really, really nasty, because if you're standing like there it is. There's the pack that froze him earlier. It was Ice Spears and Whispering Ice.
Yeah, just double.
Yeah. If you're standing the wrong distance away, they'll hit that second form and have way higher crit chance, and then that's also much more likely to freeze you.
I did pop our boy Rise on the bottom right. For those that don't know, he is running War Chief totems, and he's engaging with Metamorph, which we just described did not do, but he is just taking a lot of the easier mods. He's not maxing out his juice. It's still scary, but he's very aware of what he's picking.
I don't think he put the boss into the fight either, which is a smart move given he's in a Basilica, and sometimes the boss from Basilica will decide to just fire off a bullet hell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very scary. Something you definitely want to avoid if you can.
If you are feeling strong enough to do Metamorphs and you want it, what's the word I'm looking for here? The veiled items. They do drop them pretty often, but I don't know. That seems like
not the best way around to get it.
Yeah.
He actually decided, I think it was late last stream, to actually not go the strength stacking route. He ended up being happier with just the big axe boy. So kind of dashing our hopes there after after getting us all hyped up on it, got the sprinkler and everything, but just wasn't happy with it. Which is fair enough, right? I mean, in Gauntlet, even though he had a couple great pieces that had a ton of strength on it, specifically his amulet, which had over 100 strength, or just about 97 or something, getting strength on every piece and being able to really get to that 800 to 1200 strength mark is really hard in a 10-day period. Over the course of a league, not too bad, right? You can slowly grind up pieces, but I don't know, it's just not easy. ROG or not, right?
Yeah. And I guess the two-hand route gives you a little more flexibility in terms of what direction you want to go with your damage. Yeah. You can do Impale, Fizz stuff. You could do Conversion, depending on what you drop and quality of gear and such. I don't know exactly what route Rise has chosen to do. I haven't kept up that closely with him, but it does have that flexibility as an advantage.
I imagine he is using Impale. If you are staying Fizz and you're going with axes, it's essentially 100% more damage with... I mean, look, it requires investment, sure, but because your totems are hitting so often, you're stacking that Impale incredibly quickly. So you're getting to that point where you're doubling your damage very fast. So I'd be very surprised if he wasn't taking advantage of that. And he's looking pretty buttery smooth, right? He still has It's very similar to life. Very similar life to what we saw yesterday. 6,800 ish, and yeah, all the defensive layers that come along with being a chieftain, right? So he doesn't have to take the fire wheel either, right? He can afford to go the defensive option in chieftain rather than taking the damage, which Brutus Leg Sprinkler probably needs. Yeah, it is impale. Yeah, okay, makes sense. You know, let's leave the Oni-Goroshi man himself on.
I was hunting around, seeing who was online. Sorry.
No, don't apologize. We want fresh blood all the time, right? We get stale if we just watch the same 3 people all day. But this is a time slot where we do have less content creators on, so do bear with us if we have some people on more than others. But if there's someone you want to see, chat, hit us up. You know, even if it's a name that we may not be familiar with. If they're playing Gauntlet, we want to see them.
We can add new people to the tool whenever.
Yeah.
And it looks like there has been a bounty claimed. Let's pull that clip up on stream before... Is Steel about to do a boss?
Just about to. So we'll wait. I think he's in the final room that he just got like the trial, and this is the Dark Shrine room that we saw at the end there.
Okay, so he's 1 room away. I'll wait for Steel to finish up his lab then, because we of course want to see what sort of RNG Steel gets on his enchantment altar, or font. Sorry, that's what it's called.
I will, and Easy Peasy asking, they just want to see us, Octavian. Now, isn't that... You know what, though? That makes me feel like... I'll pop the cans on after the clip, but that makes me feel really warm and fuzzy on the inside. I love it. Thanks, man. Thanks.
Thanks.
How close, Octavian, are people to bossing?
It's
a big question.
What do you define as bossing? Because earlier today we saw a Katarina kill, though, you know, it wasn't a super high level one, wasn't I-83, and then we had that Olroth kill earlier. Was it? No, Uhtred, the other one.
Uhtred, yeah.
So we've had some mid-tier bossing done already. They were both like level 70-ish, something zones, 73, 74 zones. And we'll pull the Steel Mage fight up. But as far as like, you know, something like Ubertzeri or Shaper or any of those, probably a handful of days away at least.
Yeah. It's not that these players might not have the damage to do them with the... It's just, since no one else has started really bossing at all, there's no reason for them to push themselves. Like, once the first person pulls the trigger, you're going to see a lot of players start to, like, jump into, like, the end game content. But for now, I feel like a lot of players are very comfortable just pushing their character up and up. 3.15 is hard. So.
And he's going to take the General's Cry Helm enchant here, which is a very good helm enchant for the right build, but the G-Cry bossing build can be quite difficult to get off the ground in this kind of environment. So I don't think that's enough, but it's neat. It does mean maybe in a rip he can reroll into that if he has even more of the tools for it. Spectral throw damage. Missing a word there.
Trolled. But apparently he did get the extra enchant on the final Dark Shrine, by the way.
Not quite right.
Not quite right there, but
can we just like get a typo in there? Throw one extra word in for him.
Now he's just memeing. Now he's like, I'm gonna throw this on troll chat and troll like the casters. We see you, Steel. We know it's not the right one. RNG god. Yeah, it's not. So just so chat knows, it is not the right enchant. It needs to be a spectral shield throw. No, that's just spectral.
Oh, he's trying to mess with global chat.
Not SS. I can't read. Not Bog. Oh no! Did he
not know?
That would be hilarious. Is he trolling himself? Oh my god. Okay. I think he believed it. Yo.
Come on. No, come on. You saw that.
Oh, Steel. Oh, you rascal. All right, I think we have a clip coming up. That is hilarious though.
I feel so bad for him if he didn't see that. I seriously thought he was like trolling people.
I mean, he linked in 20 views, dude. So I mean, yeah, that's pretty funny.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and we have a bounty claim. I'm gonna pull it up on screen.
Awesome, let's see it. Show me something. Oh, it's Carve.
Mm-hmm. It's a bounty that he was working on earlier today with the Katarina kill.
Okay. So gets that done. Craft. Okay. Does he hit the divine maybe?
Reroll prefix values on a magic rare item. Lucky values. It's a lucky one, too.
So for those that don't know, there's a bounty from Michi Bird if you have an 1800 evasion, 400 energy shield chest. And he hits it. Whew, one tapped. The divine orb.
On top of that, Carve is planning on playing a CI Trickster later on in the league. So this is like, it's not even just for the bounty. This is a huge piece of gear for him.
And that's a few $100 in the bank. Not bad for one divine, eh? Not bad. No, he's I think he's right, because he's been working towards this the last couple of days. So I think he's and there's a race for a lot of these things. There's other players that are actively trying to get this as well. So yeah, he's you know, his cheers in chat. Love it. Awesome. Congratulations, Carve, and yeah, I bet you it's the first of many bounties we're going to see Carve claim.
Yeah, and we just saw, you know, the crossing of the finish line there in that clip. In order to accomplish that, he did go for a Katarina kill earlier and get a 30 quality Hillock. And the Katarina kill was not, you know, entirely without its bumps. He did have to log out midway through and spent a couple minutes deliberating over whether he should go back in. So it certainly wasn't a smooth ride the whole way, but he made it through, and he earned that prize money.
Awesome. And look, he's not going to stop at one bounty. I'm sure he's going to go after others, and not just that. I think he's going to. Look, Carve's a competitive guy. I am 100% certain he's going to try and get not just like top 5, but he wants to get that #1 shadow spot. And the thing is, there's a lot of competition. The vast majority of shadows are playing Saboteur, and they're going with the Exsanguinate traps. He's going in a very different direction, something that he's very comfortable with. He loves Cold Dot. He's played it like countless times. And I think that's something Carve does a lot, actually. He sort of masters a build. I know he played SRS for like, I feels like a year straight at one point. Just knowing every in and out, played every iteration of it. So, yeah. He knows a lot about Cold Dot. And I think he actually made a build. I think he posted it to Reddit and maybe on his Twitter. So if you are interested in his version of the build, or in his Gauntlet version, check him out. Go over to his channel. He's a great source of content and really knows Path of Exile and ARPGs in general inside and out.
And in answer to the question in chat as to what the scoring is based on, the levels do give you a point each up until level 95. Past that, further levels won't give you any points. Delve depths will give you a point each for the first 300 delve depths, one for each 100, so you can get 3 points out of delve. And then there's a large variety of bosses that all provide varying amounts of points in order to incentivize players to do dangerous endgame content.
Just pretty much it, right? It just this is the first time in a while that we've seen delve actually added as a point, like as an avenue for points, which is pretty cool, right? It just adds another avenue for players to squeak out 3 extra points. Maybe you don't do Elder. I mean, okay, you're probably going to do Elder. It's probably the easiest boss fight on this list, but you know, as an example, or maybe you can't do Uber Ziri, but you know what? I know I can get to Delve 300 safely. So I'm going to get 3 points instead of 5, right? So in these final days, like days 8, 9, and 10, you're going to see people really trying to get to those thresholds. Not just first, but like effectively, right? So let's say... Oh, please, no, please.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were...
No. I talk too much. So please, interject all you want. I would. My mom would. My friends would.
But this gauntlet being a less solved meta and also a just more difficult game overall means that, you know, maybe skipping a boss doesn't hamstring you in pushing for first place in your class. Like, it's very possible that whoever else is on the top of the ladder alongside you is also going to have to skip a boss or will die to one of them. You know, it's like even the most competitive classes, there's certainly no guarantee that the top players get everything down.
No, I mean, this is the first time ever we're seeing a gauntlet where all the content might not be doable. It was in past gauntlets that it was only doable maybe by certain classes like champion and stuff like this, but I have an inkling that very few players are going to be able to kill Uber Ziri. Very, very few. Or at least reliably. Someone might squeak it out, but it's going to be like by the skin of their teeth. It's really hard this time around. Like the damage nerfs really hit hard. If you can't like skip certain phases in a boss fight, or you can't sort of mitigate all the mobs that are coming out of Uber Elder effectively, suddenly like these boss fights just get like a tick up in difficulty, and with the gauntlet mods on top, you're just not able to sort of get them down. So Delve being 3 points might become like the mandatory 3 points that we used to see from other sources, right?
And honestly, in terms of Uber Ziri, some of the builds that are really popular this gauntlet are just really not the best for that fight anyways. Like, the Saboteurs will excel there, but something like Shield Throw, where you don't have the option to turn off your chaining projectiles, you need to account for Reflect immunity for that fight, which is going to either be an impossibility or will chip away at your defenses if you need to swap in a Sybils or something like that. It'll make you weaker for that fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's just... I mean, look, Adziri is a very... I mean, it's my favorite fight in the game, probably, so far. I mean, still. I think they're just having to build around certain, I don't know, niches. Just make it a fun fight for me. But, yeah. To each his own, I guess. I mean, to be fair, Uber Elder's pretty damn fun, too. So...
It may be that with like deadly elements in the links, since that gives such a massive less multiplier to hit damage, that would be fine for Uber Adziri, and then you wouldn't care about the reflect. But Uber Adziri's Fizz Reflect is like, it's like 80% or something crazy like that. It's massive. So like, if you're doing any sort of significant hit damage, you probably are going to kill yourself to it. And on top of that, if you do chip away at your hit damage to the point where it's negligible, well, now you don't have leech.
Exactly.
So, like, you're still giving up something there. Like, Uber Adziri is just not a fight that it seems like the shield throw builds can approach with any degree of safety. And shield throw is what's dominating the top of the ladder right now.
Exactly. Well, I mean,
so,
yeah, it's going to be rough.
You know, maybe if you have some weird idea that's off meta that can work for duelist, like, I don't know, Oni-Goroshi Slayer, that would be really good at doing bosses like a Slayer, then you might have an easier time reaching the top of the duelist ladder by doing Adziri if you were maybe a Slayer. And Karn.
Actually, what do you think about this, Octavian? For specifically the Spectre Shield Throw bleed builds, swapping to Shield Crush just for that fight, because you can actually you can control like the actual cone that you're hitting. I'm not sure. Like I don't know.
Would give you more control. Yeah.
It's an idea. I don't know how good it would be.
The shotgunning mechanism on the Shield Crush for bleed would actually be relevant if you're doing Crimson Dance, which these players are. So yeah, that could potentially work.
It could work.
Even then, though, like you're giving up your range advantage, which if you're playing like Rage Vortex and Blade Storm, you don't really need to.
I mean,
so you can still dance around while dropping those. Like, there are ways to accomplish it. I will certainly concede that, but they all weaken the character in one way or another.
Totally. I mean, you lose also a lot of great links too, right? I mean, it's not like it's not cut and dry. It's just an idea, right? And we did have I'm not sure we had a question in the chat, but I wanted to clarify one thing. For the leaderboards, obviously, depending who gets to the newest point threshold first, whether that's 100, 101, 102. If you're there first, you do lock that position in. So if someone gets 101 right after you, they're now in second place. So there is a time element to this as well. Like it is a race, at least for the points. So the second we see one of these players or one of these gladiators going into sort of this in-game content, you're going to start seeing, oh, okay, now everyone's entering content, right? And it depends in which order you do it, because you could leapfrog ahead of one another if you do harder content instead of the other. So I think the next couple of days are going to be pretty cool. For right now, they're still setting stuff up, but I expect in the next coming days we're going to have a lot of rips, a lot of boss kills, and a lot of analysis brought to you by Octavian and myself. So
yeah,
stay tuned. Stay tuned. I'm actually very excited, by the way. Like this is the longest we've gone without boss kills, but so far because it's 3.15 that sort of shook the meta up so much, there's been so much to talk about. I mean, forgetting that we have literally a guy who farmed Oni-Goroshi on a screen, but we also have like Dead's made a big comeback this league. We have like War Chief totems, which never were a thing in Gauntlet in the past, right? Although always an option, just never sort of had the, I don't know, maybe versatility or strength to make it like really shine over like slams, right? So, yeah, very cool, very very cool meta right now.
Yeah, slams kind of eclipsed basically everything else if you were on the bottom or like the left of the tree. Sometimes even, I think there were some ranger slams in previous gauntlets.
Yeah, as a raider
as well.
Yeah, like if you went raider, you could use like ice crash or like a full convert. Oh, I'll just nip our scan.
Oh, sorry.
No,
I didn't realize we were up.
No, sorry about that. I should have mentioned. It's not a problem. I got quick hands, fast hands.
I just wanted to see what Steel got with this enchant. Maybe another spectral throw enchant.
I mean, this is
spectral throw deceleration speed.
This is
Dread Banner. Could that be relevant? He's doing bleed though, not impale.
Yeah.
But maybe he goes for that for a future build.
I mean, it's nice for the fortify effect on when you drop it, right? Or they did nerf that though, but still pretty nice.
On some builds, the aura effect can save you passive point investment.
Petrified blood.
He's
maybe?
hemming and hawing though over the petrified blood.
I mean, you never.
Petrified blood is
it's awesome,
so scary and hardcore.
You're not gonna do it. Spectral heal. Ooh. Now that's not bad.
That's a skill that a lot of the top players were like talking about before the race, but nobody went for. The +1 rotations the rotations happen within the same area, if that makes sense. So like when you look at Spectral Helix's rotations and you map out how far it travels, you can sort of imagine it as this big circle, and it like the final rotation is the very edge of that large circle. So when you get +1 rotations, the edge of that large circle doesn't change, which means that the number of rotations gets bigger, but the space is the same size, so the rotations have to get closer together. And that can mean on large targets you get an additional hit.
Oh, that's actually better than I thought it was. So you're actually like you're condensing the amount of hits. So you're actually like the density of your throws is higher.
Yeah, that's a reasonable way to put it. Yeah.
I mean, at least that's the way I think about it, right? Like, especially because I felt like when I was using it, at least I was just leveling with it. I didn't take it to endgame or anything like that. But occasionally, like mobs would be out of my radius. Oh, like they would leap slam and they would be like miss my helix. But if you have like a tighter, packed number of rotations, maybe that happens a lot less. Maybe makes it a lot more consistent.
And I know Chad is excited about the Domblo enchant here, but like, I think the glove or boot enchant are both actually better.
For his build.
I think he already has Commandment of Light on his current gloves, but personally, I would be really tempted to get a pair of backup gloves with Commandment of Light, because it's really nice to have. For those of you who don't know what it does, when you take a crit, you drop Consecrated Ground around you.
Just great. Like, who doesn't want more regen, right? and I guess increased damage against enemies inside. Or is that?
I think they got rid of the crit scaling from Consecrated Ground going into this patch.
Correct. Yeah, they did actually. Yeah. There's always so many changes. It's hard to sometimes like remember when something happens or if it happened like recently. I don't know. It's Path of Exile changes apparently. Like, did you know there's 4 content patches a year, Octavian? So it can be pretty spicy content a lot of the time, or spicy changes. We'll see what he does, but like, yeah, I mean, if you have the twice enchanteds, I think this is a fine option. And the thing is, you're also getting the treasure keys, right? Which you can drop a ton of red maps. You can get tons of fragments. There's a lot of different things that you can to actually get from the actual labyrinth itself. You can get Death's Door, which I mean, insane boots, but and insanely rare too. But it wouldn't hurt, right? An extra endurance charge, pretty nice.
Little bits of currency here and there. It's all right. The issue is it's not going to be progressing in terms of like XP or anything like that,
or bossing stuff. Like you're not going to be setting up your atlas properly if you just spend like hours and hours in lab.
It looks like he might be going for the Domblo enchant though. He did just look up a Domblo character.
Checking out Gazi's profile maybe. I don't know. It's a super strong build. It's as long as you're okay with the playstyle, right?
Yeah, it's a great enchant for the build too. I think that is the optimal one for Domblo. It's just Summoner can be tough in Gauntlet because of your minion survivability. Domblo does get around that somewhat by refreshing the minions consistently, but even then you can only attack so fast, and you only have a 10% chance to refresh them on a boss. So you don't want to like ignore minion survivability for it, or you're probably going to get screwed. And then obviously it's melee range, and that's a little nasty.
A little spooky, yeah. I mean, I think it's a damn shame actually that something like Domblo doesn't have like against bosses like a 30 or 25% chance to like crit a minion or something like that. Like it's already rough enough as it is. I mean, it has been buffed, it's a lot better, but just giving it that little bit of quality of life for the players that do play this skill, it's not going to break the skill gem. It's just going to make it a little bit nicer for those that do use it, right?
It looks like he's out of twice enchanted, blasting through the rest of his silver coins. That is Deadly Rivalry that he's halfway through though. Kintsugi is a pretty darn nice chess piece if you're not so much for the gladiator build. I mean, you can't really color it correctly, and you really want like an influence base or the lionized chess piece. But if he wants to reroll his raider at some point, it's a pretty solid chess piece for that.
Actually, you know what? If he got the if he gets the delve two green and 1 blue or something like that, and just like actually color, or 2 red and 1 blue. Colors a Kintsugi, he only needs 1 harvest, like red to green or red to blue or whatever. Like the opposite, green to red, I think. And he could run Kintsugi, which would actually be kind of nuts. Especially with like Wind Dancer on top and all his block and all his everything else. I'd be I mean, it's not something I would go for, but if maybe you had like maybe a Varici or something in the back that you could change the colors with, I wouldn't turn it down.
Yeah. Sadly, the wording on Kintsugi is less damage if you've not been hit recently, not
so
taken damage from a hit.
No,
so blocked hits would still count.
Oh, okay. So
and drop the buff.
So definitely, yeah, not an option then for this build. It's better to go with a huge life chest then. Okay. Huh. Fair enough. The more you know, chat. See, I'm learning. We're all learning here.
I had to go look it up.
Fair enough.
Just wanted to make sure.
Well, it's always best.
There's look, you can't be a wiki for Path of Exile.
No,
you just go you alt tab. That's what alt tabbing is for.
Mm-hmm.
Check the specific wording on one unique that you can only get through a single prophecy chain, and we'll see like once a league. I think it's fine if you maybe don't remember that precise.
Oh, okay, well, thank you. I feel forgiven. It's like I went to the confessional. You know, I confess my sins here, and the Octavian's like, no, you're okay, my son. Just do a couple Hail Marys, a couple praise Chris's, and then you're gonna be okay. You know.
Forgive me, Twitch chat, for I have forgotten the specific wording on an endgame unique.
For those that don't know, though, you do actually get it from Prophecy, as Octavian said, because they go from multiple exalts, like in Trade League and stuff like that, at least in Standard. Softcore, I should say. So, yeah, your Prophecies are pretty damn good. But we did hear from Chris recently. I think he was mad at himself for leaking it, but they are planning to remove Prophecies, or at least... I don't know how they're going to handle Faded Uniques. I'm sure they have a great idea to handle that type of stuff, but... maybe do it through Labyrinth. That would be pretty cool. But at least for now, we don't know where some of this content sits. Right?
I'm just sad if Twice Enchanted goes away and doesn't get replaced with something.
Yeah, I mean, again, I brought up Faded Uniques, but I really like some of them. I think they're all awesome content that you can start with these sort of leveling uniques, and you're like, you know what, I want to bring them with me to endgame, like Dusk Blights and Dusk Toes. I mean, sure, the skill is terrible and it needs buffing, but I don't know, it's cool to be able to upgrade your uniques alongside your character, which usually is just like, oh, these are throwaway now after level like 55. Or whatever threshold you hit.
Oh, not online. We can look at some delicious, tasty burgers.
Actually,
this is a away screen, though.
We're actually back. I popped this back on, by the way, just now.
Oh, okay.
Just to avoid
I'll keep looking at people on the bottom right then.
The product placement.
I can look at people without Twitch chat seeing.
You can indeed.
Aha!
We have a secret fourth screen that nobody knows about. Okay, so J-Raid mentions that Twice Enchanted, he thinks it should be baseline.
That'd be down, sure.
I mean, I would like that. I mean, I think the more enchants we get, the better. The more control that we have over the lab, the better. But it did take us, what, 5 years to actually get options to actually see in the lab, so I wouldn't hold your breath for that one. Although I wouldn't mind. Yeah, so it did take a while. I mean, people forget, like, the original iteration of Ascendancies, you had 3 acts. You had Normal, Cruel, and Merciless, and you had to do 6 trials in each of those, every single character. It wasn't like per league. So you had 18 trials, and there was no Uber Lab. Yeah, I mean, the Ascendancies were absolutely busted and insane, because there was like double dipping and all this crazy stuff, but yeah. We've come a long, long way in terms of quality of life. People forget, or people just didn't play back then, but yeah, we have it pretty good these days. We have it pretty damn good. I don't miss it. Me neither, buddy.
I don't see any bossing content happening. Sorry, I'm trying to keep an eye on things.
No, you're fine. I mean, like, look, we're gonna try and find content when we can. It's just gonna take a couple days, I think, for people really ramp up to the endgame content. For now, it is just all these players are steadily progressing, taking advantage of all the different zones. Like we have your Haymark Hamlet farmers. They're gonna be looking to get their harvest going, their essence crafting going, just to really make these perfect items, or like near perfect items that they need. Or maybe just, you know, extra life on all your gear. It doesn't hurt, right? And we know Karn in the top left is going crit as well, so his gear requirements are going to be even more specific than a lot of these characters. Yeah, and just sort of trucking along, getting their atlas and everything set up.
This counts as bossing content. Rise is doing another Metamorph.
It does indeed.
He put the boss in here this time as well. This is Courtyard. These bosses are not like a pushover, but his damage seems quite good.
He's I'm a big fan of this build overall. I think I didn't see this coming like early on, but I'm really happy that someone sort of brought up this mantle. And now we've seen a lot of the ladder is actually chieftain, so Rise actually maybe not defining the meta, but definitely having a major influence on it, especially for the Marauder as the Marauder class, right?
Yeah, because we lost our Berserker with God Gear. I'm sad.
Yeah, I really wanted Shield Crest to go like all the way.
I miss him.
It turns out taking 10% more damage, just, I mean, I'm assuming you took that node, is pretty rough.
I think if I die, I'm going to reroll Shield Crush Berserker
Words
in solidarity.
I
didn't get any coffee today, forgive me.
Oh, fair enough. I did pop this player on the bottom right, Lalagate, who I saw this morning. When they get out of the labyrinth, we'll pop them on. But they were playing General's Cry in the Gauntlet. So
that's cool.
Yeah, that's why I thought that would excite you, because it's an awesome build. There's tons of damage if you can get it going. So once they're finally actually engaging in gameplay, I'll pop our screens off and we can have a look.
G-Cry is one of the cooler builds and cooler setups in the game, in my opinion. There's so many different things you can do with it. It's super, super flexible. We'll have to see exactly what direction this guy's gone, because legitimately you can do there's 5 different G-Cry skills that all are just great in their own right. My favorite is probably Charge Dash, but that is not the most solo self-found friendly. It does need some more support from gear to do really well.
True.
It's not one of the highest DPS variants, but the AI with the Charge Dash generals is really good. It's the fastest clearing of them all. But some of the more popular ones lately have been the shield variants. Shield Crush and Shield Charge are both pretty darn good with G-Cry. It lets you go for sort of a stat stick main hand, as any shield skill will do. And that can allow you to go for a hunter-influenced weapon with Warcry CDR, which is a really powerful stat. And the highest DPS version of General's Cry is pretty much assuredly General's Cry Blade Flurry.
Yeah.
It did get a nerf. It's either this league or the league before, where I think it got a nerf both leagues, actually. Because this league, G-Cry got a bigger, less multi. But the league before, channeled skills with G-Cry got changed so that their attack time is different. I forget the exact change, but essentially what changed is you went from needing 8 attacks a second to 10 attacks a second for them to fully stack. But if you can reach that threshold, you can still get literal tens of millions of DPS.
Oh yeah, just
in a hardcore setting with G-Cry Blade Flurry.
Silly numbers.
It is
outrageous.
It's the highest DPS build I've ever played in hardcore by a wide margin.
Yeah, I think you can one-shot Cyrus in 2 seconds, kind of crazy DPS. It gets wild. Especially if you play softcore, but even in hardcore, getting 10 to 20 million DPS in hardcore is not really an option most of the time. And
the last time I played it, which was admittedly before the nerfs, I think I had 60 million actual DPS. So not vol skills, not big flasks. That was my consistent DPS. Literally 10 times the damage of anything else that I could do in hardcore trade at the time.
That's actually kind of insane. That's actually pretty wild. Actually, you know what? Let's Lala Gate is about to enter. Oh, a normal lap. Never mind. We're not gonna.
That was a pre-nerf version and also an extremely high budget version, so you wouldn't really be able to do that now.
Yeah.
But if that build loses 10 to 20% of its damage, that's still way more than enough damage that you need. I was looking at Path of Building to get damage values for a channeled Warcry, and then just doing the math out from there with including my CDR and stuff.
Oh, so apparently the POB thinks your attack speed is your Warcry cooldown, so there is a disparate. But let's say it's even half, right? 100 million to 50 million, or even 50 million to 25 million. That's still bonkers, right? Even if it's wildly out of tune, your damage is still just nuts.
The downside of the General's Cry Blade Flurry is that the map clear is actually atrocious.
Oh, did Steel just actually hit Shield Crush damage enchant? That's hilarious. He got Spectral Throat and then Shield Crush? That's funny. Oh my, come on Steel, that's...
And it looks like it was a boot enchant on the last one. Crit chance or something?
No, crit does nothing for him. He's RT, right? Yeah, so...
Yeah, he's just saving that in case of maybe a Sab reroll or something. Useful to have.
Actually, is this General's Cry's Shield Crush?
Yeah, that's a variant that I've seen picking up some steam recently. The Shield Charge, I think, in an optimal scenario, can put out more damage. But for the optimal scenario, you have to be channeling the right distance away from the boss. And if you're channeling away from the boss, then you're not getting life gain on hit from your claw, and you're not getting Fortify. So Shield Crush is just much more practically consistent.
Makes sense.
And that it makes a lot of sense that that's the version you'd go for in Gauntlet, where that consistency and practicality is super important.
I mean, it's also just the AoE is pretty insane too. Being able to hit everything or stun everything or blind everything that you can that on screen is just too valuable, right? I mean, Shield Charge does get good AoE, but I would rather sacrifice 10 to 20% damage, but have much better utility in AoE. And for
Go ahead.
I was gonna say they're using the Shark Cyclone MTX, which is at least one of my favorites. I was very excited when it won. I know Ziz might have tipped the scales on that one, but I'm very happy he did. So, yeah.
But for those of you who maybe are unfamiliar with General's Cry and how it functions, because it is a fairly niche playstyle, it's a war cry that is linked to an attack skill. When you use said war cry near corpses, it will summons the wrong word because they're not minions. That's a pretty common misconception.
Like animates a warrior or something, right? Or an image, mirror image or something.
Like colloquially, I want to say summon because that's what it's doing. But like summon has a very specific connotation in Path of Exile, which is related to minions, and they are not minions. But I'll use the word summon because it's easier. But so it'll summon those clones of you, and those clones of you will be keyed off of like your gear and your damage and stuff. And the clones will then all do one iteration of whatever attack is linked to the General's Cry. And that can be really interesting with certain attacks that are channeled, because what they'll do is they'll either channel till max release or until the clone duration is done. With something like Earth Shatter, they'll all attack once and leave behind their own spikes, which you can then explode. With Earthquake, they'll all attack once and leave behind their own aftershocks that can all overlap. So there's a lot of really interesting edge cases where you can like multiply the effects of a given skill by cloning it a whole time.
No, just an awesome. And if you haven't played it, it's a lot of fun. So the way the build works, and we can bring up the profile in a bit, but for now let's just leave her on screen. But they're using she's using I believe it's a female player, but she is using Cyclone to proc, Desecrate, and Fortify, and a lot of other like utility stuff to create corpses, and then left clicking because it's an instant war cry because of the instant war cry node to proc her General's Cry and actually proc it off the desecrated corpses. So. Pretty damn cool, and they are invulnerable. Like the mobs actually, the clones or the Mirage Warriors can't actually die or be targeted. I don't believe, but
no.
Yeah, so pretty damn cool. You're using Cyclone to get your Fortify, your Blinds, or whatever, and it's I don't know. You just have to left click every so often, and then boom, summon some warriors, and they just do insane amounts of DPS.
One of the we have Ryzen a boss fight.
I was about to say,
pull that up.
Yeah, this is I think a 6-way. It's a 78 zone. So this is actually...
this is fairly high level.
Yeah.
78 is what, T9?
And someone enters the tool domain. We don't have him as a streamer, but people are starting.
Oh, bullet hell. We've got a bullet hell. He's got enough distance, though, that the bullets have spread. Thankfully, he realized what was happening and got far enough away. This is a really nasty set of bosses, though. A lot of arena spam between Rigwald and Innocence, but Innocence is gone. There's even more arena spam because he's got the Undying Archivist firing off those books, demanding his late fees for his library.
Actually, I'm going to talk about it after, but that boss is actually one of the scariest bosses in Path of Exile.
It's one of the few sources of silence left in the game.
Yeah, and honestly, one of the only bosses that actually use physical damage with spells. Which means, like, even if you're... I don't know, you can still convert the physical damage, but it's rough sometimes to get... Because, you can't evade spells, and a lot of, like, builds require, like, use evasion to get rid of their... to mitigate their physical damage, but actually... You're not going to be able to avoid those, right? So it can do a lot of damage, and also scales off all physical added as elemental and all that other stuff. So I mean, like, you may see it as a bit of a joke. You roll over them all the time, but Undying Evangelist, don't sleep on it. It can definitely just catch you by surprise sometimes.
And just to briefly touch one more time on the Zerker build, or the I assume it's Zerker. I guess I haven't actually looked, but it's a Marauder model and it's playing G-Cry, so I'm assuming it's Zerker. One of the reasons why Zerker is so good for General's Cry is, well, partially the Warcry synergy with gaining rage from Warcries, but also any ability that a General's Cry clone uses is considered exerted, even if typically that attack cannot be exerted.
I actually didn't know that. Wow.
So, like, if you're doing General's Cry Blade Flurry, that Blade Flurry is exerted, but only for the purposes of % increased exerted damage, or % more damage with exerted attacks, like what Berserker gets. It doesn't count as exerted for something like Seismic Cry or an Intimidating Cry. So you don't get free double damage by, like, General's Cry then Intimidating or the other way around. But the more multi from Berserker to exerted attacks after Warcrying, that applies.
Holy.
And the only time your General's Cries attacks is after you've Warcried. That's how it works. So you always get that multi.
That's actually, that's news to me. Again, it's not a build I've had a lot of experience with that, but that's absolutely insane. And on top, mixed in with being able to cast it instantly, it also has the lowest cooldown of any, any Warcry in the game. So a lot of a lot of builds, especially the ones I know Rue 2 made one, and I know Quantic did as well, just to use it to proc the rage gain, so you can keep your berserk up a lot. So there's definitely tech with that. So, and berserk, by the way, insane buff, reduced damage, less damage taken, more attack speed, and more movement speed, I believe, or increased movement speed. So being able to just have like essentially permanent rage uptime is just absolutely insane. On top of, again, the sacrifice unit to get more damage for your clone buddies. It's just an awesome build with a ton of synergies, which is typically my favorite type of builds. So,
and it'll be really interesting to see where Lala Gate goes with this upgrade here in presumably Uber Lab.
I think this is normal lab.
6 points. Is it?
I actually think it's normal. Oh no, but there was
6 points are aligned on the ascendancy tree.
And there was
could be farming for a glove enchanted of his normal lab. That's a thing that you can do.
But I mean, stuff's not dying very fast. So maybe she quickly clicked to Uber Lab at the end.
Yeah, I don't think fonts are an option that early, anyways.
Makes sense.
But I'm just looking over the gear here, and the damage is very solid for how much room for improvement there is left. Like, this is only on a 5-link, but most of our players are on a 5-link, so there's nothing wrong with that. The weapon is literally just blind on hit and life gain. It's a claw for the 44 life gain on hit implicit, and then crafted % blind on hit. There's a lightning res mod, so maybe that's relevant if the rest of the gear is super scuffed, but everything else on it is irrelevant.
Awesome.
And you can get things like, you can get Intimidate on a hunter weapon, you can get Warcry CDR on a hunter weapon, you can get like global, I don't think you can get global physical, because there's global fizz damage over time, but I don't think there's global fizz hit damage. Yeah. You could get life gain on hit from blinded enemies to almost double your life gain on hit if you want a defensive tool.
I mean, sure, you can also just run life gain on hit on your actual Cyclone links as well, right? Or blind as well. I mean, there's a lot of different options for, because you want to use Cast Damage channel, Cast Wild channeling, and then Desecrate.
Desecrate.
Yeah, but then you have technically 2 more links, and if you put it in like a pseudo 5 link, you can maybe get a 5th Sakura, so maybe blind, maybe life gain on hit, maybe increased area of effect if you just want to, for some reason you want it to be more consistent. A lot of different options.
One of the things you really want for the build is a pair of Elder Boots with Fortify support in order to squeeze in an extra link from the Cyclone to get that utility.
And you know what though, it's a pretty damn cool build. I mean, so I think typically players, if they're not using Shield Crest, tend to use the infinite, like the Red Blade Banner stuff. I think that's a thing to always get the maximum rage. But
yeah, you do that if you're doing like one of the Blade Flurry, or maybe Charge Dash if you're doing Charge Dash one hand or something like that. That's a spooky ghost. There's a martyr on screen there.
Very scary.
But yeah, obviously you can't do that with the shield setup because Red Blade Banner has terrible armor, and you need that armor. Speaking of the shield, Lala plays has about a 2300 armor shield, which is quite respectable.
Oh yeah, I mean that's like, look, obviously the higher the better, but anything above like 2300 and above, like you're kind of pretty happy. You might still use your harvest like defensive rerolls on a shield if you have, like if you've dropped one, like you have a spare base, but yeah, like you're not complaining if you're 2300 and above.
Yeah, certainly Uber Lab capable.
Yeah, very much so.
I'm just curious whether they're going to go for the more damage multi or for Defiance. Defiance, you'd have to respec the tree somewhat to get the reduced reflected wheel, but like that's not a terrible wheel otherwise.
It's very strong.
Just some % damage. And obviously there's the wary with Aspect of Carnage that you're gonna get murdered because of the 10% increased damage taken. It is possible though to build tanky enough to be able to handle it, and the more multi can make up for it. Like it's not a complete, it's not a brain dead choice here. I do think that both options are actually relevant.
And I think in especially in something like Gauntlet, I mean sure, look, taking at 10% increased damage is brutal and it sucks, right? But at least for the vast majority of deaths that I've seen while hosting the Gauntlets, and I'm sure yourself as well that you've experienced in the Gauntlets, Octavian, is that usually they're huge one-shots, or it's like you're taking so much, like it's well beyond what your character would have been able to survive, right? It's not like, oh, that was really close, I got down to 50 life and I got ticked by something little. It was like, no, I would have taken 10,000. Like it's usually you're overkilled, I find at least, by a lot of these things. So, I mean, 10% doesn't help, but at 40% damage, maybe you make that boss fight take significantly shorter, and you can avoid those mechanics altogether, right? So it isn't, as you said, it isn't as clear-cut a choice as some people might think it is.
And it lets you be like super duper greedy with your tree.
Oh yeah.
Again, Lala is only level 90 right now, and has almost 8k health if you round up a little generously. 7.7k health.
I will take it. Let's say 8. I'll give you that one.
That's pretty absurd, especially considering this gear is like nothing too crazy yet. You know, there's a few places it could be improved. The helmet has crafted life. The boots only have 70 life, which is not awful for boots, but like not amazing. The amulet only has crafted life. Like there's 3 easy upgrades for gear slots. So you can get another like 60 flat life off of gear, and then obviously you're only level 90.
Yeah.
Like I say only, there's not that many people at 90 in Gauntlet right now, but like if you're playing an effective build and you're in the end game and you're in hardcore, so you're never dying and losing XP, ideally, it's not that hard to get 92, 93, 94.
Not at all. No. Like just by getting, so one of the point thresholds here, like you have to kill Cyrus 8 or above, like whether that's through the Uncharted passes +1, but you have to kill Cyrus 8. By the time you've set up your Atlas for that fight, it's likely you're going to be level like 96, 97.
Yeah, and I can count another 3% life nodes on the tree to pick up, and 2 2-point jewel sockets.
So
3 2-point jewel sockets. So there's plenty more life to grab. Like this is easily going to be an 8.2, maybe 8.3, possibly even like 8.4k life build by the time it's ready for endgame bosses.
The reality is 5 more levels, so you cap out points in Gauntlet at level 95. So 5 more levels, regardless of passive points, will probably put her at 8k.
Yeah, just base life.
Base life, and then on top of maybe I send 3 to maybe 4 life nodes on the tree, right? You're looking at maybe 70 each for those, so 80, 300 ish, right? And that's before upgrading her gear. So there's a lot of different, as you said, avenues to really get up there. And then maybe, as you said, you can be greedier with life on tree, and like you can afford to take the 40% extra damage while taking 10% more, right? Because your tree is just so defensively greedy.
I think we missed all but the last enchant there. The last one was a Herald of Agony.
Oh, fair. Well, look, he wasn't jumping for joy, so I assume it's nothing too insane. Yeah. It can be a bit of an annoying playstyle to left click while holding right click on Cyclone, but you can, you don't have to have your worker on left click. You can put it on your Q, your W. There's a lot of different ways. Just make it comfortable for yourself.
Oh man, I'm scared of that Vuln that's on. Yeah, on this fight though. That's nasty.
Yeah, logs. Okay. Yep. Smart. Yep. I don't think he's. I don't think they're very happy about that.
Did they have the 6-second disconnect? Because I'm not seeing the message of the day loading.
I mean, it's just.
No. The login button is grayed out though.
Yeah. That's...
Usually the login button is grayed out if it's a 6-second disconnect time.
Okay. Thank God. Oh, okay. But yeah, you can't have Vuln on you. You cannot have LA weakness on you if you're not capped. Like that's really bad. And just he wants to watch the clip again, so let's have a look. But yeah, is it you can't. We keep going on about it. You've mentioned it multiple times. Like the curses in the labyrinth are probably the scariest modifiers there now. I mean, obviously there used to be the reflect. Lieutenant, but he is gone, so
over the curses.
He's like, this is what got me here, So.
Does avoid the slash. I think it's just like a basic attack and then maybe a barrage hit or something.
Yeah. Full screen. Look, he's doing our job for us. Fantastic. So dodges the big wind slash. And actually, the thing is, the actual it's
a bleed from a basic attack.
It is. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, which is caused by the vulnerability, by the way. It gives you a chance to be bled. That's yeah.
That was 3,500 damage through Fortify, and I don't think Berserk was up though. No. Yeah, Berserk had fallen off by that point.
But the temp change as well, right? Because it's making them spin slower or like move slower, they couldn't actually avoid the hit either. So just overall. Just for God's sake, just kill the fonts and make sure you're safe, guys. Please, we don't want to see anybody rip to this.
Consolation prize! Look at them boots.
That's So what?
Dang, those are nice.
It's 60 res, 90 life, and 30 move speed. Okay, endgame viable.
All right, go run lab again and get them enchanted.
And actually stun recovery, not bad. Oh, okay.
Wait, why? Oh, for the corpse walkers, I guess.
Oh, must be.
Is that the base for Corpse Walker?
I think so.
Wanting to swap off the Cyclone setup, I imagine? Or maybe just augment it with further corpse consistency?
I'm actually not 100% sure. I mean, we can minimize now, but we'll definitely be following Lalagate for the next couple of days. Like, this is awesome content, and it's great to see a Japanese player on here as well. I mean, it's not a realm we see a lot, at least typically, because we're English speaker. I'm an English speaker. You know, it's not content I would normally tune into, but obviously some awesome content over there. Please give them some love. Go check them out. Give them a follow. Doing some really cool things.
I might yoink that build, to be entirely honest.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
It looks fun. Yeah. I love General's Cry. I've played it like 5 times now. I want to play more General's Cry.
Yeah,
Get me in there.
I was thinking that's going to be, if I do have a chance to play any Gauntlet this time, that is probably the build I'm going to roll.
Just be aware, don't level with General's Cry.
No,
the cooldown is disgustingly long early on. It's not a build until you are like, I don't know, through Act 9 or 10 or something, and you can get a bunch of the Warcry nodes in the tree.
You could level with Sunder and Hydra.
Oh, steel skills too.
I mean, probably steel skills, right? But you could level with Slams if you wanted. We see Quantric doing it. He's popping off. He's, I think, rank 2 or 3. Or maybe even the rank 1 Berserker now that the level 1 guy has died. And Lighty, who is our current 2nd place overall, the only non-gladiator in the top 5, is back online, and apparently someone said he might be doing bosses maybe as early as today. Maybe not all of them, but maybe some of like the Guardians, maybe Shaper, Elder, some of the more comfortable boss fights in the game. I say comfortable, they can still one-shot you, but, you know, more comfortable. Yeah, a General's Cry can only use attacks, yes, and not ranged attacks. It does have to be, I believe, tagged as melee, right? They can't even use things like Spectral Throw or anything like that. That being said, the Savior Sword that you can get from Cyrus can use things like Spectral Throw, I believe.
Yeah, which is a very similar mechanic. It's Mirages as well.
Mm-hmm.
Again, your General's Cry clones are not minions. Unless you have Spiritual Aid on the tree, minion damage will not scale them in any way.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I've played it a lot, so I've gotten that question a lot. So I just want to reiterate.
No, yeah.
Since we're highlighting this build,
it's you know what I love right now. We have 4 builds on screen right now. 3 of them melee and none of them slams. If you had asked me last patch if we were going to see this, and by the 3 different ascendancies as well, I would have called you a liar. I would have called you a fool for telling me that we weren't going to see slams. But you know, here we are, 3.15. Welcome, guys. Welcome to the diversity. Because slams are dead. Well, I mean, Quantric's trying to prove us wrong. I mean, Quantric's still playing with Earth Shatter, and maybe we'll go Sunder later on, but I think the plan is Rage Vortex, actually. Welcome to All Build Cyclist League. Okay, that's some copium right there, but I mean, I will agree it's harder to get builds off the ground these days. I will give you that. I mean, this is also Gauntlet, right? So, people are experimenting a bit. Like, there are a lot of strong options, but no one knows yet what is, like, the quote-unquote best option. And also because it's a class gauntlet, you know, every single class, like that's Witch, Templar, Ranger, Shadow, Scion, they all have 8% of the prize pool for the first place in their class. So we do force diversity a little bit, and we like to see we like to give as players as many options to succeed as possible in this event. So, you know, very cool to see that people are stepping up to the challenge and maybe playing outside their comfort zone a little bit, or trying a different class that they're not used to. Hey, Ambu.
Three hardcore top ascendancies are still accounting for 48% of the top of the board. I mean, when is that not going to be the case in Gauntlet, though? Like, yeah. Diverse for Gauntlet is... There's a big asterisk there when you say diverse for Gauntlet. Like, it's the most difficult and dangerous environment that Path of Exile currently has to offer until we get hard mode. The meta is never going to be extremely wide.
No, of course.
It's wider than it has been previously. I would certainly say it's wider than it has been previously. But it's never going to be like every class has a fair and equal shot, because Gauntlet's just too punishing for that.
Exactly, right? I mean, the reality is, like, people are gonna gravitate towards the heavily defensive options, like your block, like your ranger for your dodge, and your like more evasion and stuff. But that compared to previous gauntlets, there is a ton of diversity, and there's also a lot of skill diversity, right? I mean, sure, there's a lot of ascendancies that are dominated in certain classes, but I mean, this is a race. This is an event for real money, for like a $3,000 PC if you get to level 90. So people are going to narrow their focus onto more meta stuff, right?
Yeah, even if the difference is relatively small, like I imagine even if nothing changes going in, like, and the meta doesn't really shift much, which probably won't happen, but in that fantasy reality where the meta doesn't really shift much going into next league, the Gauntlet meta will shrink significantly for next league, because there will be a few builds, Shield Throw being one of them potentially. We'll see how it performs on endgame bossing though, so it's kind of yet to be solved in my opinion. But there will be a few builds that will be determined to be the things that solved this meta, and then next league, like, you know, the number of players playing those builds is going to multiply by 5-fold or something.
Oh, of course.
Because even if the advantage is as slim as like a 10% advantage overall, why there's thousands of dollars on the line. Why wouldn't you do that? Why wouldn't you go for that little bit of edge? Any amount of advantage that one build can provide over another is enough of one that it will constrict the meta in an environment that's as competitive and dangerous as this.
Agreed. I'm gonna just after this Rise fight, I will pop our cams back on, but just giving you a heads up there, Octavian. The other thing, I mean, look, the reality is 3.16. Although we've had some spoilers from Chris and stuff like that, and a lot of talks about how they're making changes, it's gonna really shake up the game, right? If they add a lot of endgame content, maybe we could see different goals for the Gauntlet, right? We don't really know what the Gauntlet will look like next patch, right? Maybe it won't be a class Gauntlet. Maybe it will be. Maybe it's going to have certain restrictions. Maybe it's going to have AoE and LMP. Maybe it's going to be hard mode, right? Maybe like it's going to be extra difficult and no one will be able to do anything. We really don't know what it's going to look like, right? Maybe getting to Act 5 is going to be the end game goal for players. I do kid, like, you know, we want everyone to make it playable, but like there's 3.16 is bringing a whole host of changes to the game as a whole, not just in like the content patch itself, like not just in the league itself. There could also be insane skills added, right? So as of right now, I can't sort of tell you what the next Gauntlet's going to look like, but I can tell you one thing: it's going to be pretty damn exciting.
I'm a little worried for Karn, but he seems to have this under control. Yeah, he's going for that same kind of blue seed pack that we just saw take a life earlier. Yeah,
that exact like Ice Storm Barrage is what killed, I think, like 6 or 7 players last Gauntlet, like on stream. Like they do stack, and I think last time there was AoE modifier on it, so like they were just hitting you, like they were all stacking, all overlapping, and it was just insane. So that's actually one mod that did get easier this patch, because I don't think that is affected by LMP, but I mean it doesn't look like it is, at the very least. But AoE was making those things like huge, like the size of maybe not a sandstorm, but pretty damn close to it.
And I have a clip to go full screen with.
Awesome. Yeah.
Just to give you forewarning.
Awesome. Thank you. I love clips. Oh my.
It's what we were just talking about.
Oh my lord. Yeah. Harvest is scary.
It's the shortest clip we've watched so far today.
Yeah.
It got to the point very quickly.
And the things I love that, like, they're saying, like, you know what, I'm prepping all this damage, the mob's gonna die instantly, and they just turn, and then just wave of blue death just comes at them.
And that was Alex Pleblord is the character name.
Sorry, buddy. That's a brutal way to go. That is unfortunate to say the least. Yeah, Harvest, guys, like, be aware, be careful. It's super powerful when used right, but and really the thing is, a lot of the scariness does come from that initial wave where it seems like they have a couple frames of invincibility. Like they get always like at least one attack up before they die. So just be aware. Maybe kite them around, kite back. Like take your time with it. Okay, I say there's no rush. I know it is a race event, but if you aren't like sort of going for these first place prizes and like no one started boss killing yet, you do still have time to set up your characters. Just like a lot of these players might die on their first boss kills, and then it's gonna shake up the whole ladder in its entirety. So don't be afraid to engage with content, but just be aware that this is pretty damn spooky.
And Lala is trying to clear out the fonts this time. The General's Cries, the Mirages, will sometimes like have a little bit of wonky AI and go and target something that isn't the closest thing next to you. So that might have been why the fonts survived earlier.
Makes sense.
But the Vuln and Temp Chains fonts are both gone, which are the most dangerous ones. Assuming, of course, you have some means of getting LA weakness overcapped. I'm not sure if Lala does.
I guess we'll have to wait and see. But
that said, Azaro does have less LA damage natively than he has physical. Checking the LA weakness, and I can't read that because it's too small.
No, it's I think they're about 95 across the board, so they are gonna be dinged by it a little bit.
Yeah, fire res would be the most important one because that's, I think, the only LA damage that Azaro does without augmentation. Like the barrage from the goddess is partially fire. Yeah. I think everything else he does is fizz.
What is nice though is that Lolligate does have the permanent massive shrine, which does just give you about 500 life to her build.
And with Berserk as well, this is going to be a very big Marauder.
Yeah,
because Berserk also gives character size. Look at is Berserk up? I can't tell.
Not just now. No. Yeah.
So this is not maximum size then. There, I think Berserk is up now.
Yeah, reliving the glory days. Oh my lord! Reliving the glory days of Headhunter with Soul Eater. My god. Glorious.
My, those are some large back tentacles you have, Mr. Marauder.
It's actually, by the way, one of the best back. I mean, not to talk about MTX metas, but that is one of the best back attachments in the game. It goes with so many different like sort of costumes or outfits, and it just looks really, really slick. And when you like dash, there actually is a little bit like this black trail behind you. It's a very good looking MTX. So if you're looking for one that like sort of fits a lot of different cases, because you know not everyone can spend money on MTX, so maybe you want just one that can go with a lot of different things. It's a solid option if you grab it on sale.
Well, it's not a terrible chess piece that Karn made, but he doesn't seem happy with the life roll. He's rolling on an Elder with fire rerolls to try and get Fizz taken as fire. It's a solid source of Fizz mitigation. But he hit it with double res, but it was only like 62 life, which is pretty low for a chess piece.
Yeah, you really want to have 100 plus minimum, right? Like more like 120, 115.
Oh, that's quite nice.
That's
good prefixes, awful suffixes. Maybe you keep that to try and metacraft it if you can get an exalt or two.
Yeah, that's really nice. And we do have the Oddlog, who we've been keeping close tabs on in chat. Is almost level 12. He's back at it. Did have a rip yesterday, or like after finally getting past Act 2 and stuff. But he's right back at it. I think this is like maybe his 50th character in the Gauntlet. So really persevering, and that's what it's all about. About this community engagement. Like I'm very invested, by the way, Oddlog. Very invested in your progression. So please keep us posted. Please do. Like I'm not just memeing, by the way. Like I actually really care. Like I think it's awesome that this is your first league ever, and you're jumping into Gauntlet first time ever, and you're like slowly getting better and better at the game, and that's really cool to see. Just like I'm Exile, that's what he did. He just practiced over and over and over again because he started in Metamorph, I believe. So it practice pays off. First time Gauntlet, first time playing the league Embu. They started in 3.15. Yeah, so pretty damn impressive.
And I'm just gonna check in real quick with how Lighty's gear progression is going. He has the same bow from before, but there's nothing wrong with that because it was a +3 bow with dot multi on a short bow base.
You know, let's
his chest piece.
I'm saying let's full screen it. Let's run me through it. Let's find him. There we go.
Sure.
Go for it.
His chest piece is quite nice. He has life double res. There's no influence mods here or anything, but he did succeed on an Ashling Slam, which gives the ailment immunity. I'm assuming he's ailment immunity capped with that now, as well as the option to craft something other than the element of void, so he's getting a bit of extra dodge here. The belt is life % life. The quiver is double dot multi with also max chaos res. I don't know if he has enough chaos res to actually make that a relevant mod though. Probably he was just chaos reroll spamming to try and get chaos dot multi and some other relevant mods and happened to hit dot multi alongside it. Still with the Fizz taking his fire helmet and the Despair on hit ring. I believe that's new to me, at least, since last time I looked. So his gear's coming along rather nicely. A couple key influenced items, good damage upgrades in both the quiver and the ring.
Yeah, like these look actually insane. Like this is the quiver he was going for, right? Hunter influence, double damage over time multi, and you know what? Like maximum chaos res, really nice. I'm not sure he can actually cap it out, but if he can, I'll take it. The second you get to sort of even 50% positive chaos res, chaos damage feels a little like a very muted. It like won't be killing your characters, but if you can get to 75 or 77, well, you're laughing. And actually, if you with this quiver, if he could get like the corrupted souls or not, what is it? Zibakwa?
Divine Flesh.
Is it Zibakwa or is it Divine Flesh? Like the one where you get plus 10 chaos res, about half of your elemental damage is taken. You can get to like 80, 87. Then suddenly this becomes like an even far more attractive stat overall.
Yeah, you might even
actually
think
insane.
about swapping your Anoint to Method to the Madness or
Yeah.
pathing over there for the extra max Chaos Res.
And the belt too is just like 106 life, 12% increased life, and the regen per second on the flask effect, again, really nice. When you're playing a raider, you're dodging a lot of hits. Obviously, you have spell dodge, you have evasion, you have regular dodge, but degens, especially if they're on the ground or even just like bleeds if they do get through, can just truck your character. So having even just a little bit of regen on top, like during a flask effect, just nice quality of life. Sure, it might not make the difference between your character dying or not, but I mean, who's going to say no to extra regen, right? The gloves as well obviously has the ideal base type. They're 18% increased damage over time, but 70 res, 75 res on there, 60 life. I know you just ran through this. I'm just sort of marveling at this stuff. And his bow is pretty damn insane as well. Yeah.
Doesn't have the right helm enchant though.
Damn. Come on, lady.
Take a pointer from Steve. From Steel. I was about to call him Steve.
Steve.
I don't think his name is Steve. Steel.
You're calling my dad?
Go run some lab.
And for those that don't know, we did cover this yesterday, but this is the first time we've checked out his gear today. On his weapon swap, he does actually have a shield with +2 minimum endurance charges and vigilant strike. So he is popping like big fortifies with this, but the minimum endurance charges, which I learned yesterday because Octavian has like 10,000 IQ, do actually carry over. So the second he swaps, he gains 2 endurance charges. They only last about 10 seconds, but he will generally be hit in between those things, and it'll cause his Immortal Call to have an additional 30% less physical damage taken, and 20% increased buff duration, and 40% increased buff duration. So it's actually insane. Little tech.
And importantly, the weapon he's gone for is a jeweled foil with a... I'm assuming he just threw an Essence of Zeal at it for a T1 attack speed roll. It's the most consistent way to get it.
Yeah.
Just so that the Vigilant Strike comes out as quickly as possible. So
Yeah.
it's got a two attacks a second weapon.
Yeah.
That's his main hand.
Just to avoid like any sort of downtime on his character. And look, and added lightning and chaos res. Maybe he needed a bit of res, but because you are removing the quiver, but
You have to account for the res loss from the quiver, but I don't think he has much there anyways.
Very
It's mostly
cool.
dot multi. Yeah, he's got a cold res roll on the quiver, so as long as there's cold res on his offhand, he's fine.
Still only has the one level 21 toxic rain. Definitely wants one for his ballista setup, but even if he doesn't get it, like his damage is still fantastic. And look, the Aziri steps really cool as well. So overall, his gear is absolutely nuts. So thank you for bringing it up, Octavian. Like this is really cool to see.
And we'll go back to gameplay. We can watch players kill enemy man.
Yeah. Actually, what
Delegate did not die.
What delve depth is he? I know we just like literally took Lady off screen, but if you could check that out for me, that'd be awesome.
I can check the ladder.
Actually, no, it says
Should have that info.
138. I think I'm like physically zooming in with my
Yeah,
face.
leaning forward.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the big lean. That's so. Yeah, so has guaranteed himself 1 point, but does have 2 more to go for delve depth. And on top, look, delve is also a really efficient way to place the EXP and stuff like that. So there's a lot of great items you can get. I'm not sure you can get much more, but it doesn't hurt to do that stuff now.
This is the second fight here. Does have Ellie weakness, but as we saw earlier, Lelegate is capped for Ellie weakness at the moment.
I believe so. I think they were like 20 over capped, so I think it's just capped or just under, but it's not like he's minus. He's not in the 50s or 60s, right? He's still probably in the 70 res range.
And with the way that this mechanic works, I think those are called the fonts, but no, the fonts are the curses. I forget the name of this one, but the way that sword mechanic works, if any of them don't spawn, then Izaro is assumed to have those. You have to wait for them to spawn and then disable them, and I think one of them hadn't spawned yet, so I think Izaro is getting 1 elemental damage buff. I didn't see which one.
Yeah, he did just get rid of his Master Shrine, or their Master Shrine. I'm not sure it's male or female streamer, but yeah, I'm not sure why you did it. Maybe
Too big. Too large.
I mean, it's literally like from 7,400 life to something like 8,300. So it's nearly like 1,000 life or something.
It will be back in the next zone.
I know.
The way that the perma-shrines and labs works.
For the
But
traps?
yeah, I don't really know why you would take it off here.
Because I mean, it's percent life damage anyway, so it doesn't actually matter.
Well, too large to get around the trap safely, I guess, is the worry.
Maybe. I mean, maybe getting hit by too many of like the projectiles, like the poison projectiles.
Does it actually? I haven't played a lot of builds where I like aim for max character size. Does it have an impact on your hitbox for traps?
I don't think it does. I'm pretty sure like you have a set size, right? Otherwise, if you got to with the the Soul Eater, you're just like 4 screens big. Everything can attack you at once. Like Headhunter would have died a long time ago if that was the case. Yeah. I think actually every character model is the same size. They just like reskin like the invisible box, right? Probably. Deterministic massive mode. that's a pretty cool way to put it.
This is regular Uber Lab, but
yeah, 75.
Character's only level 90 on a 5 link with some relatively scuffed damage gear, so, and it's Gauntlet mods, so you be very careful.
Karn's actually back into another harvest. Just again, purple not being too scary. It's really the blue, the blue seeds that are extra scary. But I mean, all harvest is spooky, but it's the blue ones that really have those crazy vipers, the blister lords, all that type of stuff, and just those apparently blue beams of death that came out of like just the regular mobs can do a ton of damage too.
And the great thing about this league and the meta being shield skills is that the blue seeds are the defense ones. So people playing Spectral Shield Throw and Shield Crush can't just like skip them eternally. I mean, you could, but you're hamstringing yourself in terms of shield crafting quite a lot. So like players actually have to figure out: do we want to risk the blue seeds that are the most dangerous, or do we want to have a much worse time crafting our 2.5k armor shield?
I mean, he's doing another blue seed here, so let's see top left, see what happens. I mean, the blind from the Bladestorm is a huge amount of a huge defensive layer for him, so hopefully he can just avoid a lot of this stuff. But I mean, those Vipers, like, they just do so much damage too. But just so it makes it look easy. Great, awesome.
It doesn't even look at the crafts on that patch.
Is
he just flexing? Is Karn just flexing?
Just
look, I could do the blue seeds.
Just doing it for some EXP? Like that, now that's man mode in it. That's some alpha gameplay right there. My god. Whew.
Maybe he's going to do all the patches, then go through and craft all at once, so that he doesn't lose buffs uptime between patches.
That makes a lot of sense. I mean, especially
That's probably,
with
probably the play.
It's probably for his rage stuff, right? He doesn't want to... Oh, okay, I thought he was going to leave. But you're probably right. It is just to keep his rage uptime and all that stuff.
Yeah. Well, the gate is almost at the end of this lab. It's been an arduous ordeal.
I mean, I had to spend an extra...
With the forced logout.
An extra... Well, I had to spend an extra portal, right? Not portal. Offering, right?
Offering, yeah.
Blind with arrow dancing gives you 90% projectile evade. Huge quad. Does it? But
doesn't... Because I don't think blind...
It's not an evasion. It's a separate mechanic, right? It's like 50% chance for enemies to miss.
Yeah, it takes their hit chance after evasion calculations and cuts it in half.
Yeah. So if you have like, let's say you have let's say you have a 50% chance to like avoid because you have evasion, you now have like a 25% chance for them to 75% chance. Sorry.
I'll be honest though, I don't remember the wording on arrow dancing because I haven't used it in a while.
Because it's more, right? It's more chance to evade.
I'll take a look at that.
It's after accuracy. Okay. Oh my god. So with arrow dancing and raider on top. I mean, he's not a raider. He's playing, I believe, Slayer. But yeah, that stuff's it can get pretty crazy.
The less to evade melee attacks is kind of spooky.
Yeah.
A lot of melee monsters do get next to you in Gauntlet because they have the super speed buff. But yeah, that's neat.
I mean, that's fair. I mean, yeah, if that's what PvP tends to be accurate in like 99% of cases or 95% of cases. So yeah, like awesome. That's awesome tech. I'm very scared of melee hits. Melee hits tend to be like the big ones, but barrage. But to be fair, you do get barraged a lot in this game, especially from like tornado shots and stuff like that. So
yeah, I'd be scared of like Roas and Shield Charge Expedition dudes and the Flicker guys from like the Ascent. You know, not necessarily in the Ascent, but the end-game versions of them. But I'm gonna full screen Lala here.
Please do. I think it also just depends on what build you're playing, right? Like some builds can like a lot of mobs just won't get close to you, while others just like you can't avoid it. Something like Bladestorm, you're up in their business all the time.
Okay, so it was Flames that was left behind. Oh, and going to get the extra Dark Shrine perhaps before the fight?
I imagine so.
So no content yet. Sorry, chat. I mean,
well, let's leave it full screen.
Shouldn't take a look at the Dark Shrine. We'll stay on full screen.
Yeah, why not? And again, gets rid of the Master Shrine. Obviously, just really unhappy with it. I mean, it could just be a lack of knowledge. Maybe it just doesn't know, right?
Just trying to demonstrate for chat that you can do that. You can right-click a shrine buff and it goes away.
The only thing that's disappointing about like AoE and like the Master Shrine stuff is that your sharks on that MTX don't get bigger. They stay there. They stay at the same size, same everything. It's just like that wave outside of it that gets bigger, and that was a little disappointing for me.
Yeah, that's a shame. Yes.
Yeah. I just want these giant shark. Look, I don't even care if they get rid of my vision. Like, I'm not buying a shark MTX because I want to see my character. You know, I want to see some scary boys moving around. You know.
I like the use of what is it? The cold jump ability.
Frostblink. Yeah.
Frostblink. Yes.
Yeah, cold jump. That's the correct terminology. Yeah.
Because it's instant, so you can use it while cycloning to dodge things.
10,000 hours, by the way. Cold jump. 10,000 hours. By the way.
back when Winter Orb was really popular, I forgot what it was called, and called it Cold Hat in a cast I was doing with Ziggy.
Flame roll, chill hop. Okay. Ocean crit. Oh, I love it. To be fair, it's actually a really underrated movement ability these days. Like. It gets a lot of cooldown just by hitting mobs and hitting bosses. Sure, it might not be great for like boss encounters, but for actual just mapping, it's like the uptime is really, really high.
And easy kill.
Let's play with cold jump with hat build.
So, which ascendancy are we going for here? Building up the suspense. Waiting on it.
They are there. They can take the defined stuff. Like they are actually at that point in the tree because they connected through the bottom rather than the top. Did also grab diamond skin and stuff, so maybe having a bit some res issues right now.
We're still waiting. Which one am I going for? It's damage.
40% damage. Nice. Big bonks for big boys. Love it. Or for big players, I should say.
And you're essentially getting 2 links worth of damage out of the Ascendancy now, because the Warcry one is a 50% more multi, and then that one is 40. Yeah. So you have all the damage you need. So that just lets you be greedy with the passive tree and gear and invest almost entirely defensively, which is why the life total's so high. Yeah, exactly. I was about to say, like, it really lets you get greedy with your defensive choices, both on gear and on the tree, right? Like, especially on it makes Shield Crush to me a more interesting choice, because you can take all these sort of like shield nodes, which you talked about yesterday, saying how good value a lot of them are, and you don't feel punished for them because it's not only increasing your damage, but like you're also taking a more defensive route on your tree overall. So taking the extra 40% damage just mitigates a lot of those choices, which is really, really cool. And I'm sure Lala would love to have the General Cry CDR enchant that Steel got about an hour ago. The Pen Boot enchant is not very relevant, as this is an Impale build, which is a shame because that is the rarest boot enchant, I think.
I think so too, yeah. It is.
So, unfortunate that it's on a completely irrelevant setup, but I guess it's just going to go for the Glove enchant, Commandment of Spite. I actually forget what that one does.
Is that the lightning one? Or no?
2% life regen is quite good.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Blades is a decent one if you have like a good DPS weapon, but it's, I don't know. It was decent back when it was added, whenever they did whatever league that was.
Does Command of Blades proc on hit effects? Like the life gain and stuff like that?
I am honestly not sure.
Okay. I mean,
about the minutiae of glove enchants, I'm gonna be honest.
No, me too. It just got me thinking, right? Because it does use your weapon to do damage. So it might like proc like the life gain on hit and stuff.
I think the regen is what you go for here, though.
Oh no, yeah,
every time.
Yeah, like 99.9, like every time you get it. I'm surprised actually, unless they have better boots in waiting in stash. But apparently, Lighty just slammed 50 strength on his belt, so I guess even more life on that belt that just already had like 102 and 8% life. My God. And strength is not easy to come by as well for a ranger build, so, or at least for a toxic rain build.
Oh, and there was one more enchant. So after this one, I want to see what the last options are.
Ooh, Blood Rage.
Is Frenzy on kill, though. You're not the one killing.
Oh, true, yeah.
And also, given the General's clones only attack once, so attack speed is actually not too terribly relevant of a stat, unless you're doing one of the channels General's Cry builds.
Fair enough. I mean, you probably just go with War Chief Totem. They are using a War Chief.
Yeah, it's something. It's not very exciting, but it's something.
Not at all.
I think we do have a clip here that is simply titled "Mistake."
Oh no!
I don't know what's going to happen.
Oh no!
Reforge fire. Oh, that was the.
Wait.
That was the chess piece base that hit, like really good prefixes earlier.
Oh no, Karn! Karn, why?
If he hovers over it briefly there for a second, you can
I'll
tell it's got 116 life and 10%.
Yeah, I'll pause it for chat. Regen as well. Like, oh my god. So that's what he had, and this is what you got.
Just mind fart, mind blank.
I mean, 10% strength, but like. Yeah,
he meant to click the color reforge.
Oh.
That was the mistake. Oh no.
Karn Senpai. Okay, we joke. That's actually a really bad mistake. That's
Is there any like music playing in this clip? People are saying the audio is good, but I don't want to get Ziz's channel DMCA.
I mean, I'm actually not sure. I know, like, if you click play, it's gonna play for me. But I guess I can mute all. Yeah. I can mute all my
There's
audio.
music.
Oh, there is. Okay.
Yeah, I can't play it on stream. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
Can't be certain that music is DMCA safe, so we can't play it on stream.
I imagine there's some French swear words and all this other stuff. So, yeah. Damn. I'm sorry to I actually feel really bad because I mean, after 13 hours of Oni, like, just if you don't have to ruin a chess piece, you just don't want to do that. No. Yeah, we can only guys. You know, not just because this is Ziz's channel, but this is a hosted event. Yeah, look, DMCA is something. If you aren't aware, very scary on Twitch. We want to avoid it. Yeah, we don't want to lose the channel. We don't want to get penalized by anything like that. And it's also just pretty scary. Why subject ourselves to stuff like that? So we're just gonna. Initial D is not DMCA free. Fair enough.
I mean,
this is.
I don't want to take that chance on someone else's Twitch channel.
No, not today. Not today. There's also just like. Why do it? You don't get to hear us then, chat. I mean, you can only listen to music? Come on. You've been listening to Path of Exile main song loop for 4 days now. Awesome song. By the way, I can change the music if people want. I mean, this is not today, but tomorrow maybe, if people are sick of this. Oh.
Are we on screen, by the way, or is it for broadcasters?
We are not, okay. But Rise is about to watch some YouTube videos, so I am going to put us on.
Okay.
Good heads up.
Oh, no, I think he's just pulling up Craft of Exile or something.
Okay.
It looks like he's about to do some heist, which I'm a little surprised by, because Rise really is vocal about heist, but it is a very powerful mechanic in Solo Self-Found, so even if you're not the biggest fan of it, it does make sense to go get it running.
Yeah, so we'll just I'll pop Rise back on the screen. Lollagate now just mapping as well. It's really cool to just see this build in action. It is a bit slower than some other builds. It's kind of like it's Herald Agony-esque. I mean, it is faster than that build, but it is kind of this slow ramping, like, you know, you're not zooming at like 1,000,000 miles an hour, but your damage output is insane. It is fairly safe too, because you have all this utility built into your kit, but yeah, just be aware going in, like, you aren't going to be zooming with this build, but in Gauntlet, you don't necessarily need that. You need reliability, you need defense, and you need damage. And this build kind of does all of it.
Yeah, and just a word of warning, if you are going for General's Cry, this clear is, like, really good compared to what G-Cry Blade Flurry will output. G-Cry Blade Flurry, the problem with them is they will instantly begin channeling at the nearest enemy as they're summoned. And that doesn't sound like a bad thing until you realize that they get summoned on top of you. Blade Flurry doesn't have amazing AoE, and sometimes the enemies are a little further away. And so they'll start flurrying towards an enemy that they literally cannot hit. And they don't move after they start flurrying. So you have to wait for the cooldown to come back again for you to be able to summon a new set of them to actually kill the monster that was very slightly out of range of the Blade Flurry. So it's just incredibly clunky to clear with. But the single target is disgusting.
It is, yeah. Like, I wonder actually if Sunder wouldn't be a bad choice, right? Like, especially if you use Hydrosphere and stuff like that. If you could just, like, plot that down the boss, and then the 5 Sunders double proc on each boss, and then you could maybe, like, use Shockwave support, like, if you're using a mace or something, and you're, like, triple shock, like, unless it's, like, a shared cooldown on it, I think.
Shockwave doesn't work because the General's Cry clones are considered a trigger effect, and triggers cannot trigger other triggers.
Fair enough. I mean, Sunder's still pretty good though for clear at least, like, because I think the whole wave will always happen. They're never going to cancel out their own Sunder effect.
You get multiple Sunders. You get 5 or 6 with the Helm Enchant Sunders. And Sunder was decent. I've played a lot of G-Cry.
Oh, fair enough. Okay.
Like any G-Cry, and I might have tried it. I really like the skill. But I did find it was outperformed by Earth Shatter.
makes sense.
The one issue with Earthshatter is that it absolutely nukes your FPS because it turns out summoning 30 spikes at once and exploding 30 spikes at once every like second and a half is pretty nasty for your frames.
I actually had a similar problem with Dawn's steel build. For those that don't know, Dawn the Crown has an amazing guide for lancing steel, splitting steel, and what's the last one? Splitting steel.
Shattering?
Thank you, and shattering steel. You can do all content in the game. It's softcore viable. Maybe can be made hardcore viable, but there's millions of DPS. You can do all content in the game. But when you get a ton of projectiles, you get your Dying Sun, and you get your Sniper's Mark, and you use lancing steel on a boss. I used to just freeze for about 3 seconds on Elder, and then the game would just be like, Elder's dead. So I never actually saw that, experience that fight with that build, but... And I have a pretty decent PC, so... you know, maybe be cautious when you're filling your screen with millions of shards of Earthshatter or millions of Lance and Steel projectiles too.
Mm-hmm. Especially if you're using Sniper's Mark, and then you're getting the splits.
No, definitely. Like, it's... I mean, I think that's the case for a lot of Path of Exile builds. Like, they're fine until, like, you just get, like, the crazy projectile numbers or the crazy explosions all at once, right? Yeah. Because they're happening at the same frame. That's the issue with I imagine, with the Earthshatter. Because when you click your war cry, they're all popping at once. As long as they're in the AoE, yeah.
Yeah, your next usage of the General's Cry, since I guess the logic is that all the spikes are generated by allies or something, you're able to explode them all, is the short story. Yeah. Like, you can pop all of the Earth Shatter spikes at once. It's very satisfying. It's also really loud.
Super. I mean, but to be fair, now that you've mentioned that, like, I really want to do it though. Like, I just want to see like 30 shards overlap on one boss and just see them get chunked for 1,000,000 damage.
It does the biggest like thunk noise you've ever heard.
And that was there was a clip from early this right before this 3.15 went live, where Ziggy like had the that bass drop clip, where he played like the seismic trap. He's like let the bass drop and then like he threw like 10 of them. And that's a very satisfying skill to play just because of the sound effect. Kind of like shattering or like bleed explosion pops. Mm-hmm. Like that's one thing. You know what? That's one thing Path of Exile doesn't get enough credit for. The sound effects team, whoever like and Camel doing the music. These got what a team of individuals. They do some amazing work on this game.
The sound design in Path of Exile is great.
Yeah.
And the best town music is Act 6 town music. That's an objective fact.
I'm an objective fact. Lionize 2.0? Fair enough. Actually, you know what? That's the music we're going to play for tomorrow's stream, as long as it's kind of like smooth and leveled, because we have been playing the main, like the opening screen music a lot, but I'll grab that one for tomorrow, chat. So we're gonna break the meta of music. Break the music meta. Break it wide open. You've had sound disabled. That's fair. I mean, I know for a lot of players, disabling sound, it did increase FPS. Didn't affect me too much. I'm very lucky that actually with Lala Gate just sees 2 exalts or 1 exalt in
nice
in their shop. I mean, can't afford it just yet, but will not be re-rolling for a little while. Exalt's incredibly important whether you're playing softcore trade, hardcore trade, or especially in SSF, because you can do multi-mod shenanigans and some really, really cool things with exalts. So gonna be working on that. But I was lucky to get my PC before the first Bitcoin hike, so I got all my parts at like essentially half off what they are now. So I just lucked out that way.
I'm jealous. I'm reaching kind of end of life on this machine soon, and it's not a great market to be buying in. That's for sure. Nightmares.
Yeah, it's like I feel very lucky that like in 2017 or 18, whenever like the first one was, the first big spike to 17,000 whatever, I got it like a month before that happened on like Black Friday. So yeah, sometimes RNG happens in real life too. Sadly, I didn't have any Bitcoin. I guess, you know, but I got my PC. So that's something. Who is winning? I think actually, you know, I'll bring up the ladder in the. Sorry, Rise, I'm going to bop you for a quick second. Okay, I promise we'll have you back. But currently, Huwu _ Pain Arrive is rank 1, and that has claimed $200 worth of bounties as well. They have capped their points for levels, so you can only level. The points are only added up to level 95, but they have delved to 138, so they are at 96 points. But Darky, who is on screen right now, Lighty is his moniker on Twitch. and Say Bye Bye are at 96 as well, and so is Samuel Hajid as well. Three gladiators and a raider.
And I think Huwu will still be doing quite a lot of like trying to farm and speed level and grind massive XP, because there is a gauntlet bounty for level 98. I think it's either first to die or just first to reach 98.
I believe it's first to die. So
yeah.
What a couple people were saying, and who was in here yesterday saying, "Oh, this isn't a race to level 100." He was maybe, but you could get to level 98 and just attempt like the wave 20 simulacrum. So even if you die, you guarantee the level 98 death. But if you complete the simulacrum, you can die afterwards anyway, right? So there's a couple cool shenanigans if you are just going bounty hunting. Maybe they don't feel like that they're very comfortable fighting bosses. But you know, it's still early on. Maybe maybe they will attempt bosses, and if they start, okay, I've killed Elder, I've killed Shaper. Suddenly, okay, maybe I'll push for Uber Elder, maybe I'll push for Uber Ziri. So I guess we'll see how the next couple of days go. But for now, Lighty seems to be ahead in progression, at least boss-wise. And as he was saying, or someone in chat said, they might that he might be going for bosses later today or tomorrow. So very exciting.
Trying to get a decent Chaos Dot multi-amulet here.
Mm-hmm.
He did hit one with a decent C Dot multi-roll, but there wasn't really much else on it, so I'm going to be rolling past that. Looking for probably like C Dot multi plus at least one other good relevant property, like a high life roll or good chaos res, something like that, if he is planning on trying to farm his Zabakwa jewel.
Yeah, just a couple different options, right? I mean, obviously, getting the exact jewel you want can be a bit of an arduous task, but if you do farm up, like you go to the Legion specific areas, really farm them out, you can target farm them over a couple days. Hopefully you hit it in your first try, but we can't all be that lucky.
And caster rerolls on the Hunter Influence ring makes a lot of sense. That is a sick Despair ring. Good lord. That's
huge. That's actually a big upgrade over what he currently
He has a good Despair ring already, though, didn't he? Yeah. Stop being greedy, lady. Dang, leave some good Despair rings for the rest of us.
I think it had 1 res, 72 life, and Despair. So
I think it was an open suffix too.
Yeah, so you can actually craft if you wanted a beast suffix on it. So you could craft like crabs or something like that. Not that he will, but he could. Yeah, that's my god. That's pretty damn impressive.
And looking for some more chaos rerolls here. There's C Dot multi.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he really wants to see like the T1 stuff with T1 life, maybe some res as well. Like Lighty is very his gear is already really good, so these upgrades that he needs need to be insane in some cases. So and he knows what he wants. He knows exactly what he needs. So like something that doesn't fit his bill, just reroll over it, even if it's only okay. He doesn't plan on ripping or anything like that. So I mean, who does? But
I do just want to briefly mention that Karn's belt is significantly upgraded from last I saw it, at least. Literally every roll on it, except for the crafted mod from the bench, the master crafted mod, is a life roll. So I'm very much assuming there were pristine fossils or harvest life rerolls involved, because he has 99 life, 7% max life, 19% life recovery rate, and of course regenerate 5 life a second.
The big difference maker there. Lets him run Blood Rage, I guess. No, I'm kidding.
But the life recovery rate is the true like crown jewel of the item. It is really strong on Slayer.
Yeah, just it increases your overall leech rate. Just leech max. Leech has a couple of different like mechanisms in it, but just life recovery rate affects all of them. So for Slayer, it's just a huge defensive layer. Huge. Awesome to see. An Oddlog in chat, again, I keep bringing him up, but it's now level 12, going to the ledge. Hopefully when you get to Brutus, you'll be able to kill him again. I have a lot of faith in you, brother. Keep on doing your thing. Again, just keep those tips in mind that we talked about. Fight him at a distance, maybe get your decoy totem, use bear trap if you need to, and make sure, very importantly, make sure that your flasks are like large flasks and stuff like that. So even if you do get hit and you survive, you can actually heal back up really quickly. And make sure maybe you have 2 mana flasks, because these fights do take a lot longer than they do in the regular campaign. So take your time, brother, and overlevel. Good luck.
Oh, a metamorph. I imagine this will be easily dispatched. Lady has quite a lot of damage at this point.
I'm surprised
it's actually taken a little longer than I would have expected.
I'm surprised he's subjecting himself at this point. Like he's nearing, unless he really needs catalysts or something.
Yeah. I don't think all of his jewelry was catalyzed.
Catalysts, yeah. That's what it was. considering that was the only items that it actually dropped, he probably picked all white, like all of the common modifiers, and then just picked whatever the catalyst organ was as well. His gear's getting actually kind of insane.
And do you mind if I hop back to the ladder briefly?
No, please, far away. Let's have a look.
So when I search for something, it won't show up on your end, but
right, so just let me know, and then I'll filter through.
Filter by gladiators real fast.
Glad. Yeah.
And you're looking for someone named Samaril Hajid or something like that?
Yeah, number 3
5
on the list, correct.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Are you kidding right now?
Yep.
Okay.
That's there.
Oh, okay.
Also, like, it's not like the rest of the gear is lacking. Look at that weapon and helmet, jeepers. 2.6k armor shield as well.
I mean, but the actual siege axe is nuts. Fizz multi,
that
actual,
is a
like,
disgusting weapon.
chance to bleed, increase damage with bleeding, 70% increased physical damage over time. That's 107 just raw damage increase plus 20 multi. What the fuck?
RMT.
What the hell's going on?
Clearly RMT in the gauntlet.
132 life on the helmet, by the way, just casual, with 27 chaos res, 28 chaos res. Good lord. Oh, with the 2600 shield. Okay. With avoid ailments on it. What the hell's going on here? But he has a 5 link. Oh, okay. He got a headhunter before he got a 6 link. Like, what kind of world are we living in here?
Clearly, headhunter's easier to get than a 6 link.
Apparently
that's the lesson we should take from this.
Good God. I mean, have I seen Lighty's belt? Have you seen this belt right here? Have you seen the skull belt? Good God. I mean, to be fair, it's not as insane for like dot builds, but it's a ton of defense as well. Like, people forget, like, your life totals, your ES total just go insane. It's just a lot of survivability. I mean, even the boots are kind of nuts. Avoid ailments as well. So I think he's ailments immune. Yeah. Yeah, because it's 17 on the chest. 17, that's 34. 34, yeah, exactly 50%, and you get the other 50 from the tree. So it's exactly ailment immune as well, on top of a headhunter, you know. Jesus. Well, we're gonna have to keep track of that progress, but that's wow. Actually, wow. I'm a little bit lost for words here. I'm like, you know how much I talk, so that's
I think, though, to be entirely honest, if I could trade the headhunter for a 6 link, it would be tempting to do so.
Yeah, it's tempting. But the thing is, you know you're going to get a 6 link. Like,
Do you?
I think you do.
Talk to Rise about that. And his Archmage Gauntlet attempt where he was doing Awakener on a 5 like Archmage build.
Okay. That's fair. That's fair. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, but I don't know, like, Headhunter being... It's such a unique mechanic, right? Being able to go from, like, 6,000 life to 8,000 life and then have, like, a 10,000 ES buffer on top. Like, that's... Even if you can't kill things really quickly, there's that defensive layer is just massive. And sure, you're not going to have tons of mods at once because, like, there's no way you can clear that quickly. But... I mean, it's also just cool, right? It's kind of a bit of a flex.
I'm not being toxic, Chad. It's what happened. I'm just stating facts. Rise didn't have a 6 link for a long time, if ever. I don't remember him getting one. It's not toxic if it's just the truth, right?
Wait, is Lalagate going to his own? Lalagate's going to their own stream to check out their gear tab. Like, look at this. Like, you can just. Oh my.
Oh no.
He doesn't know he can click I in game. He doesn't know.
We're going too far down.
I imagine he's just showing his viewers who maybe, he probably has a lot of new viewers that probably haven't seen the stream before, so he's just showing, hey, look guys, look, you can just check here. You don't have to keep harassing me. Please just click on the little tab.
If anything, it's complimentary to Rise, because he did beat Awakener 8, and he did it on a 5 link with an Archmage build. And Archmage really wants those links. It double scales off of them, from the mana multi and the more multi.
People are asking who got the Headhunter. It is Samuel Hajid. So rank 4 overall right now. Number 3 Gladiator got the Headhunter. I'll pop Rise back on. Just wanted to let people know. Archmage got nerfed because of him. That's hilarious. No, Rise actually had a really rough go of it last Gauntlet, and still managed to get like top 10 in 2 different ones and top 5 in another class, right? So I think this time around, I'm really pulling for him. Like, I love the meme that he gets. He's a reroll Richard and he gets blasted. But yeah, I'm very excited for him to put on one hell of a show this time around. Very excited.
In answer to the question in chat, we don't know where the headhunter came from because that player is not streaming, so there is no clip. We just know it's there because the profile is public. So there is a headhunter. It could have come from, I guess, anywhere. Actually, it could have just dropped now.
It could have dropped. It could have come from the Void Divination card. I think he could have chanced it. I mean, that seems unlikely, but those are I think the only 3 options. I mean, there's no way they farmed a full set of like the doctors in 3 days. So
yeah, Gwenin.
Oh, Gwenin too. Gwenin, yes. Sorry, yeah.
There's some weird stuff too. I mean, Beast random.
True. Belt. Yeah, Beast. Yeah, I guess to be fair, like you could also be Temple, like or change one unique to another. Yeah.
There's a lot of things that can give Headhunter in the game.
I always forget this. It's like it's
a lot at this point.
And I want to thank Rapram for the subbing with Twitch Prime. Thank you so much. You're not supporting just Octavian and myself, but you're helping Ziz, you're helping the cast, you're helping the entire event, you're helping all the people in the back end. Like, it's because of people like yourself that we are able to do stuff like this. So just thank you, and power to you. I hope you're enjoying the Gauntlet. Hopefully you're enjoying the cast.
Well, I got an interesting craft there. It's a pretty nice helmet.
Ancient Orb as well, possible. Actually, there's a lot of ways to get Headhunter. Wow, how did I forget so many? Wouldn't that be nuts? Just the one tap with an Ancient Orb, boom, Headhunter. That'd be pretty cool.
A man can dream, yes.
A man can dream. Hey Ziz, you said something about using... So Ziz currently isn't streaming right now, but I will answer your question. Hey Ziz, you said something about using Rolling Magma in the beginning to off-screen with a volley support. Isn't the volley less multi-bat? So, you are right. So using volley will reduce your damage, because it is a less multiplier. But the odds of you hitting Brutus or hitting these other enemies increases, right? Increases your area of effect. So even if you're clearing, like, let's say the Mudflats, which has all those rows, which are really scary, you're able to hit more of them and clear more of them at a time. So even if you have to cast an extra time or two, it's likely that you're going to be safer overall. So hopefully that answers your question.
You'll be stunning more of the pack as well with the hits early on. Don't underestimate stun as a Act 1 defensive layer for dealing with trash mobs. It's very nice. It's part of why the Toxic Rain players don't level with Caustic Arrow as much as they do with Steel skills nowadays, just because you want that hit damage to stun things.
Oh, no, Oddlog. I think Oddlog just died. Oh, I'm so sorry, buddy. My heart's actually breaking. Like I just want to get the maps. Oh no. Oh, that's brutal, man. For those that don't know, Oddlog, that was a character like 50 or 51 or something. And just got Brutus slapped, I think. Oh no.
I'm going for 52.
I think all of chat's like on your side here, bud. This is the real community push. Like forget about Lighty going for rank 1 overall. I care about Oddlog getting to Act 10, dude. That's the true endgame right there. And we actually see Oddlog pick up a Colossal Tower Shield, which for those that don't know is the best is the highest armor base type you can get in the game. I'm not sure it's eye level 83 or something like that, but you know, why not just pick a couple extra up? You can just use them to reroll so you can keep yours equipped while rerolling your second or third.
And you throw basically any old craft that you don't need at that. That's again, it's that point we've touched on a few times where you want to be using every part of the beast in Soul Self-Found, you know? There is no such thing as a wasted harvest craft, you know?
Yeah.
If you're going for a super high defense shield, yeah, your best ones are the defense rerolls, but if you don't have something you need to use that fire reroll on, why not? You might win. You might get good armor.
I actually got fully debated. I misread the message. Oddlog is still alive. My man.
Excellent.
My man. Awesome. But this is the ending we were all hoping for. Exactly, Marion. I did bring up Lighty's belt. Someone asked us to check it out. We did check it out a couple of minutes ago, but it does warrant further investigation. The thing's absolutely insane. Has 106 life, 12% max life, 31 fire res, and 3.6 life per second, and did just slam 53 strength, which is additional life on top. The only reason it can get those kind of life rolls as well is because of the catalysts. As you can see, it says quality, life, and mana modifiers plus 20%. Because I think generally it does cap out, I think 85 or 90, I think max life. But with the quality on top, you can just get those crazy numbers.
Yeah, belts can get into the mid 90s with a T1 roll, I believe.
Yeah.
And yeah, as someone mentions in chat, Toxic Rain can use the strength. I don't think he had strength requirement problems because he does have some in some other places, and he's got a strength implicit amulet. But that might free up gearing going forwards. And oftentimes the strength is needed for something like a level 3 or 4 in power, which is not too terribly relevant in the context of this event because it's so rare now.
Yeah, I mean, so it's likely that he didn't find 20 fertile catalysts. If you do use... So for those of you that don't know in chat, any sort of quality given items like blacksmith's whetstones, catalysts, armor scraps, even chisels, if you use them on white items, so like items that aren't magic or rare, they do add, thank you, they do add 5 quality per use. So hopefully you're not chiseling your maps when they're rare and taking 20. Like pre-roll them, and as of this patch, I believe, I think it's 3.15, catalysts are no longer, even engineer orbs, very, very true, man with that, but catalysts are no longer used when you actually roll them. They used to actually like be consumed to like give you a higher chance at rolling life mods and stuff, but now it is like they stay on there. So you can just find like a nice eye level belt like Hunter mod and then just make it white, catalyze it, and then just roll it after that. Yeah, they did remove it, yes. So they are not consumed anymore.
So I've seen some people call it a nerf and some people call it a buff. You can kind of argue either way. Personally, I would say that's a buff because it allows alt crafting to actually be a thing you do on like catalyzed items in a solo self-found setting now. But it does mean that you lose also the chance to, the higher chance to hit a life roll when you regal or exalt an item that has catalysts on it. But to be entirely honest, with the depth of mod pools on most items, that percent increased chance to hit a life roll was not really huge because I think it was just 1-to-1 matching the quality. So like 20% increased chance to hit a life roll is not a big deal. For reference, a lot of fossils, not all, but a lot of fossils will multiply the odds of hitting the rolls that they encourage by 10.
Yeah.
And even then, I've had instances where I roll pristine fossils and don't see a life roll. So yeah, I don't think it was that big of a deal, and being able to now alt spam without worrying about losing quality is great.
It also just felt bad. Like, oh, I just spent like 20 chaos or 15 chaos like getting these catalysts on my belts. Oh, I clicked the chaos on it by accident. Oh god, now I have to rebuy all that again. That just doesn't feel good, right? And then they'd removed that effect from armor and all these other things like about a year or 2 years ago. So it just sort of was in line with their vision, I guess, or with the current vision of the game, right?
Yeah, I honestly don't know what led to the decision to change it, but I'm happy about it personally.
Me too. And like you said, right? If you want more life rolls, like you want to roll the belt that like Lighty has, just use pristine fossils. It's not like you're losing the option to roll jewelry with weighted modifiers still exists. It's just not on the quality anymore. It's just use fossils, right?
My guess is that
or harvest, right? Yeah.
Maybe it was deemed too deterministic to be able to encourage a certain kind of mod with quality.
That's fair enough.
I don't know. In this case, that seems like a bit far-fetched because, like I mentioned earlier, it wasn't really that much weighting. It's probably just that people would get annoyed or confused about it and they wanted to get rid of a mechanic that wasn't incredibly used or relevant.
I believe there actually is a fossil. I mean, someone's asking what fossil for strength, but I believe there is a fossil for attributes, no? Or am I just wild?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
No, it's essences if you want to guarantee stats.
Yes. Well,
essences are the system to go to for that.
Yeah, well then you can do that, right?
The catalyst would work for anything that would add or remove a single mod. Or rather, you would lose quality for anything that would add or remove a single mod. So if you regaled, augmented, exalted, or annulled it, you would lose quality. And it would differ in the amount of quality depending on the item you used. Augments would change it by 2%, annuls and exalts by 20, and I think regals were 5.
And again, chat, like as Octavian said, it was only like a 20% chance better. Your chances will only increase by 20%, while something like a fossil or something like that increased it by like 1,000%. So it like in comparison to something like harvest or using fossils or using essences, which guarantees a certain mod, they weren't as impactful, and it just became like this, I guess, currency sink. And metamorph isn't something that players encounter a lot, or they aren't, at least as of right now, they aren't picking it a lot on the passive trees, like in the Atlas. I mean, some people are, but they're a minority of players. So maybe they just wanted to make it a bit more readily available for the vast majority of players. Like I know fertile catalysts for a lot of mid-game players or early players were just like, well, for me that's 8 chaos. I'm never going to use this. I'm just going to instantly sell it. But nowadays, maybe you do use it on your belt. Maybe you try and roll something yourself, right?
8 chaos, I'm jealous. They're 20 chaos each in hardcore trade.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Metamorph farming is very profitable in hardcore trade if you can do it safely.
Yeah, that makes sense, right? Just being so damn scary.
And everybody wants fertiles. They're good on so many builds. Yeah. So high demand, but high risk product means many money if you can farm it.
It means I'm going to ritual. I'm gonna go pick them up one at a time.
It's honestly like both the best. It's the blessing and curse of hardcore trade. Not that many people are interested in hearing me talk about that, I guess.
No, I mean, hey, look, we're playing a hardcore environment right now, so knowing what is valuable or not is very important.
Yeah, like if you ever want to farm bosses and have their drops actually mean something for like the entirety of the league, hardcore trade is the environment for you, because like Cyrus Hat is still worth like 40C this far in. Every single one of the jewels that you drop, regardless of rolls, is worth like baseline 2x. Like
is that a new league?
If you can do that, you make tons of currency from bossing. It's great.
Yeah. And we do have a question from Oddlog again. Trying to face Brutus, wondering for the splitting steel whether to take chance to bleed or maim. I honestly I think maim is probably the better option. It increases your damage probably more significantly, but also on top of that, the slow you get from it actually really helps with how kind of wild Brutus is in the Gauntlet, right? Because he has increased movement speed, increased attack speed. Well, I mean, maim will only affect the movement speed, but he won't be able to chase you as well, so you can kite him more. I mean, you can also get Onslaught as your third link, and maybe farm up for a 3-link and use both. But Octavian, what are your thoughts?
Both is ideally what you want, because you want the protector for the attack speed, and then you link that to maim.
I see. Yeah.
But in your main links, you want the chance to bleed, because the flat damage that it provides is a very large damage boost early on when you have, garbage weapons that don't have any flat damage on them.
And Zai brings up a great point too. With the bleed, because he is walking around a lot, your bleed's going to do more damage. So if you don't know, my friend, when you move while being bled, you take, I think, what is it, double or 4 times more damage? So it might be even higher than that, but yeah. I'll double check to be sure. It's significant damage, right? So even if you can just kite him around while he's bleeding, and you maybe bleed him out, but I don't know, I'm not like, again, your bleeds probably won't be doing a lot of damage early on, but it doesn't hurt. Yeah, plus 200%. Yeah, triple damage, so plus 200%. That makes sense. Yeah. Because I know Crimson Dance overall is more damage, but it's just you have to ramp it up, right? Yeah, it's 33% more damage because you end up with plus 300%.
What is the big advantage of the Vol version of Detonate Dead, and do you only use it for rare enemies and bosses? Vol Detonate Dead provides... It feels a little facetious saying it this straightforward, but Vol Detonate Dead just does big damage. It just does big old damage. Like there's not really some mechanical secret here that's like really crazy with Vol DD. It is really strong if you can keep feeding it corpses, because it'll keep exploding for quite a long time if you can keep casting Desecrate on it. So like there is some way to optimize it. You don't just cast Desecrate once, cast Vol DD, and you're done. You want to keep feeding it corpses. But like the reason it's so strong is because GGG put really big numbers on it. Is like actually the main reason. It has disgustingly high base damage. It has disgustingly high effectiveness.
It's also really nice that like you can, because you're gonna have a lot of spare corpses on the ground. It lets you just clean up, and like if you see a Bameth or something about to pop out, and he can cast DD, you can clear up the huge amount of corpses at once too, right?
Yeah, it does. No, you're somewhat right. It does slow its explosion rate as the. So it'll explode up to, I believe, 23 corpses, or 22, actually, yeah, I'm looking at the gem now, 22 corpses. And it will do about 8 to 10 of those instantly, pretty much. And then it starts being slower and slower and slower until there's a pretty long delay between the last few explosions. So because of the slowish rate at which it explodes those last few, it probably wouldn't be the best for cleaning up that many corpses too quickly.
Makes sense.
But it certainly doesn't hurt in that regard. But as far as the numbers go, since I did mention them earlier, the top end flat damage on a Vol DD is like 2,000 base, which is pretty massive.
That's actually nuts.
And then out of a single cast, you can get up to 22 hits if you provided enough corpses.
Mm-hmm.
So most Detonate Dead players, and like this puts in perspective the Vol DD damage, most Detonate Dead players are running with Spell Cascade and Unleash, and neither of those support Vol Detonate Dead. So if you're on a 5-link, which most of these players are, your Vol DD is doing this like damage that's good enough to chunk map bosses in the end game on effectively a 3-link.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, like, look, Val DD is just, you know what? Also, it's just a fun button to press. It's just like fun, right? I mean, it's insane. It's just like cool to just see these giant explosions. Yeah, I'm sorry, that's not how it works.
I think they're talking about something else.
Fair enough. I think that's actually us ended for today, my friend. I'm gonna pop us over to the talk show.
Sure.
Oh, he was about. Oh shit, he's about to. Sorry, he's about to do a boss. Actually, let me go back. Ah. No, sorry, guys.
If we finish, we can finish.
No, light it. Here we go.
I just didn't realize.
No, we got it. We got it. I didn't know this was a boss kill. Yeah, you're the better man than I. I think this is again Verena, so this is his second time fighting it, but this time looks a lot smoother, even though he's in a higher area level. But the first time he fought it, it was just an absolute mess of a fight. He had to log out at one point, but this time has the damage, has his 2 6-links, and just logs.
Didn't have any mana flasks left.
Fair. Okay.
Doesn't want to risk it. I mean, the boss is almost dead. There's no reason to sit there and wait for your mana regen.
Yeah. Don't subject yourself to encounters or to situations that you don't have to, right? To spooky situations that you can easily avoid. And luckily, he doesn't get any DC timers or anything like that. And she is immediately right away, right there after the portal, so able to get a ton of currency. But 6 exotic coinage. Wow. Okay, so he's gonna be rerolling to 2-gen for days.
Yeah, nice pickup. And again, the boss done very early in the Remnant to ensure that none of, or in the
chain
logbook to ensure that none of the Remnants are affecting her.
Yeah. For those that don't know, a lot of those generic, so as Octavian pointed out earlier, it may not. If it says like adds Remnant damage, it might not affect her, but just the general mob ones do. And with that, I will actually I'll take us out to the ending talk show thing. So it's been an amazing day, super fun. We had a couple rips. We had we shed some tears with chat. We also had a couple laughs too along the way, and it was a ton of fun. Yeah, I can't wait till tomorrow, my friend. Back at the same time, 10 a.m. EDT or Eastern time until 2 p.m. EDT, and it's been pretty damn cool. And we do have the CEO, Zizaran himself, going to be live here in about 30-40 seconds. I'm going to run a couple ads in between, just to plug some merch, and hopefully you had a great time. How do you feel, Octavian?
Feeling great. The event is progressing pretty well so far. I expect to see some bossing in a day or two from now. I'm hoping for that at least.
No, I'm expecting like the next 24 to 48 hours is going to be a little bit more like that final push of progression. And then days like 6 through 10, it's going to be boss, boss, boss. Very excited. All right, guys. I'll leave you in the very capable hands of Zizaran. And I'll talk to you tomorrow, guys. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi there. I'm an advertisement. Nobody likes advertisements. What about advertisements with Zizaran in it? Nope. Guess I'll leave then. But not before telling you to go to shop.zizaran.com and buy a Gauntlet t-shirt to support everything we do with events. Thank you for the support, and I hope you're enjoying watching the Gauntlet. Shop.zizaran.com. Buy merch to support the Gauntlet. This is a threat. Don't sue me, but it's still a threat. Thank you. Nice.